what his name is. He's a white guy, and after the live, he came in my comments, uh, begging for me to bring him up on the stage, and I told him if he get here on time, like all he gotta do is show up on time. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, why is he having such a hard time believing that I don't believe in a God? All right, so we got the YouTube going. I gotta fix that. Oh my God. All right, we had 105. I don't know you to give a damn. They're starting already. What's up, Melanin sister? Like it is really too early. Right? Like they're starting already. What's up to the YouTube audience over there? Let's see. He thinks he knows me from a Christian dating app? I have never been on a dating app a day in my life. Y'all got to 100 shares pretty quickly. Let's see. Hey, James, how are you?
Guys, usually in a bad chat. I mean,
I'm sorry, Derek, did you mean to come up?
nice.
Good grief. We want to take you down, friend.
Let me run the folder. But
Did you mean
fucking,
hello?
Cause
Hello?
he's good at that shit, man.
Right, real good.
The fuck? Good morning, option. What's up, Doopster? Thank goodness gracious. Hey, Truth Teller, how are you? Y'all, the guest box is open. We're at 100 shares. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. What's up, Carrie? Man, it sounded like he was in the car, honestly. What's up, Lords? I don't know how to act without Lala or Dudette or Simone on the stage, or Fee. I'm doing good. I've been up for about 2 hours now. Lala is still recovering from pneumonia. Dudette will probably be in here in a minute. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. Fee is probably in the bed. Y'all know I normally I just talk about shit that's like on my mind, and I also don't like just talking to myself. Like I like not talking to myself, but I don't like talking to the screen waiting for, comments to come up. I'd rather have a conversation. Did your sleep schedule change, librarian, because it is live? I figured. All right. If you are a believer, the guest box is open. If you're deconstructing, if you're a nerd, the guest box is open. Now would be a perfect time for the nerds to come up if you have questions about deconstructing or something that you want to share about your deconstructing journey. The guest box is open. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. And you?
I'm doing good.
Yes.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yes, I'm 34 years old.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you a non-believer?
I'm a believer, but I have a lot of questions
Okay.
because I've been like listening to the Bible and with like the book of Genesis, I have a lot of questions about like the sacrificing and all the commands and things like that. And like I believe in God and I believe in like certain things in the Bible, but I feel like a lot of stuff was like tempered with over the years to suit like man and to suit like the powers that be, supremacy and things like that. And I have a lot of questions.
Let me ask you a question. So, with your thinking about the belief or the feeling that you have that the Bible was tampered with, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's making you feel that? Right? Like just forget about like answering the question about whether it was tampered with, but let's focus on why you feel that way. Like what is it in there that makes you say, this must have been tampered with?
Certain scriptures, when it say like an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but then it tells me to turn the other cheek when someone does something or whatever. Like, which one is it?
Right. So like in the Old Testament is talking about the late Bronze Age, right? A different time in history.
Mm-hmm.
And then the New Testament is in the Greco-Roman period. So at
Mm-hmm.
that point in time, humans have evolved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like just thinking about, uh, you know, our culture, our society today, in the time that we're in, our laws have evolved,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that eye for an eye law is a law that a lot of nations had. In fact, the first time that we see it is in Babylon,
Mm-hmm.
right? It was the Talion law, or the what they call the retaliation law. So it just morphed, like evolved over time and
Mm-hmm.
changed as we, the humans, evolved in our knowledge. So that's why you see the law in the New Testament. You see Jesus saying, "You have heard that it's eye for an eye,
Mm-hmm.
but I say that is this." It's just humans changing the laws and the
Yeah.
way we interact with each other.
Okay, and I get that, but as far as like being a believer, I believe that like God does exist because I've been in certain situations where only I know that He could get me out of, and when I was younger, my mom she was like trying to seek God and trying to figure out her church home and things like that. So she had like Bible study at home with us, and one day she had us all stand in like a circle and we held each other's hands and then she prayed. And then like I felt something that I never felt in my life ever again before it come over us. So I feel like in that instance that's why I can't like not believe. But I have a lot of questions or whatever as far as like slavery and where was God during slavery? But at the same time, when I read those scriptures, it seems like the children of Israel they were put in bondage each time they didn't believe and do the right thing or whatever. So that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. So I guess when you say that you felt a feeling because your mom prayed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I And you said that you've never felt it before. You have feelings that the God that you're reading about obviously doesn't match what you expect that feeling to actually do or say.
Mm-hmm.
For you to be questioning about whether what's in the Bible presented as this God's word
Mm-hmm.
was manipulated by man. Like you obviously feel that the nature or uh, the concept doesn't match what you believe for yourself.
Kinda, yes,
Kind
because
of like saying, like, if somebody was to say your mom said for you to go and slap your brother in the face, and you're like, that ain't my mom. My mama wouldn't say anything like that. Like, I know that's not my mom. So it's like you're reading this stuff in the Bible, and you're like, that can't be the God that I serve. or that
Hmm.
doesn't sound like the God that I serve. Is that what's happening? Is that why you're
Yes.
okay? And then, and so you say that, uh, this feeling, the God came. You believe that God came and like in the room with y'all when your mother was praying. Is
Yes,
that
it was
okay?
a feeling from the top of my head and it went through my whole body down to my feet.
Okay, and then did what when he came in? Did he just come in and leave?
Well, yeah, I guess he came in a room and and it was some kind of anointing, but then that was that. But that was the only that was, I've never felt that feeling ever in my life ever again. And at that time, I was what 7 years old.
And do you think that it could have possibly been the emotions that you were feeling? Like you're young, you're 7, your mom is praying, you don't quite understand what's happening, right?
Hmm.
I don't know how. I know when my mother used to pray, she was very animated. As y'all, I don't know if you've watched my lives a lot, but I'm very animated too when I talk. I'm very passionate, and my mom and my dad were too, right? And so the
Hmm.
emotions get high, right? And uh, you feel things, right?
Yeah.
And so, do you think that have you ever allowed yourself to question whether what you felt when you were 7 was the emotion of your mom?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know because, like I said, I've been in like other situations where like I've cried and God the next day got me through that situation that I was in. So I really
When you
don't
say
know.
God got you through the situation, can you like give me an example of what you are uh, identifying
Yes.
or crediting to the God getting you through it?
Yes. Well, okay. So I ended up getting a job at this airport, and it was like 30 minutes away from my house. And I'm 19 years old, and I'm moved out on my own. I have my own place and stuff, but I don't have a car. So I was just praying it to God. I'm like, Lord, I don't know how I'm gonna get back and forth to work because I can barely drive. I didn't know how to drive that good at the time, and I don't have a car. And I sat there and I cried because I didn't know what I was gonna do. And then the next day, I ended up getting a check for like $3,000 in the mail, and I was able to go buy me a car. And I taught myself how to drive to get back and forth to work. So I feel like that was like miraculous because
Hold on.
I
So
didn't
you did
know.
you know when did you, so did you start the job
Yes,
after you learned how to drive?
yes.
So the job waited on you to learn how to drive
They
before you
didn't know
started?
I. They didn't know I didn't know how to drive, and the job was like to start in like 2 weeks.
Oh, so the job started in 2 weeks and you learned
Yeah.
how to drive in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And then you got your driver's license in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And then like where did the check come from? Was it just a random check?
It was something pertaining to I think Social Security or whatever. It's been a long time. It was a long time ago, but it was some unexpected money that I didn't even know that I was getting out of nowhere.
And so there was a an unexpected check that was owed to you that
Yes,
came right at the perfect time,
right at the
right?
perfect time. Yes,
Okay. And then you taught yourself how to drive. Like
and,
you took the money and you bought a car and then you
yeah,
taught yourself how to drive and then you went
and
and took the
yep, on
driver's
the
test.
freeway and all that stuff. Yeah,
Okay. So I guess I'm a little confused as to what God did.
I'm just saying because I'm a believer in God, but I don't know. Like, so sometimes people might say maybe that was the universe, or maybe what I'm saying, or
It
maybe
wasn't even the universe, right?
yeah, I don't know. Like,
It was perfect timing. It
uh
was,
huh,
a coincidence, but like I'm not hearing what God did. Cuz like
yeah,
if the check was owed to you, right? It's just
hmm,
something that you didn't know that was coming,
yeah,
right? You just so happened to have gotten a job. The job started in 2 weeks, right? And
uh
you didn't
huh,
know what you were going to do. Because, like,
yeah.
honestly, if something, um, don't write in caps in my comments, please, y'all. If something, if somebody had come to you and said, "Hey, I'll take you to work for 2 weeks," right?
I didn't even
Then,
have that. That's why I was
but
crying.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
if somebody had done that,
Uh
right,
huh.
then you would have said God did that too, right?
Um, I don't think so. Like I was really down and out. Like I.
No, I'm saying if
Yeah.
somebody had come to you and said, "Hey, don't worry, I will pick you up and take you to work every day until you can buy you a car. Right? Like you're down and out, you're crying, you don't know how you're going to get to work. And then somebody just calls you and says, you're talking to them, and they say, hey, don't worry, I got you, girl. I'll take you to work every day. You ain't got to worry about
Yeah,
that.
I would have. I guess I would have said that. I would have been like, it's miraculous. God sent somebody my way. But this is how we've been trained to think too. But like, I don't. In my instance, like I believe in God, so I don't know.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear you saying that you believe in God.
Hmm.
So, like, here's the thing, though. You're saying that you feel like what's written in the Bible about the God, uh, and the only thing that you have to tell you who this God is, right?
Hmm.
Um, you think that it was manipulated by man because you
I do.
obviously don't agree with what it says the God
I
is.
don't. I don't agree with some of the things that it says, but then at the same time, I understand a lot of the things that's being said. But at the end of the day, what way to deceive? Like Satan trying to deceive everybody, he trying to get them off the hill. So why
For
not
what
go ahead?
purpose? Like what? Like this is what I don't understand, right? Um, one, you're saying that Satan wants to deceive everybody and take them to hell,
Hmm.
right? But that's what this book says, right? That someone in the book wrote that and told you that. What purpose does Satan have to make to try to deceive someone and to get them to go to hell for rejecting the same God that he supposedly rejected? Like, why would he be mad at you for rejecting the same God he rejected?
Well, maybe I need to think deeper about that question, but I feel like like if you look at the stuff that's going on in the world today, as far as like all this like fornication, adultery.
Wait, what
Um,
about fornication is not a sin in the Bible.
well, I'm saying like people like just having sex openly. Like to me,
What's wrong with that?
well, it's a lot wrong with it because you giving your body you're not supposed to put any and everything in your body. You
What's in
know.
it? Like, what's any and everything? Like, your body was made, right? Like, it's made for you to be able to have sex.
Yes, you're supposed to have sex, but in that case, why is it STDs out here? Why is people catching TB?
Because people
Because
do it irresponsibly. But having sex is not a bad thing,
no,
and
sex is not bad.
marriage is a man made thing. Like, people who are married give each other STDs.
Yeah, sex is not bad, but at the same time, I feel like two people need to make a covenant before God before
That's your personal belief.
that's
Like, if you
my
feel like,
personal belief.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, but that's not. You're saying it like as if that's some universal law. That's a man-made law. Like
And it's a man-made law
marriage in
because
this. Hold on,
I feel like
one
uh
second.
huh.
Marriage in this Bible was basically slavery. Like, it's not even the marriage that we know today, the standing before God and taking a vow.
Uh-huh.
Like, that's all man-made. Like, none of that is even biblical.
Uh-huh.
When a woman in the Bible was the property of the man, she was the property. She starts off as the property of her father,
Uh-huh.
and then he sells her virginity to a man that's willing to pay the dowry.
Hmm.
And then when he pays the dowry, she becomes the property of her husband. It's slavery.
Hmm.
It had nothing to do with falling in love and making sure that you that the two of you are um, compatible with each other or soulmates. Like what you see today, that none of that is in that book. It was for utility purposes.
Hmm.
Well, then prove it. If it's come up here and prove it, then that's a lie. Come show me in the book where you see the marriages today, where you see the man getting on one knee, proposing to the woman, where you see them going on dates and making sure that they're soulmates before they marry. The only soul ties in this Bible is David and Jonathan and Ruth and uh oh God, Naomi. Like, show me marriages in this Bible where they courted each other before they got married. If that's a lie.
I also believe that the Bible was created and religion was created because man naturally are evil beings. Like it's in their nature to be animalistic, like to rape. And I don't know if I could say that, or to be violent and to take and things like that. So I believe that like a lot of the Bible was tampered with to control man.
But I hear you saying that you believe that it's tampered with, right? But you
Hmm.
don't have any other text to be able to point to say, hey, here's what it originally said,
Yeah,
right?
because I'm just now like getting into the Bible. Like I've been raised in like church and stuff, but I strayed away. So I'm getting into it. The way I'm not like a theologist or anything like that, but like I'm
But
familiar with certain scriptures and things like that.
no,
So
I hear you saying that. But what I'm saying is like no one has been able to produce a different text. No one. Like even when you start your journey, you're not going to be able to go to a different text and say, here's the original, here's what it actually says, because there isn't one. So
mhm,
like what you are feeling and saying that, oh, I feel like this is man. And the reality is that it was all written by men. It
mhm,
was all written by men,
mhm,
right? No deity wrote it, right? And
mhm,
so to say that it was manipulated, no, the like it was redacted, right?
mhm,
The book was translated over 4,000 times, right?
mhm,
Um, the Jewish text, the Hebrew scriptures, was added to the Christian scriptures, and timelines were created, and books were moved around, like things like that happened, and interpolations, ideas were added to the text, and stuff was taken out of the text. Yes,
mhm.
in the New Testament scriptures, and then you have redactions that were made to the Hebrew scriptures. But what you don't have is like an original text that you can go to that is different from what we are reading today and say, here's what it actually says. Like nobody has that.
Mm-mm. And they
So
say
the
that
I
with the Quran though, but I don't believe that.
that's a different book.
Yeah.
It's a completely different book. But like the idea that you have today is that your belief is that the God that you serve doesn't match this book, except the God that you serve, the God that you were introduced to, is because of this book.
Yeah.
And then honestly, it's a part where hey, thinker, sorry, hey,
Hey,
chat.
but
The part,
before you start, to the men in the comments that's telling me that I'm lying about the marriage, I would like for your ass to come on stage after she gets done and prove me wrong. And your innuendos in the comments, like your laughing emojis, like it's a waste of time. But come on stage and prove me wrong. Like that's the conversation I want to fucking have. Okay, go ahead, Rhea.
please request, y'all. If you want to go ahead and prove that, prove what thinker said wrong, request. In comments, let us know that you're requested. But I was gonna say like the part where like the only part of the scripture that believers want to claim has been tempered with is the part that they don't agree with, right? Like earlier, she describes what the devil does, and you highlighted that that is coming from the book, but like apart from the fact that they don't have an original text, it's like how do you decide what part of it was tempered with and what part of it was not? Because you want to believe the good parts, right? The parts that make you feel fuzzy, the parts that make you feel good about the God. But when it comes to the parts that you feel like, oh, it just doesn't match with the God that I'm okay with, you say is it's been tempered with. Like how do we know what part is tempered with?
Honestly, I don't have an answer because I'm still learning myself. But it's certain things in there about slavery and stuff that But like, I'm willing to take in consideration everybody's opinion. I'm not downing nobody's opinion, but I do have a lot of questions about the Bible.
And I think like that's why I said like don't right now for this conversation don't focus on the on trying to
Mm-hmm.
like answer the questions that you have about it, but I think it's important to acknowledge that you have those questions and you're saying they don't match, right? They
Mm-hmm.
do not match what you believe your God to be. And I think that's the main important thing for you to kind of like fester on and
Mm-hmm.
ask yourself like, why you feel that way, right? And
Mm-hmm.
because don't worry, truth in the booth. I said when she's done, don't worry, I will get to you. I think that's the most important thing, right? Because you obviously like with you saying that you believe,
Mm-hmm.
there's something that you don't believe, and when you are reading the book, you're it sounds like you're not liking the God that you're learning about. You see what I'm saying? For you to
Yeah,
feel like, for you to say this is man-made, like you see man in it,
I
right?
see man in it, but
Yeah. But the reality is that it's not what you think it is. There is no other text, right?
yeah,
But you see man in it, and you're like, I don't like this. This doesn't feel like a God. This feels like man.
yeah. Like I don't like. Okay, man wrote the book, but they were so anti-women. They've been like that ever since. For centuries and generations. How am I to know? What if Eve didn't eat the apple? What if the man ate it? I
No,
got
no.
those.
Listen to what I'm saying. Don't like you're still focused on trying to like answer the questions
Uh
instead
huh.
of focusing on the fact that you have these questions and you have this feeling.
Mhm.
You are feeling. You're seeing and recognizing human. You're recognizing man in the text. You're not recognizing a God. And I think that's the main important thing that you need to pay attention to at that moment, because
Mhm.
your mind and your body is telling you something, right?
Mhm.
And I think that you're kind of like overlooking that because you're focused more so on the trying to find the answers to the questions that you have,
Mhm.
but your body is telling you that you see man
Mhm.
and not a God.
Yeah.
And I think that's also because you're starting. That's because you're starting off with the conclusion that human beings are evil. So when you see the evil stuff or the bad stuff, you say, "Oh, it's man," right? Even though man wrote the whole thing, especially the good parts that you're resonating with,
Mhm.
right? You say, "Oh no, this part is humans because it's bad because you've concluded that human beings are evil." But then your conclusion of the God is good. So when you see the good stuff, you say, "Oh, this is God. Like this is okay. This one is not tempered with."
I know what, when I said you see man, she sees man. There is no woman writing in that book. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I say what I mean. I say what the fuck I mean. You're on mute if you're talking, Ben. Benz, are you
What are
there?
you, what are
Like
you
they
just
just
saying
be,
wrong?
yeah, they just be saying like, what the fuck? What
Like
woman
what?
is writing in that book? Like y'all just be wanting to like disagree just for the sakes of fucking disagreeing, and this is why y'all make my fucking head hurt. There ain't no fucking Book of Mary in that Bible.
It's showing.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to talk about, Ben's?
No, not at the moment. Like I said, I'm still a work in progress. I'm still trying to learn. Even when I was a child, like my dad, he would try to do like the Israelite religion or whatever, and I I just couldn't get jiggy with with church and stuff like that. Like it was just a feeling of something ain't right. But now here I am, like in my 30s, and I'm trying to do better, and I'm trying to learn and stuff, and I still feel like something ain't right. So
Does it scare you to have the thoughts that you're having about that, or to ask the questions, or to question the God?
yes, because it's like, what if what if it is real? What if it's not? What if I've been following a lie this whole time? Like it's so many questions. So
Well, I think the good, like if you've been following a lie this whole time, the good news is that you can, one, deconstruct that lie and get your power back, your life back, and start living without all of the fucking anxiety. That's a
hmm
good thing. If you never ever allow yourself to explore it, even if you end up where you say, I still believe, I still have faith, at least you would have, allowed yourself to validate that
hmm
faith, and then know exactly why you believe what you believe.
hmm
Does that make sense? But
yeah.
if you allow the fear of asking the questions, like the scared that you're gonna get struck down or something, like if you allow the
Yeah.
fear mongering, yeah, if you allow that fear mongering to take over, then you're just gonna continue to live in this place of uncertainty and anxiety, right?
hmm
Um, and so that those are the only alternatives that you have. And then I think too, like the reason why I say maybe take a day or two and just focus on the fact that you're seeing man, right? In the text, and that you're not actually seeing what you believe to be a God,
hmm
or the God that you believe that you know. And think about, uh, you are a human being who can be touched, who can be heard,
hmm
right? And which means that you live in a material world. The God that you believe that you serve is an immaterial source. Would
hmm
you agree? Right? It's
I
not material.
No. Yeah, I do agree. It's not material. But then, I have questions about, us black people too. Like a lot
Hold on
of us.
before you pivot to the next thing. One
Yeah.
second. So, because of the immaterial ness of the God that you believe in order for that God to speak to you,
hmm
right, or to speak to humans who are in the material realm, that God has to have a some source of medium, right, for that communication to happen,
hmm
right? And this book teaches you what that source, what that medium is,
hmm
right? And the medium is man,
hmm
right? So it's man saying, God said this, right? Or God said, do this, or God did, whatever.
hmm
And so it's, if man has to speak for the God,
hmm
then when you're seeing man, it's not really you questioning the God, you're actually questioning man. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Exactly. Like I believe in God, but I do, like I said, I believe that man wrote things to benefit them in that Bible too. So.
Well, like even like with you saying like you believe in the God, like when you're talking to the God, the
hmm
only people there are who can
Me,
hear the conversation with you and
just,
God,
just me, and hopefully God. Yeah.
right? And so if you were going to question the God about the conversation that you have with the God, would you be afraid to question yourself? Would you be able to ask that question in your head?
No.
Because it's only you and the God, right?
hmm
And then do you believe that the God will answer you back?
Um, Not right then and there, but maybe like through dreams or through like a situation or a circumstance.
Right, but who would have to be the one to decide that that was your God's answer? Who would be the one that would say this is the answer from God, or
I
this
think
is
it would
God
be it
talking?
would be me.
It would be you, right?
Mhm.
So in both situations, right, you're talking to the God, and
Mhm.
you are deciding that the God is talking to you back.
Yeah.
You know, so like you're not afraid to question yourself, or sometimes people are afraid to question themselves, but
Mhm.
you just said you're not afraid to question yourself because it's just you and the God. Like nobody else is privy to whatever conversations you have with the God unless you tell them, right? And
Mhm.
you also see and recognize that man is in this book. You don't trust it. You
Mhm.
don't trust it because you see human. You see man all in it,
Mhm.
right? And the man in this book had to speak and write for the God.
Mhm.
So you should also feel comfortable being able to question what you read in the book and what man is saying a God said do. And that's the one thing that I think a lot of people, when we talk about the evils that we see in the world, right?
Mhm.
A lot of that stuff was allowed to happen because people were afraid to question the men who were speaking for the God,
Mhm.
right? And those men were saying to that this group of people are savages and this group of people deserve to be enslaved, and
Mhm.
God said it, right? Like King James did a speech in front of Parliament, and he said that he had the delegated authority to act as God in the physical world because God didn't have a physical body. And he
Mhm.
said in his speech, he said, just like you wouldn't question the commands of God, you're not allowed to question me.
Mhm.
So when during the time of the divine right of kings and the monarchies saw that the kings and the queens saw themselves as God's stewards on earth, right? That God had given dominion to them on earth to be gods on earth because God doesn't have a physical body.
Mhm.
They carry the same authority as a God. You don't question the king because the king speaks for God. And every decision that the king made, it was believed that it was coming from the God. And so in this book, when you're reading the book, the prophets like Moses and Isaiah and Joshua and uh, um, the kings, David and Solomon and all of them, like when they say something and they say God said, it's no different than them also having delegated authority to carry out this God's sovereignty here in the physical world because the God is immaterial. It's an immaterial source that nobody can verify whether a God is speaking to anybody in their head anyway.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. What were you going to say about black people?
Well, reading some of the scriptures in the Bible, I feel like black people, we have a lot of similarities of the people that were like being like, in bondage and enslaved. But then when you look at stuff like the way that the world is, why are we singled out? Why are we treated so bad? Why, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? It's just certain things that I just, like I said, I have questions about. And
What do you mean when you say we have similarities with people who are in bondage? Like, black people were enslaved. Yes, we were enslaved in North America.
yeah,
We were not the only ones in the
no,
world that were
we weren't
enslaved.
the only ones, but like we didn't had it worse than everybody in this.
Yes, we did. But let me ask you
Yeah,
this: how many people, like ethnicities around the world, who have, uh, been enslaved, who have, dealt with slavery,
yeah, the Jewish,
have made their
Irish.
identity, have made their identity slavery, have made the thing that connects us is slavery. We see ourselves in this book because of slavery, right?
Yeah.
And we are more than that. Our ancestors were more than that.
Mhm.
Yes, our ancestors were enslaved. Yes, we went through some horrendous evil
Mhm.
stuff here in the north, um, but that's not. We didn't start as slaves. and we're not finishing as that either. That's
Mm-hmm.
not our identity. That's not the, like when you say the similarities, I thought you were going to talk about the fact that we have the ability to be creative. Like we're very innovative people.
Mm-hmm.
We like to think. We're problem solvers. We like to dance. Like we're entertainers. We're
Mm-hmm.
intelligent. I thought you were gonna like talk about things like that, not slavery. Like
Yeah,
slavery is not our identity.
and it's not.
And yes, we like here in North America because of white supremacy and racism, and there are humans here in North America who want to hang on to that, right? They want to hang on to the power and the status that they have here in America. So they do things, right? And they make laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Process systems and processes to make sure that they are able to hang on to that,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's not that there's some God, right, that's causing black people to stay at the bottom. And then because religion is a big part of it, 97% of black people worship this God. 97% of black households worship this God.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, we black people should be looking at it to see if that has any correlation to why we stay where we are,
Mm-hmm.
why we go through so much shit, right? Not because we're special to the God, but because we don't question what we're being told about this God. And then we let other humans have power over us here on this earth because we are afraid of, we've been fear mongered to death. We're afraid that the God is going to strike us down, or the
Mm-hmm.
God is going to do something to our kids, right? Or that we're going to burn in hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot to think about. It really is.
Yeah, I hope that you're able to let go of the idea that slavery is what
No, it's
connects
not.
us.
But I'm saying, like, why are they so hell bent? Why us? Like, why is it so? Why you so hell bent to make these laws and to do things
Why
that
why
like why?
women? Why women? Again, white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, why women?
Yeah.
Do you have an answer for that one?
I feel like this when it comes to women and when it comes to black people, at the end of the day, like you said, we're some creative human beings. With women, like we're creative, we create life. So like it's all
It,
about like jealousy to me at
it's.
the end of the day. Like we
I
are
mean, there could be
better,
some jealousy in it, but the
Yeah.
reality is capitalism. The reality is greed,
Uh-huh.
right? The reality is power.
Yeah.
It's not because oh, they just see how special you are, right? The reality is that somebody needs to be on top, and they feel like it should be them.
And that's why they call it race. Race. We is survival of the fittest.
Have you read this book called The Invention of the White Race? And like, do you even know why it was invented?
Nope. Like I said, I'm still learning a lot of stuff, but I'm just going off of like the stuff that I've learned so far. But I haven't read that book yet.
It was invented to create a divide because the indentured servants,
Hmm.
who were Irish, African, like they were different ethnicities, they rallied together to riot the bourgeoisie because of poor labor laws. Like the labor laws were horrendous at that time,
Hmm.
right? The way that they were treating their indentured servants was horrible. So the indentured servants got together and they rioted the during Bacon's Rebellion, and after that, the king needed a way to make sure that the people did not come back together, right, and rise up against the ruling class.
Hmm.
And so they invented a race, right, to basically make the poor European class feel like they were a little bit higher than the African indentured servants, so that they do not uh, become one group again and fight against them. Because what was happening in history is that the ruling class was fighting each other, right? Like they weren't paying attention to the indentured servants. They were fighting each other. They were arguing about some land. I can't remember what land, that something with the natives. They were arguing over that. And while the ruling class was arguing, the indentured servants got together and was like, we're going to take advantage of this shit. And so they started rioting. And a lot of the indentured servants ran away and got their freedom. Like a lot of people died. Like it was like one of the biggest riots. And so after Bacon's rebellion, they said, we can't let this happen again. We got to figure out a way to keep them divided so that they don't become one. And they invented the white race.
Mm-hmm.
It was for division to keep the ruling class in power so that those that are being oppressed do not come together, right, and fight against those who are oppressing. And the crazy thing is, like, people don't even think about it, but there were black people in the bourgeoisie back then.
Mm-hmm.
There are black people in the bourgeoisie today who would come together with white people of the same economic status to make sure that those of us not in that economic class do not come together to fight against the ruling class. Because if we did, right, then
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna mess with their status and their power and how they get their wealth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. And then when you look at the Bible, it kind of looked like a grimoire.
What do you mean?
A grimoire is like a book of spells that like it's like old books with like old spells for like demons and stuff like that. And when you look at the Bible, to me, it kind of looks like a grimoire. I'm holding the Bible in my hand right now, looking at it. So I don't know. Like I said, I got a lot of questions and stuff, and like what you're saying, it makes sense.
I think like a lot of like if you allow yourself, right, to look at history and then also to look at the world around you today
Mhm.
and ask yourself how one relates to the other, right, and kind of step out of the whimsical fantastical world of God for just a day,
Mhm.
right, then I think maybe you'll be able to kind of like see some of the things that we were trying to say to you today. Like just allow yourself to step onto a into, I don't want to say, like, I'm not trying to say that you're not in reality, but sometimes a belief in God can kind of have you feeling like you live in like this fantastical world, like this spiritual realm, to
Mhm.
where you don't necessarily see things as they are in the in the real world. Does that make sense? In the material world.
Yeah.
And so I think that if you just engage with history a little bit, right? Learn a little bit more about the history behind the things that you have questions about,
Mhm.
and then see how it relates to the world as you know it today without the God goggles. And I think some of the stuff that we're talking about will kind of land a little bit differently.
Mhm. Yep. I'll take that into consideration, and that's all I got right now. I'm working right now, so I don't know how to drop off.
It's okay. I'll take you down. Thank you for
Okay.
coming up, and I hope you have a good night, okay?
Okay. Thank you, and you
You're
too.
welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, she was one of the nicer believers. But I think she was able to be nice because she has questions. If she wasn't
Hmm.
a believer who questioned, she I don't know that she would be that nice.
That's why I didn't let that lady make excuse for that guy one time, because we've come across people that are questioning. Like, we know the people that want to maybe ask a question genuinely and know the answer. Yeah, it ain't the same as the crash outs that come up here.
I can't get the box open. Are you able to get it open?
Yeah, who do you want up?
The loudmouth.
What's his name?
Oh damn, I can't remember his name. I start with a T, I think. All I remember is the letter T.
Truth in the Booth.
Yeah, that's it. Hi, so you're gonna show me in the Bible that women wrote the Bible? That there were women in the Bible that wrote the Bible? Or that marriage in the Bible is the same as today, the courting and the getting on one knee and the soulmates?
All right. Okay. Listen, before we start this,
No. I just want
let's.
to. No. We talked about what you were going to come on stage and show me.
Mhm.
That's what I would like for you to show me,
All
please.
right. Okay. Let me get to it. So, look, number one, you do
I'm
know
not
that's not
interested in
biblical.
anything else. I am not interested
I
in
get it.
anything else that you have to say. Nope.
Uh huh.
We talked about what you were going to
We didn't
come
talk
on
at all,
stage.
sweetheart.
We talked about in the comments what you were going to come on stage and show me. Okay? Can you please show me in the Bible where women wrote the Bible? Okay?
I've
Books
never
in the
told you women
Bible.
wrote the Bible.
You said I was wrong when I said that. And then show me where in the Bible marriage is like the marriage we see today with the courting and the getting on one knee, being soulmates and all of that. Can you show me that?
I cannot.
So why did you say I was wrong?
Because you was trying to make it seem like marriage was a man-made thing. It's not.
It literally is. I said the
It's not.
marriage we see today. It's
Well, of course,
man-made.
civilization evolves, thinker. I
It's
thought you would know that.
man-made.
But
Then
okay.
why did you disagree with me?
Because God created marriage, not humans.
Your God did not create marriage. No, he didn't.
That's according to your belief. Okay.
No, show me where your God created it.
That's in the very beginning, man. That's
Show it to
Genesis.
me. Show
I'm
it to
pretty sure
me.
you know the Bible, all right?
Show it to me.
Okay, so go to Genesis chapter 1, 3, what, 2, 3, whatever chapter
Sure.
you want to read.
Genesis what?
Let's go to Genesis, man. I don't have my
Gen,
Bible with me,
what?
but
Just tell me and I'll pull it up. Genesis what?
Did he say Genesis 1, 2, 3, or whatever? Come
Yeah.
on now, you
the
gotta
whole
do better
book.
than that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
go where,
Genesis what?
Google
Genesis what?
where he created Adam and Eve, and it says, for
Okay.
this cause should a man leave his mother and father and cleave to his
Oh
wife,
yeah, this is
right?
my favorite scripture.
Yeah, go to it. And
Yeah.
these two should be one
Uh,
flesh. Could
yeah.
you tell us
Hold
what that
on.
means, thinker?
I sure will. Yeah, I'll
Hey,
walk
you
you
need
through
to
it.
calm down. You
It's
need
okay,
to
I'm
calm
Rhea.
calm. I'm
down.
calm, ma'am. You don't
Rhea,
have to
it's
get
You,
all
okay.
you're
excited. It's
not
okay.
calm because you're not calm. You're
Sweetheart, I'm
obviously
not.
not. You
I'm
need to
not.
calm
No,
the
it's
hell
okay.
down.
It's
I'm
It's
not.
okay.
not
I'm
okay
chill, young
though.
lady.
It's
I'm
not.
here with you. It is okay.
I'm good now, Rhea. Like, don't piss Rhea off. Okay, I seriously want to
What?
have a
What's gonna happen?
conversation with you. Like, I'm trying to fucking tell you. Okay, I really
What is she
want this
gonna do, thinker?
conversation to happen. I think you're trying to get kicked off stage. Are you trying to get kicked off
Oh, you're
stage?
used to dealing with weak people,
Because
thinker.
he don't know
I'm the wrong
nothing
one.
for real. He's dumb as fuck. That's why. He
That's okay,
wanted to
boo
say
boo.
wrong without actually knowing any of the
Well,
information. And
let's go to it. Let's read it.
I
now
have
that
it
we're
on the
seeing that he has
screen.
nothing in his head, he's crashing out because we're obviously seeing that he's dumb as fuck.
I really want to have this conversation. I really do. I'm not scared of you. Like, I want to have
Thinker,
this
I get that,
conversation.
but you have your little sidekicks here that want
Okay.
to intervene for you,
I mean,
which
you.
that's
Yeah,
cute.
I think you want her to kick you off stage. Like,
She don't
are
got to
you?
do nothing but sit
You
there and
doing?
listen.
Then just be quiet. Like, goddamn. Like, use the spirit of the Lord and that self control, the fruit of the spirit. I speak that over you right now. Truth, be cool. You good? Are you good now?
Man, read it. I'm cool.
Okay.
See,
My
All right.
man's is panicking.
All right. Cool.
panicking.
Okay. Now
That's so cute.
let's go to this part in the Bible, okay? So in Genesis 2, right? This is after, the God has taken the man and put him in the Garden of Eden. And he looks down and he's like, we're going to start at verse 18. Now, I know you know how to read a book, right? And so in the book, it'll say, this person said, like when it says he said or she said, that means the character in the story is the one doing the talking. Okay. So here in verse 18, it says, then the Lord God said. So here the Lord God is talking. And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field, every bird of the air. Oh, give me just a second. So that was the end of the Lord God talking. So here, there's no quotation marks. That means that the author is talking. The narrator is speaking. Okay. Now, would you agree that the narrator is not your God?
The writer is not God. I understand.
Okay, thank you. All right. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. Then the man gave names to all cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field. But for the man, there was not found a helper as his partner. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. Then he took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. And the rib of that the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman, and brought her to the man. Then the man said, who's talking right here? Is this God or is this the man? Who's talking right now?
Does it say the man?
The man.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
and
that's what's talking.
the man is not the God, correct?
Okay,
Is that correct?
if that's what it says, man.
Okay. I don't know why you can't say the man is not God. Like, do you think you're a God?
I do not think I'm a God. I do not.
All right. So the man is not the God, correct?
Man, if that's what you're reading, then that's what it is.
Can you not say the man is not the
I
God?
answered your question, Thinker.
Can you say that? That's not if that's not like I know what I'm reading. I'm just trying to
Thank
make
you.
sure you
Thank you. Let me save you
understand.
some time, Thinker.
I'm trying to make sure you understand. Can you not say the
Sweetheart,
man
I
is not
understand
the
everything you're
God?
saying. Listen, I
Just
understand
say it.
everything you're saying.
Okay. I just need to make sure you understand. Like
Just read it.
the man is not the God, correct? Are you there?
The man is Adam, sweetheart. It's not God. We know
Not
that.
God.
Can you
Thank
just
you.
read it?
Okay, thank you. Then the man said, this at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. This one shall be called woman, for out of man this one was taken. End of quotation mark. End of quotation mark. So the God spoke and Adam spoke. And next, the author speaks. There is no, and God said. This is the author sharing its thoughts or his thoughts, okay, about the conversation that God had with himself and the words that Adam spoke when he met the woman. The author says, therefore, a man leaves his father and his mother and clings to his wife, and they become one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked and were not ashamed. These are the thoughts and words of the author. This is a conclusion that the author made. It's not your words of your God.
Okay, so Thinker, how would the author know what happened if they wasn't there?
So here's the thing. I don't think that a fucking snake talked in the garden, but I guess by that question that you asked me, right? You do. You do think that a snake talked in the garden, and you take this to be a literal account of creation. let's say that your God narrated or had a conversation with the author and was like, I created Adam, I put Adam to sleep, and when Adam woke up, you know what Adam said? Adam said, here, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Let's say he did narrate all of that. At the end of the day, the author said, this is why. The author said, after I had a conversation with God and God told me how he created man and woman, I come to the conclusion that this is why a man leaves his father and his mother and clings to his wife. You don't have to fucking announce your unfollow. I don't give a fuck. Just fucking do it and move on. Regardless, if you think that your God narrated this to the author, this statement here, using the word therefore, means that the author is saying that's his own conclusion. The author is saying, this is why. Because of all of this, this is why. It's still not your God's words.
Okay, you done? So, general question here. I'm serious to know. Like, I really want to know this. Let's say the Bible is false, right? It's not real. Cool. What would be the truth that we should live by, per se?
Are we not going to engage with what you said? Like I only
I
brought
mean,
you up here. I told you already. I only brought you up here, right? Because you said that you were going to prove me wrong about the marriage. That marriage is in the Bible the way we see it today.
well, of course, civilization evolved, and I didn't say that. You said
You
that marriage was
did.
made by men. That's what
You
you
did.
said.
It is.
And I showed you that
I
it
said the
wasn't.
marriage today. I said the marriage that we see
Thinking
today.
everything is made
Stop
by men
talking over
now.
me. Stop talking over me.
For what?
I said the marriage that we see today is man-made. I said the marriage in this book is basic slavery. And you said I was lying.
Okay,
You
so what you
said
gonna do
I
about it,
was
Thinker?
wrong. So prove me wrong. So are we done?
Are you done?
Then I guess that's a yes. And have a good day, Truth in the
For
Booth.
your name to be Thinker.
Yes, my name is Thinker.
You embarrass yourself in the comments and then come up on the panel and embarrass yourself some more. You're a disgrace.
Carrie, how are you? Carrie. All right, we'll move on.
You didn't have a question. Didn't nobody come bring you up on the panel so you can ask questions? You don't run shit here. You were brought up for one specific question and you will answer that or get the fuck down.
He know why he was brought up here. All that fucking whining. That's all you're gonna do is whine. You can whine in the
Asking asking
comments.
asking what people should believe. Definitely not you, because we know what one thing you're gonna do is lie. Definitely not you.
And then the asking that question, like, bro, that was weak as fuck.
Weak as hell.
I did not expect that to even come out of your mouth, to be honest. It's like saying, well, who should I follow?
Yeah, you're
Who
taking my
who
fairy
should I
tale away.
who should I worship?
If Santa is not gonna bring my presents, then who's gonna do it?
Who the master? Hi, how are you?
I'm good. My signal's a little weak, but I'm on your side. I really am. I don't disagree with anything you say. I don't. Like it's
Appreciate
funny
that.
to me how it's funny to me how some men are like I don't know, like dude that was just up here. I'm just looking like, bruh, really?
I don't get like the point of needing like we can clearly see in this Bible that women are subjugated and that marriage is basic slavery. Like what's the point of arguing against that when that's what you see in the book? And that what marriage has evolved into today is like humans created that. Humans
Right.
decided to start like courting each other and talking about soulmates and doing elaborate weddings and engagement parties and all that stuff, bridesmaids. Like none of that is in this book.
You know, the Bible, it really like if you look at it and people look at it, it actually it speaks against women so
Give me just a
bad.
second. So just 1 second, Rhea. Rhea,
Hmm.
how's your wife? How's your wife
She's
doing,
great.
Rhea? She's
She's
great.
amazing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's funny how truth says, then go date women.
Been there, done that.
Like, did you think that wasn't an like, did you think that wasn't already an option? Like, did you think we needed your permission for that? Sorry, soul. Go ahead.
You good? Like what I see in the Bible it speaks against women so bad. Like Adam spoke against Eve. You know what I'm saying? He basically he told on her, but Adam couldn't even answer the question. Who told you was naked? Come on, like I don't know. Like, it's
He sat there. Adam was there with Eve while she was talking to the serpent. Right? The story says he was with her the whole time. He sat there. He was supposed to be, right, in truth in the booth's mind, he was supposed to be the man, the husband. And he sat there and watched this demonic devil. Y'all think it's this demon in the garden.
right. Threw her under the bus. All the wheels ran over her. Oh, I swear. Like I'm gonna tell you, I left Christianity because like people will push you out of Christianity because they will make you believe like what they say. You got to do this or you going to hell. How you gonna tell me I'm going to hell for living my life? Like it makes no sense to me. It don't.
And they don't question it. They so afraid of questioning it. I was watching a video today. Brian Cox, he's a scientist in London, and he was talking about how in 4 billion years, um, Andromeda is going to collide with our galaxy, and that's going to like incinerate the Earth, right? In 4 billion years, and it made me think about the whole concept of going to hell, like living your 80 years scared of burning in hell for eternity, is the same thing as fucking being scared about what's going to happen 4 billion years from now in this lifetime.
A lot of people don't realize that like what you think, your thoughts, anything that you think on, when you think on it real deep, that's what's going to come to you. Like people, they don't understand this. Like we put ourselves in a place. Like we are the reason why we are in the place that we're in now because we make it that. If you think positive, positive things come to you. You think negative, that's what you're gonna get.
That's why they know their devil exists. Because they think the devil is out to get them. Like they know, like they know, like they know, like they know their devil exists. But they have hope in their God. They have hope in the positive things. But they know, like they know, like they know in the negative shit.
It's I don't know. It's really sad because it's sad to me. I just sit here like I was on a live the other night, and this guy, I was telling the truth. So he decided to pick at my sexuality. He said, "Oh, you gay, this blah blah blah." Oh, so that's what you gonna pick out, sir? So if that's what you see, that's what's in you. People don't realize they're telling themselves. Like, come on, like,
And why do they give a fuck? That's
right?
what I don't understand.
I didn't care. Like, I know who the
Because
hell
they're
I am.
weirdos.
Yeah, I know who the hell I am. So you picking out who I am. It said a lot about him. So that's what you focused on. So guess what, sir? That's you. He didn't see that. People don't see it. They're people are crazy. They're very weird. Very, very weird. Stranger danger.
God should have taught Adam and Eve stranger danger in the garden. Like here's the crazy thing. He knew that a serpent was in that garden. Like in the Christian story, this serpent is the devil.
Right.
And he said, "Don't go learn the difference between good and evil." And then he leaves them by themselves, right? And here comes what Christians believe is evil, walking right up to God's kids.
Right.
He didn't teach them stranger danger.
No. And it's more. It was more things in that garden. You have several trees in that garden, but that's what they focusing on instead of the trees and stuff. Like, what y'all doing? Whoa. Mm, 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 mm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's real sad. And I just sit here. I look at them. I'll be like, okay, yeah, very funny.
Yeah. Did you have anything else before we move on to somebody else?
I just wanted to tell you, I really love your lives. I'm here in South Carolina in the Gullah Geechee quarter. So
Oh, okay.
I see a lot of things. I have experienced a lot of things, and I hope people start waking up soon.
Same here. Same here. I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you so much for the laugh. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Same. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Miss Lovely. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mhm.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting here. I'm at work,
Oh, okay.
and I happened to look down at my phone and seeing that the thing popped up saying John. I was like, what?
Oh, did he bring you up on accident?
It just brought me up, but I'm glad that it did bring me up because I had talked to you before.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't remember. Can you remind me of the conversation? Are you a believer or are you
Uh,
deconstructing?
I definitely not no. I'm not no Christian.
Oh,
No.
okay, okay. I apologize. I talk to so many people. It's hard to remember
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah, it's okay because I love listening to your lies because it's it's very entertaining and I be laughing at some of the stuff that the people are saying and yes, I'm glad to see that a lot of people are waking up and seeing the Bible for what it is because these stories in the Bible is what's causing people to do is really what's causing people to do wrong instead of to do right,
Yep,
in my
I agree.
opinion.
That's what I think too.
Yeah, in my opinion, I really do feel that way because even with that Adam and Eve story, it many times I have heard men um that's the first thing that they talk about is that Adam and Eve story, and it justifies them for their mistreatment of how they treat women.
Yeah, and then the crazy thing about it is because they misinterpret the word helper in that Genesis story, and they think that because the story is saying that God created Eve to be a helper to Adam, it's saying that she was created to be his subordinate. But the Hebrew word azer, or Acer, it's meant to be like a almost like a stronger partner that Adam could lean on, and it's the same word. And I don't know if you heard Dr. Bowen talking about this, and I actually did some extra studying on it, but it's the same word that's used for God. When it talks about God being a helper to the Israelites, and so it's
Hmm.
more so like support. And so she's in so many words, she's in the same position as the God was to the Israelites. She wasn't his subordinate, and but men have translated that, mistranslated that, and put themselves in this higher position over the woman, and feeling like because they were in the story it's sent because they were created first, and so it just feeds and fuels the misogyny.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And I don't understand how in the world they think that a man could think that they are created first when that even that's absurd to me. That's even absurd because the woman is the creator. The woman is the one that gives life. How can how can God create one man and then from the rib create a woman and then since then haven't done it since then just that one time? That doesn't make any sense.
it like not we have conversations with men before, and asked them if they could like look in society today and nature today and see if they could find anything in nature that replicates what the story in Genesis replicates, where a man is able to produce or procreate without a female, where a male is able to procreate without a female. Anything in nature, and the reality is that there's not, but there are several female species that can procreate without a male.
That's true. That is true. Very true. But
But
that
I like, and I tend not to try to like focus on like who's more important, because in reality we're all important to the process, right? Women, we definitely need to have sex with men in order to procreate. Although our bodies do most of the work, we still do need to have their semen right now to
yes,
procreate.
yes, that's good.
And so like I try not to focus on like who's more important. That doesn't do any of us,
Any
any
good.
good. Yeah.
That's true. That is true. That's true. And I know another thing that bothers me about us as a people, we're getting this Deuteronomy 28 with the Hebrew Israelites. Oh my goodness, they will land on everybody so hard about that Deuteronomy 28 and the reason why we are, we are slaves and why all this is happening to us and why this is going on with us and because we turned our back against God and that bothers me a lot. And I get so tired of hearing them arguing with so many of our people over that Hebrew Israelite stuff, and that's another thing that really bothers me about us as a people as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's one of the reasons that I don't platform the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology, their doctrine here. It's harmful, and that's what I was telling the guest before Truth in the Booth. Like our identity is more than you know the time that our ancestors were enslaved, and I think if we allowed ourselves to dive into researching our history and learning a little bit more about that, we will see that as a like a time in our history, but not our identity. And we'll stop
Right.
trying to become these people in this book because we think that we're the only ones that went through slavery.
Yes, exactly. And it bothers me a lot because I have friends that are, into that, and I love them. I love them a lot, and sometimes I want to actually tell them how I really feel, but then again, I don't want to. If I feel like if I tell them, they're gonna get offended, and then they won't be my friend anymore, and sometimes I just keep quiet about it because they so adamant about this Deuteronomy 28, and they so adamant about this Jesus coming back to collect us all, and everything is going to be okay after Jesus come back, and they are really looking forward for that. And it bothers me and it hurts my feelings because I'm like, it's not going to happen. I'm like, this is not going to happen. You're wasting your time on believing that stuff, and now they got this thing about the utopian Bible, and it's like they're running back and forth to this book and that book and the book of Enoch, and they bring up all these books, and they'll say, well, this book is the truth, and this book is what tells us this, and this book tells us that, and it's almost like it's a verse. It's a verse that I read in the Quran years ago, and it's something about people being so blinded that the only time they can see is when the light flashes. It's like being in a thunderstorm, and the only time that they can see anything is when the lightning flash, and that's it. And they run to that light, seeking for the truth, and the light. If the light flash in another direction, they'll run in that direction, and that's what that verse right there reminds me of how we are as a people. We keep running into so many different directions, thinking that okay, this is the truth right here. This the utopian Bible. That's the truth. The book of Enoch. That's the truth. The apocrypha. That's the truth. That's it. That's it right there. That
That's a
is
good
it.
analogy. I like that. That was good.
Yeah, and that's what it reminds me of, and so many times I want to just talk to people and tell people, wait a minute, you're still not getting it. All of it is still the same stuff that came from the same people that wrote that same Bible.
Yeah. Well, like you said, more people are waking up, um, and we just continue having the conversations, to help more people understand it the way that they feel like they need to understand it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to show y'all something right quick because Truth in the Booth is still like I think I'm gonna have so much fun with him tonight. Like I fucking love crash outs like that. But I wanna show y'all something. So this remember like I was telling y'all how this word here when it's like I'm gonna create a helper, right? And how men have mistranslated that word, right? And they think that it means subordination. It means that Eve was created to serve Adam, right? To be his subordinate. In truth, like damn near lost his shit in the booth, in the comments when I said that. But so, and I mentioned that that same thing, that same word is used when the Israelites talk about their God, right? He says, our soul waits for the Lord. He is our help and shield. This is one thing I love about the Hebrew language, although it is one of the hardest languages I've ever had to try to learn. But this word here is azer, right? And it means help. right? And the same word that's used here in Psalms 121 about God, it's the same motherfucking word that is connected and sourced to Genesis 2:18 when it's talking about the creation of the woman. The woman was to be a support, a stronger support system for the man. Kind of like, if you think about it, like, here's how I see it is, if the guy looks down and he's like, dang, it ain't good that this dude should be by himself. Let me create him a stronger support, like a supervisor, somebody that like slaps him on the hand and say, ah, don't do that. Ah, don't do that. That's kind of what I see. What y'all think about that, ladies?
Yeah. Are they still in the comments?
Yep. They don't like it though. The like this word is used when it's talking about your God. So is your God your subordinate? Is your God your subordinate, philosopher? Truth in the booth? Do you have dominion over your God? I asked, is your God your subordinate? When it says your God is your help, and it uses the same word, the same Hebrew word, when your God says he created you a helper, but you take that to being a subordinate. So either you're saying your God is a subordinate, or the truth is this text is literally saying that the woman was created to be the closest thing to a God to you. But you can't have it both ways, truth. Which is it? Miss Lovely, did you have anything else that you wanted to add? Miss Lovely, are you there? Okay, I'm gonna take her down. I don't know. I think she said she was at work. She might not be able to.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
here. Oh, excuse me, I'm here, honey. I'm
Oh,
at
okay.
work and I had to put you on mute, but I'm still here. I'm listening. I'm here. Hold on one second, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So it's funny to watch misogynistic men lose their shit when they hear women say things like, "Nope, women were the creators. Nope, women do all the work when it comes to childbirth." Nope, like they lose their shit because it's like that's their value. Like their only value is in the thought that they were created to dominate over women. And then, like, if you even say anything or show anything that goes against that specific belief, they lose their shit. Yes, because they're so insecure. You haven't found value in yourself anywhere else other than your penis. And that's fucking sad. Me too, Linda Way. There's a motherfucker on the YouTube right now, an insecure ass motherfucker. He says, "I'm sorry your dad didn't love you." Chopping off foreskins like a motherfucker. Collecting them like Yahweh. Y'all don't realize, like, when y'all get mad, my daddy is in heaven. My father died in 2006. By the way, my father actually saved my life, not Jesus. And I give all the glory to my earthly father, who actually did save my life, by the way. But like the way that y'all get mad, right? Because like your whole entire value, for some odd fucking reason, you've put it in your dick. Your whole entire value, your whole entire life resides on you having that. And then when you turn 40, because Mother Nature has decided to speed impotency up on y'all asses. And I think it's the misogynistic ones who lose your potency at 40. Mother Nature has cherry picked y'all's asses. So when you turn 40 and that motherfucker don't get up anymore, then what will be your worth? How are you then going to assert your dominance? Because the stick won't stick. Miss Lovely, are you there? The blickety won't stick. Then trying to convince somebody it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be like that. Miss Lovely, I'm gonna have to move on, love, but and I'm gonna take you down, okay? I hope you have a good day. Thank you so much for coming up. Ah, you hate the sin that resides in me. Kudos. Thank you. I'm glad that you do. That means I'm doing something right.
What sin? Y'all just be saying stuff.
Oh, I don't give a damn. He's here making my YouTube views go up. Hey Greenwich, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. What you got?
I wanted to start off by saying that I do think um Christianity, to a certain extent, um breeds a level of
Give me just
anti-intellectualism.
give me just a second. Do that. Can you do me a favor? There's not a mod on YouTube. I think Ethereal's not there. Brian comes in later. Can you do me a favor and mod YouTube right quick until one of them show up? Thank you so much. Y'all, do that is on the way. Thank you. Go ahead, Greenwich.
But yes, I do think it breeds a level of anti-intellectualism. Like I've watched in your live how when you give information about the background um, uh, inspiration or background history on certain books of the Bible, certain verses, things that were happening in the background that may have led to these scriptures being written, outside sources on how you know that these things were probably false or most definitely false. A lot of it is met with, you know, skepticism or disbelief, because to them, the Bible is indeed a history book. And because it is a history book, it must be seen as such or dealt with as such. But of course, me and you understand that in order for it to be in any way valid, it has to be proven outside of its own pages. And whenever there are actual scholars who try to do that, a lot of the Christians, they meet it with skepticism. I've heard people say, well, they don't have the Spirit with them, as if the Spirit constitutes any type of way to genuinely be able to see that these events or these people are taken out of context and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Like it makes for good conversations, I will say.
And on top of that, the anti-intellectualism, for me, not only flares up when having discussions about the actual origins of the book and stuff like that, but also having conversations about, your first point, the slavery apologetics. It's this glaring, how should I put it? I don't know. It's this blind spot, this this thing that they can't even see, that you apologizing for this slavery thing. I have a friend who, whenever we get on the topic of slavery and how it's mentioned in the Bible, his automatic point is, well, it's not in God's nature. God did not want us to be slaves. And I told him, can you prove that in your book? Because you cannot. You have to pull that from somewhere else. And if anything, it makes it more subjective when you try to do that. Of course, I told him, of course, I do have the standpoint that, the slavery that was endorsed by the Bible, whether it was from Africans, Native Americans, any of them, was indeed wrong. But I told him the only reason that you say that it's wrong is because you, as a Black Christian, understand your history in it. But at the same time, you miss the glaringly obvious point that we as Black people, in West Africa did not have this religion, and therefore it had to be given to us or forced upon us in some type of way. And I told him that is the area in which there's a blind spot. You're not willing to engage with that. You're willing to gin up stuff before that and after that, but that that middle passage between those two things, you are willing to look over. You're very quick to go to the civil rights movement when we know that there were things that predate the civil rights movement, but that doesn't, I don't know, it just breeds this lack of critical thinking, even though these people would agree that they have a level of critical thinking. I don't think that they don't. It's just when it comes to really dealing with the why are you doing this? Why would you fix your lips to even apologize for it? Coming up with things like, well, we were practicing paganism and idolatry. It's like, but you, as someone who has read the Bible, should know that this God was only revealed to a certain group of people. So therefore, trying to apply the laws of even these groups of people, even after it has converted to Christianity and gotten in the hands of Europeans, is still a wrong way to look at it. And that's why it breeds this level of intellectualism and fear of having to deal with the origins of why we were slaves, slavery's connection to Christianity, intellectualism and fear. That's why they choose to not dive deep into it, if that makes sense. They're willing to dive deep into everything else, but that is one thing that they are not willing to touch with a 10-inch pole.
Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Like the devil isn't really the enemy of this God. It's facts and logic. They'll run from that, right? There was a guy who kept messaging me all day today, telling me to show him resources. That the Greek word porneia originally meant prostitution, and it was a vague definition of sexual immorality, and that it evolved into sex before marital or premarital sex. Sometime after the 4th century, well into the 12th century, after Emperor Justinian changed the laws and stopped recognizing children out of wedlock. And then the Catholic Church kind of reinterpreted the Greek word to include premarital sex. So he kept saying he thought that I was making it up, and he was like, all it takes is a Google search and blah blah blah. So he just kept like messaging me all day, tagging me all day. You don't know how to source. You don't know what sources are, where the source is at. And I told him, I said, please don't make me do a video, because I know, like, if I do a video, I gotta, I gotta edit, I gotta screenshot shit. Like, I don't want to work for you. So I just, I tried to give him a scripture in the Bible, right? I tried to ask him like two very simple things. One, can you find me a scripture in the Mosaic Law that says premarital sex is a sin? And then here's one that I'm going to give you. I gave him Leviticus 19, verse 20, where it shows that if a man has sex with a woman who is enslaved, that she is betrothed to another man, not married to, but betrothed to another man, that the penalty is not death because the woman isn't enslaved. And he couldn't get it. He kept saying that's not adultery, it's fornication, blah blah blah, and kept like antagonizing me for resources, right? So I give in, I make the video, and I load the motherfucker with resources. You think he came back? You think he engaged? Exactly. He couldn't engage with the resources that he was asking for. Loaded him up with the history, with article after article on the history of the Greek word porneia. Loaded him up on scriptures showing from in the Mosaic Law. Even introduced him to the Hebrew words that's used in the text to talk about prostitution, right? And showed him that there is no word for fornication in the Hebrew scriptures, right? Porneia. But he didn't come back because the things that they request, right? Like they request the resources, they request the facts, and when you give it to them, they reject it because they can't defend it. And so I don't think, like, honestly, like, just in having these conversations with them, the devil or Satan isn't really the enemy of their God. It's facts and logic.
I would 100% agree with that. Like, I had a conversation with my friend actually yesterday about the same thing. We were talking about sexual immorality, and I told him I do not like the fact that Christians, lump homosexuality in with sexual immorality, because it is not the same. It's not just wanting to, have sex with something. And he was saying that, for me, my sin is fornication. If I wanted to go out here and stick it in all these other women, I could, but that would be wrong. It's against God's nature. And I told him, technically, I mean, there is no law in the Old Testament that says you couldn't do that. And he was like, but it is though. And I was like, no, it's not. It's not there for the man, for saying that you cannot technically do that, really. as long as you're not married, you don't really have any restriction. And then he told me, read Genesis 1, 2, and 3. And I told him, if you're going to say Adam and Eve were married, that is not correct. And he could not get off the fact that it was not correct. And I was like, I'm sorry that you don't like. He told me that I'm reading the Bible much more because I have never been a person to touch the Bible. It's not until, ironically, interacting with your live and how much studying you do, it has led me to also crack open my Bible as well. And I told him that as someone who has at least seen the verses mentioned and have gone and read it myself, I don't know who has given you these things. I told him I think the problem is that you don't like it when people are using your own Bible to support your facts that you have been told when you haven't even gone and read it yourself, or you believe that it means one thing when it says something completely different, if that makes sense. And I told him that there are a lot of outside sources that need to be taken in consideration when you are reading the Bible. The problem is that most Christians don't do it because some of these outside sources may disagree with the interpretations that you were given. And he was like, well, yes, how can I trust some scholar to give me my interpretation when they don't even have the Holy Spirit? I was like, one, you don't know that. Two, that's not their job. Their job is not to have the Holy Spirit. Their job is to correctly translate something that I'm pretty sure if this book was not translated correctly with the correct footnotes and all that type of stuff, you would feel lied to or something like that. So therefore they're doing their job. It's just, you don't really like the fact that, it's weird. You're accepting one side of their scholarship, of them translating your Bible and getting all the footnotes and definitions that you need. But when they are doing scholarship on the origins of Adonai and where he comes from and what his worship would have looked like back in the day and all that type of stuff, it's easy for you to just kick it out the way because it disagrees with probably the narrative that is presented in the Bible, as well as the things that your pastor is telling you. And I told him that to me is a little intellectually dishonest. As somebody who has a degree, you should know the level of research and primary, secondary, and tertiary sources that you would need to validate these types of things. But all of that is just thrown away when it comes to your personal, or not even the personal beliefs, but just the facts that are behind the personal beliefs. That's something you can believe that Christ is, your resurrected Lord and Savior. I told him that is a metaphysical thing, but there is actual physical claims that you claim that the Bible makes that I would argue you need to have your sources on, and you just are very quick to just run away from it. And I told him that is the intellectual dishonesty that I don't like to hear, especially from, my friends, especially those who are Black, who have degrees. I just find it so weird. Again, this blind spot that you have the ability to create in your head between the facts that you claim are in the book and the actual research to prove these facts.
Yeah, they don't necessarily care about the research to prove the facts. Not a lot of them. That's probably like a handful of them that do. And Bird made a point, like they believe that the book is the inspired written word of God until it disagrees with their narrative. Like they believe that until they actually read something in the book that goes against the concept of the God that they believe that they're in a relationship with. And then they start to become disingenuous and intellectually dishonest.
That's when they start coming up with all the other books that could be or maybe Maybe they took it out. Maybe, oh, it's humans. They twisted this scripture only when it don't serve them.
I had a friend once, we're not friends anymore, who was very much pro black. He was very Pan African. And I remember one time we were sitting in the lobby of our dorm room, and I made a joke and I called him a hotel, and he got upset because his view of Hotep is that they are Hebrew Israelites. And even though he fits everything, that falls under the category of a Hebrew Israelite, he doesn't like that. And and he would talk about the Ethiopian Bible and all that type of stuff. And I told him, have you done the research that is on the Ethiopian Bible? Have you done your research on the Ethiopian Eritrean Orthodox Church? Because it doesn't seem like you have. You make it seem like that they will have some varying degree of difference in belief between both the Eastern Orthodox and the Catholic, when there is some difference, but it's not 100% different. I told him, do you believe in the book of Enoch? And he's like, absolutely not. I was like, of course you don't. Because it is part of, as a Black American, as an African American person, it's not part of our Bibles, therefore our teachings. So you don't believe it. But I'm pretty sure some of them may. I don't know, but I do know that the book of Enoch is indeed in their Bible. So therefore, you would have to believe that. And it was a screaming match back and forth about the history behind the Eritrean church. And I told him, look, it frustrates me that you don't know about it, but you claim you do. And anytime I present you with this information, that if you do believe that, then you would probably change up all your beliefs, but you won't do that because you cling to them so tightly. So therefore, there is like you said, there's a shred of dishonest, of intellectual dishonesty there, of actually doing that research, even behind a faith system that you claim to be the original Christianity or whatever. It's a disregard of what it truly is versus what probably 3 or 4 people on Instagram or TikTok have told you what it is.
Yeah, that's why I ask all the time. Like, but the thing is that they don't care, right? On the level that we would expect for them to care about understanding the text, they just don't. They would rather just somebody else do the work for them, and then somebody say, this is what it is. They don't care to actually do the research. And so when someone who has a different perspective from them comes with the research and tells them something different, they're going to reject it because they've just never cared enough to actually do it themselves.
Yeah, and that's why I told him I just don't, especially when it comes to like the Bible. And whenever I hear people say, well, why would I trust some scholar to give my information? It's like, sir, you would not have that Bible in your hand if it wasn't for them. And that's, to me, where it's a shred of disingenuousness comes from. It's this, saying, oh, we, even though, of course, we know that there are certain translations that they don't like, but, we can make the argument on the translations that they like and they don't like, uphold certain beliefs. And I told him, do you not think that that is a problem to a certain extent? That it may uphold a belief that fits you as a Christian versus giving the actual words that it may have said or something of that nature. And he was like, no, because if any man tries to change the word of God, then it is, you can't, it's impossible to do so. I was like, okay, all right, that's what you say. But yes, they don't care. They only care if the information aligns with what they were told in their Bible. And I told my friend, you'll find out that most of the scholarship that has been done, you know, around early Hebrew religion, the excavations done in the Levant region, and all of that, they have come to somewhat disagree. Granted, there are parts that it does agree with, but there are others that it disagrees with. And I told him, you cannot just say, oh, we're going to take what we agree with and leave the rest, because that also, it also invalidates the ability for your book to be historical. If in my opinion, like, I remember I was in a live, I was talking about listening to a guy talk about, God talking about the snake and how he will bruise his heel or something like that. I can't remember the correct phrasing. And I told him that is mythology. It's a type of mythology. It's not necessarily a divine revelation or anything of anything in that nature. And he just wasn't having it. I was like, of course you aren't having it, because you are taught that it's real. But there are shreds of stuff that happens in Genesis that are very much giving mythology. And if you study other religions, then you would know the traits of mythology. But because that level of scholarship would force them to kind of throw their preconceived notions of their God, monotheism, stuff, even the God of their people, where they may have came from, to the wall and stuff like that, and start fresh. They're not willing to do that because they believe that it will contradict with their Christ. And so we have
I think a lot of them, though, when they do see, the other oral traditions, what they do is they say, see, God was everywhere, right? Or a lot of them see that and say that it makes it even more true, because they don't necessarily know how to engage with the other texts to see the differences in the stories and the different theology, or recognize, like, they don't engage with it that way. They see similarities and they're like, see, this makes it even more true, because Babylon has a similar flood story or a similar creation story.
I saw that with someone talking about the Baal myth, the Baal cycle, or the Baal cycle, and he was saying how he doesn't believe that the Israelite people, this influenced the Israelite people in their personal myths. He says what he believes is that it's a story of another group of people, and it and in the Old Testament, that is God's divine revelation for them to see that this stuff that the other people were worshiping was false, and He is true. And I was like, I don't see how you get that. I mean, I guess I could see how you get that because of the way the God appears to Moses, as well as the way the God appears to Abraham. I could see how you get that, but I was like, but there's a level of separation that you would have to do between these like between the Canaanite people as well as the Israelite people. You would have to put a large separation between the two and act as if these two groups of people did not trade or immigrate into each other's countries and stuff like that. You would have to ignore that, similar to how people ignore, maybe the Babylonian influence on Israelite laws and maybe their religions as well. It acts as if it all happened in a bubble, and I was like, that's not completely true. But again, you have to come at it from a certain angle, and that I would argue that angle is pseudo intellectual at best. Like it's not fully there because it hinges on the belief, and to me the belief is what makes it pseudo intellectual. I don't trust it if someone is coming at it from a biblical perspective, because if they are, then that means that they are willing to take parts and make it fit a mold of the way that they have been taught it, as well as the way the Bible lays it out to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but also it like we know, right, that that's what they're gonna do because they're afraid to let go of what of their current belief. Like it's also searching with that bias in mind. And they just make up. We see them do it all the time because, like, the response that the guy gave you, it just sounded like he made that up right there on the spot, and didn't necessarily stop to even think or question, or even research because they don't go into look into like timelines and, like origination, right? But like they do it all the time. Like they can't they can't help it. Um, yeah. But did you have anything else?
I just want to reiterate my statement about it it the Christians who are the slavery apologists mainly are doing a level of um, disingenuous anti-intellectualism, and what's sad is that they truly believe it is a level of scholarship that they are doing, when in fact it's not. It's ignoring a lot of stuff, and I do think it's harmful to a group of people, um, especially when their only opposition are people who are. There are Christians who their opposition, but their only opposition are people who may practice more um, ATRs, African traditional religions, or who are atheists. And to them, they would completely ignore those people, even though those people are very much like, you can't one, apologize for the slavery, as well as again create this kind of blind spot of what you are willing to focus on, while ignoring the rest. But yeah, that's it. I appreciate you allowing me up.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. Have a good day. A good night. Hi, how are you? Hello, are you there? No, they don't, Bert. Like they're not the same stories. Like that's what I was talking about. They're
Hello, how's it going?
it's going good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. I can't complain. Alive and well.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Oh yeah, I am 29.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I've been deconstructing for probably about 6 years now.
Okay.
At one point, I did believe myself to be a believer, but I did start having certain questions after a near-death experience. So, and I received some of the answers to those questions, but I'm still kind of figuring it all out.
Okay. So you're no longer a believer. You're now a non-believer, or you're still a
Oh
believer, still
no,
deconstructing. Which one?
still deconstructing. Yeah, I'm still a believer. It's just that so
Like
for
let me ask you,
example,
what is your
mhm,
idea of deconstructing, so that I understand?
I am basically breaking down everything that I thought I once knew, and learning to follow my own moral compass on what's right and what's wrong, while also relating to those that are around me.
And so when we are asking if you're deconstructing, we're talking, are you deconstructing the God, the idea of the God and the religion? When you say that you're still a
hmm
believer in what?
I'm still a believer in a creator, so to speak. I just feel
But
like
not
my
the God.
idea of
Like,
how he,
one second.
yeah.
So I'm not asking if you're a believer in that you have a creator. Are
hmm
you a believer in the God that we are discussing?
Oh, no, no,
Okay.
not in the way that they depict him.
When you say not in the way,
hmm
this this be the confusing thing, because either it's the God, the Abrahamic
hmm
God, or not.
hmm
Like, if you believe in a God, right, that's different. Like if you're saying, oh, I
Right.
believe I do have a God, but it's not the Abrahamic God. Or you still believe in the Abrahamic God, but it's just in a different way. Like, what do you mean when you say,
I still believe in the Abrahamic God. I just believe in it in a different way. Like I have a different
okay,
perspective on.
okay, so you are a believer then in the
Yes.
Abrahamic God.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Now the topic that we are discussing are the things that make my head hurt about this God, right? And um, the things that I've experienced with engaging with the God.
Okay.
One of the things is that having to just simply identify whether someone identifies as a believer of the God or not. We typically have to have a whole conversation, because what I do when someone comes on stage,
hmm
I try to quickly identify whether they um, uh, oh God, I can't even think of the fucking word right now. I try to see if they qualify for the conversation, right? If they meet the criteria to be on stage, and to be on stage, you have to be 25 and older, right?
Right.
And either a believer, deconstructing from being a believer in this God, or have already deconstructed from being a believer in the God. And it's usually with believers that is really hard to identify that you still believe in the God, or that you do believe in this God. And that's
Okay.
one of the things that like really makes my head hurt, and other um, people who host deconstruction lives, because
hmm
like for me, it should be the most simplest thing for y'all to identify. Like, yes, I'm a believer, and then we should be able to move on to the conversation. What? Why do you think that is? That's not a simple question to answer for most of you.
Uh, my perspective is from what we are trying to hold on to and from what we're learning for ourselves. As far as for, I can only speak for myself, um, so to speak. Right now, it's just more so of what I thought I knew and what I thought I actually 100% agree with, like some of the topics you have about slavery and things like that. I actually started to understand that, okay, no, I don't support that whatsoever, right? That's not what I thought God, as far as Abrahamic God, was about. But then I kind of found myself in a place of understanding that, oh, wow, okay, well, if we're talking about their perspective or their version of God, then technically he is to blame for all that's right and wrong. So I started kind of basically understanding that there is really no like there's no perfect way of putting him. Like he isn't, he's in all places at one time, but at the same time he is very much not separate from myself. Does that make sense? It's like basically saying to me that okay, you yourself are a god. The other person beside you is a god. I am a god, but we're not god of each other. We are just representations of different versions of the creator. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're doing the oneness concept.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started understanding that what makes us separate is that we all have free will. We all can choose. We all can make certain decisions that other beings or other entities might not have the ability to be able to do. And a lot of people that are, I will say, in the Christian community don't necessarily agree with some of the ideas or the level of understanding that I have of it. So I still consider myself a believer, but I still also consider myself in a form of deconstruction because I'm now being kind of separated from uh, the so-called people, family. If that, I'm trying to figure out a way to basically break it down without making it too
Your family
confusing.
doesn't agree with the new nature that you've given the Abrahamic God,
Right,
and
right.
are they calling you demonic?
No, there were certain things that happened where they just would say small things like, "Oh, God wouldn't do that," and then I have to give examples. Okay, okay, well, if God said that you can, um, perform this, something that we know is morally not right, and you just pay your weight in silver, pay their weight in silver, like, how does that, how is that okay? But me having an idea or me having a thought that I believe was given to me by source is, negative. How is that not from
Like
the same source?
when you say that they say, "Oh, the God wouldn't do that," are you talking about the things that are in the Bible? That are they
Yes.
denying? And so when you say that God said that slavery was allowed, or that God condoned slavery, they're
Hmm.
rejecting that.
Yes.
That's interesting.
And
Do
it,
you
it
ever
kind of
ask
does
them if
sound
they read
familiar.
their Bible?
Oh yeah, for sure, all the
And so,
time.
do you show it to them in the book?
And
And you
and they might
and
say something on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
and you're taking the blame, like you're taking the fall for it. They're
Yes.
separating from you because of something that this book says that God allowed.
Yes.
It's interesting.
And I take the blame for it because you can try to preach all sorts of type of things to certain people, but if they come to, like, for example, um, the Bible is both metaphorical and literal. If you ask me, there are certain parts that are based off of events that were for certain times, and there are certain parts that are told as a children's story, kind of like a parable. And it's explained that way because there's a code throughout the whole entire book. If you are looking for certain answers, you receive certain answers that you're looking for, but you also leave with more questions or a deeper form of knowledge trying to figure out more and more. But if you show up and you're just like, oh, this person doesn't have anything to say, this person doesn't have anything to give, I shouldn't listen to them, it doesn't matter what that person says or do, you're not going to trust anything that they have to say because of the simple fact that you've already showed up with that approach. So the only person that can convince you to believe in that is yourself. You have to see with your own eyes in order to, you know, relate to what that person is giving to you. You have to have a change of heart or perspective.
I don't. I'm sorry. I was thinking about your family getting
That's
mad at
okay.
you but I also want to go back to the oneness concept right quick,
Hmm.
and you calling that the Abrahamic God still. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you're connecting the oneness
Uh,
concept of this God being in every human, and it still being the Abrahamic God?
so, for example, right? Um, and I know that you probably already touched on this topic, so to speak, about Genesis, about Adam and Eve. When they're talking about, in my eyes, when they're talking about the, let's say, the fruit, you know, um, some people see it as, oh, a woman made the sin to kind of, do this, and therefore men or everyone is paying the consequence. When in reality, there was an influence, and there was a reaction to that influence. There was an action, and then there was a reaction. So, in one form of perspective, you see that God allowed this to happen. On another form, it is kind of like, okay, God already knew this would happen, so yes, He allowed this to happen, therefore creating a space where it could happen so that He can get the full experience of it while not robbing you of your free will, because that is one of the apparently like the strongest laws that He preaches to you. But the whole idea is that you I get this oneness because I don't feel like that I am separate from the entity or from the creator or from source.
I don't
I
quite. I just want to make sure that I'm following
Mhm.
you. Okay, so you're saying that he set it up so
Yes,
that he could experience it, so he could get the full
yes,
experience of it. He knew that it
yes,
was going to happen, but he didn't stop it because he didn't want to interfere on your free will.
yes. It's
I,
like it,
I'm sorry. I'm a little bit confused.
oh, it's okay. I understand. I can kind of.
I, I, what
Hmm.
what I'm trying to understand, right, is okay. You say that this is the concept of oneness, right? So
Right.
he set up the the garden
Hmm.
so that he could experience being tricked to disobey. Let's say
Now,
that's the thing, right?
okay, yes. Sorry about that.
Like,
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
or do you think that disobedience isn't the thing? Like, what is it that?
I think that disobedience isn't the focal point of the story. I think that it's been made the focal point of the story because someone wants to have a reason to blame something, right? But I feel like Source literally was like, okay, I know that you're going to do this, but I giving you.
What?
Mhm.
Okay, before you go into that, what is it that you are saying that this guy wanted to experience by setting this up? That's what I need to understand. What did he want to experience?
What it's like to be human, or what it's like to walk in our shoes, what it's like to see from our perspective. Because before that, apparently, that was
Hold
not
on,
an option.
hold on for a second.
Hmm.
Because here's the thing. If you're taking this as the origination,
Hmm.
right? He would have had to, he would to inquire about what it's like to be human before humans existed
Hmm.
would take that he would already know.
Hmm. I
Does that
can
make
understand
sense?
the perspective on that. Yes.
Because there were no humans for him to kind of like wonder and say, I wonder what it's like to be human, right?
Right.
So if he's all knowing,
Hmm.
that means he already knew that
Okay.
prior to creating the human, right?
Hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So
And
can you see
that
why
is where I
I'm
get.
confused?
Yes, that is kind of like also where I get a little confused too, and I relate to you on that. But and I'm trying to figure out how to explain it from without making it all about me, but also connecting because I still see it as very much like, okay, if you have a thought about something that hasn't been created or you wanted to invent something, but you have this idea in your mind that it's possible and you therefore bring it to fruition in a way you always known it, you just have to figure out a way.
But
That's what
but
I
he
see as
already
like,
knew it. If he's all knowing,
hmm,
right? He already knows what it's like to be human. If he's all knowing,
but he
right?
cannot. I agree with you on that, but he cannot solidify or make it concrete until it comes to fruition.
Oh, so
Does
he's
that?
limited in actually knowing if he's right.
Yes, that's
So he
okay.
didn't
It's
know if
like
he was right about what he knew, is what you're saying.
that's what I'm saying. It's like saying,
And
oh, I have an
okay.
idea and I have a hunch that I'm right, but I have to
Oh,
prove that to myself and also bear witness to others, or others
wait.
have to bear
Who is he
witness to
bearing?
me.
Who was he? Who else was he bearing witness to? Did he tell this idea to anybody else besides himself?
It's possible, yes. I mean, he does say in scripture, quote unquote, "Let us make man in our image."
Oh, okay.
And
So
I don't know for sure if that was him speaking or the narrator. That part is what
let me
I
ask a
was
question right quick. Would he also be oneness with those that he went and told the narrative to? I mean, the idea to? Would they
not.
also be a part of the one?
It's possible, but I was not.
It doesn't. You see how it doesn't make sense, right? Like if
No, I can
oneness is the
understand.
thing, if oneness
Hmm.
is the thing, and he's, you know, he's omniscient and everything is God, right?
Hmm.
And even the other gods or angels or whoever are also God because of oneness. And he
Hmm.
went to them and told them, "Hey, I need to see what it's like to be human, right? So that I can validate this concept of oneness." But it already exists. If he's oneness, right? And there's other entities in existence that are also a part of the oneness, he already knows.
Okay.
right?
Right.
It's already validated if there are other entities that already exist that are a part of this oneness and they have their own experience outside of him already,
Right.
right?
Okay. I can agree with you on that. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I think the hardest part for me is trying to process it without overthinking, or trying to explain it without overthinking it.
I think like the issue comes when you try to connect the Abrahamic stories with your concept of a like a god, like a god source, right? Like you're trying to, as you're
Hmm.
deconstructing, you're still trying to hang on to the indoctrination of the
Oh yeah,
Abrahamic religion.
oh yeah, that happens all the time because I still see connections through my own perspective. So, for example, when Abraham was instructed to sacrifice his oldest son, and then he's crying and weeping at the top of the mountain, as the scriptures say, or whatnot, or the story. And then he starts to question God and say, why me? Why should I do this? I don't want to do this. But then he proceeds to move forward with it, and then God provides him an escape route. I feel like on one hand, God probably knew that he was going to go. He didn't know that he would go the whole way, but he knew that, hey, a way would be made. Does that make sense? It's like, okay, it's like pushing you to your limits because we are literally just kind of like we. It's like pushing him to his limits just so that he can almost save the day, if that makes sense. It's like your free will has so much to play with in my eyes because a lot of these decisions or a lot of these things wouldn't come to fruition without you, which is why I don't necessarily see myself as separate from the creator. But I don't believe that, there's that I don't really see myself separate because a lot of these examples, a lot of things that are actually happen involve me and my perspective.
Let me ask you a question. Can you answer the bottom question for me?
Yes, ma'am. If your actions can influence the God, is he truly sovereign? Now that is one where I kind of like get stuck on because I do not think so.
Right, because you're talking about your free will and how your free will, right,
Hmm.
influences, the things that you're saying, and like you don't necessarily see yourself separate from the God. You honestly, you can't. You can't, because like if let's say the God did exist, the God is immaterial. The only mechanism for communicating with the God is your own mind, right?
I agree.
And your own thoughts, right? You assign blessings to the God. You assign curses to the God, right? And you accept what others tell you that a God says, or what a God has done. So you really cannot separate yourself from the God,
Right.
um, in all actuality. And so, what I don't understand is, I hear you saying that you're deconstructing. I don't. What I don't understand is the need to hang on to the Abrahamic God by the
Yes.
idea of free will, because it feels like free will is the tether to the God, to this Abrahamic God for you. Because
Hmm.
if you're the one that's making all the decisions, if you're the one that's influencing the God, what do you need him for? Because he's not sovereign. You are. Like you're the one that's
And
making
that's
the decisions over yourself.
yes, and that's what I agree with. Which was why I kind of wanted to talk about it because I do understand your perspective, and thanks to your expression of your perspective, I do actually relate with that version of it a lot more. I was just kind of, like you said, still holding on to a bit of like old homeschool teachings. And I guess
Yeah.
before I didn't have a way to relate that or express that, and before I didn't feel like I had the approval for that. But now talking to you, I actually see that okay, those thoughts aren't like wrong, so to speak. Like
Yeah,
it's
and
not
you
wrong for
don't.
me to question that.
It's not like, and you don't need my approval for that, And I think the fear, right? I think you still may be holding on to like the reverence that We were taught growing up as kids.
Oh yeah,
If we
for
did,
sure.
yeah, we were. They scared the living shit out of us for asking questions that made them scared, right?
Well, right. Well, that's where I had, like I said, that's where I had my experience that kind of changed that all for me because I actually crossed over, and when m- long story short, it was not like all like, oh, burning in a lake of fire. It kind of came to a place where I understood that, oh man, like it is what I make it. And heaven can be here on earth, hell can be here on earth. There are like, now I don't see as Jesus and Satan as two separate entities. I see them one as the same. Does that,
Yeah,
am
that
I
make and
relating
that
that
makes
right?
oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But I still did struggle with that. Like, oh, okay, because I do see truth in it when it comes to like certain parables or certain codes. Like I
Like
see the
you
numerology
see
throughout
morality,
it.
yeah, you see a theology is what you see, right? Somebody
Yes,
wrote a
yes.
story and they wrote their theology into that story. They had a point that they were trying to make. For example, the story of Jesus and the lady, the adulterous lady, right? Are you the
Hmm.
he who is without sin cast the first stone? Do you know that story in the Bible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and that that was during that time, during the Greco-Roman period, um, the women were being stoned for adultery. During the Constantine reign, men could commit adultery
Right.
with prostitutes, and it would not be seen as adultery. If you are an enslaved man, you cannot commit adultery. If you were a free man, you could have sex with your enslaved man's wife, and it not be seen as adultery. So like they had like so many uh, laws that allowed men to just get away with fucking whoever or whatever they wanted to fuck, but the women, however, were getting
Hmm.
stoned left and right, right at this time in society. And some scribe wanted to change the law of women being stoned for committing adultery. And so they wrote this story and put it in the words of Jesus, put it in Jesus's mouth, which is something that they would do back
Hmm.
in the days of antiquity. They would use a god, right, if they wanted to enforce a law, or if they wanted to uh, get uh, the people in their nations to do a specific thing or believe a specific thing. They would
Okay.
put it in the words of a deity, so that it would be divine. And so
Right.
the story about Jesus saving the adulterous woman was written by a scribe hundreds of years later. Like, it wasn't in the original book of John. But the
Hmm.
purpose was to get people in the society at that time to believe that Jesus was against stoning women for adultery, so that they could change the culture at that time, right? So,
Right.
what and today, the he who is without sin cast the first stone is what we get out of that, right? Back then, what they got out of that was stop stoning women for committing adultery, stop murdering them. Today, we take from that, stop pointing fingers at other people. Everybody sins, right? So what we see in these stories are like we pick the main ideas, like things that inspire us, the moral of the story, because somebody wrote the story and wrote a specific theology into the story.
Right. Okay. I can see that. And I definitely do agree too. And I apologize if I was all over the place. I am a bit nervous. This is my first time being like on anything to deal with TikTok, so I kind of get like, you know, have
No,
a
you
bit of
don't have to.
anxiety
You don't
with
have
it. I'm
to
not gonna lie.
apologize. You don't have to apologize. At least you ain't up here calling me a bitch, a demon.
No, I don't. I don't.
Like, so it's all good.
Um, although like there are certain things that were spoken about before that I might not agree with, that doesn't make you wrong because It's your level of perspective, and it's probably an experience that you come to actually have the level of understanding that you do for what you believe in. So I think
Yeah.
my
The
only
the thing
goal
is,
is to
I
try
don't
to.
talk from. I don't talk. The thing is, it's like when it comes to this text, right? I
Mhm.
don't. I don't speak from like, oh, this is my interpretation, right? Or this is what I feel the text is saying. Like I'm not interpreting anything. Um,
Mhm.
I I try to approach it from a historical context, right? Using data, right?
And
Using
that makes
facts
sense
and
too.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah. What people get from the text, I that ain't none of my business. Like what when you read that story and you see whatever moral, you know, lesson you get from it, that's you. Like what I don't have anything to do with that.
Yeah. I tried to do that. Like I tried to research information, and I think at one point like I just got so like deep into it that when I started speaking what I was saying or feeling, that's when like the family was kind of like, "Oh, God wouldn't say that," and I just felt like I was like word vomiting to them, kind of like how it might have seemed like I was in the very beginning because I had so much I wanted to get out, and I was kind of like all over the place. And then I went into this very, you know what? Let me just keep my thoughts to myself about it. And I'm not gonna say I gave up on it. I just reached a point where it was like, all right, I have to find a healthy balance. And now I am getting back into finding the facts, like researching, because knowledge is precious to me. But it's just, it is a process.
Yeah, it's a process. One of my brothers is in that space right now, and he's at the place where he learns something new. He puts it in the family chat, and then my family is so religious. And I had told him
Mine too.
earlier, like, yes, and like when he first messaged me, he sent me a text and he was like, "I'm sorry." No, first he messaged. He was like, "Can you please call me?" And he had blocked me, earlier on because he came across my live and he was mad and he was like, "You've dedicated your life to discredited God. You demon this, devil that." Like, and so I
Yeah,
was
that's hard.
blocked. Yeah, I was blocked. And then he ended up texting me probably a month ago, and the text just said, "Please call me." And I was like, "Huh, that's interesting." So I picked up the phone and I called him, and the first thing he said was, "I'm sorry, you were right." And I was like,
Mm.
"Right about what?" And he told me that after he had come across the live, he said he decided to. He said he couldn't stop thinking, like, why would she do this? Why would she do that? So he said he started just reading the Bible, right, and researching on his own. And when he started, he read Numbers 31. He said, "What does God want with all of those virgins?" He
Yeah,
said he started like asking himself these questions, and then he came across the scriptures about slavery and about the genocide, and he was like, "Whoa!" He said that in his head, like he was like, "Man, this can't be God. Like this got to be the devil." Like, and
yeah,
so he just kept researching and researching, and like, um, he was like, "I'm sorry." He said, "I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry." And so he's on his journey now of doing his research. Like he's still blocked from this live because I want the things that he researched and learned. I want him to do that on his own so that
on its own.
it can't be said that I've influenced anything, right? But I
Right.
told him that if he has questions about anything, or if he needs to talk about something that he finds, right, then he can call me. I said, "Do not go into the family chat." I said, "You're going to want to share the shit." You're going to want to say, "Look what I learned." Like, you're going to want to do that. I said, "Don't do that. Call me and we can like talk about it." But he's still
Hmm.
putting it in the family chat that he still has that desire to like wake people up. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
like
saying?
kind of spread what he's learned so that they can at least share it with them.
Yeah. So he's
And
going through the arguments now. Like they're telling him, "You're not gonna mess with my faith." Like he's gonna have to learn to
yeah,
set those boundaries, on his own. But like I told him, I'm here for you. You
And I've
know,
had plenty of those talks.
yeah, yeah,
Like to give a perspective, both my parents were ministers, so it was like I don't know, like uh, in the beginning, it was just very hard to explain that, and I think that was also my breaking point too, was understanding that. I think that was my breaking point too, was discovering that okay, slavery was allowed. Not only was slavery allowed, like misogynistic behavior was allowed. Certain things were allowed that I know myself I didn't agree with, and I didn't think was of God, so to speak. And then I kind of found myself in a place of like, oh, okay, maybe this is the same God that they're choosing to worship to. And that's when I kind of like got a bit confused, and now I'm over here like on a TikTok live having a conversation with you about it because at the end of the day, like this is all knowledge for me, and I'm open to learn, and I
yeah.
appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Enjoy the journey. You've gotten past the hardest part, and that is not, not asking questions. That's the hardest part. And so now that you're at the place to where you feel safe and comfortable asking questions, enjoy it. Enjoy the journey.
Do you think there is a relation though, as far as between spiritual and fact, or like do you think that it is a lot of um, your perspective from what you see it can kind of trump the facts at times? Am I relating that right?
So the word spiritual, it's so vague and undefined, and that's a hard question to answer, right? Because it depends on what you consider to be spiritual,
Hmm.
right? Because
That's very
like for
true.
me, I think when a lot of people are um talking about spirituality, or let me not say spirituality, when they're talking about spiritual, they're really just talking about their thoughts, right? And their feelings and their
Or their
emotions, their
feelings, yeah, and
hopes,
their
right?
connections to it.
Mm-hmm. And their beliefs. Um, but then when you get into spirituality, it opens up even more, and that comes into their dreams, right? Their
Hmm.
fantasies. So, like, I mean, I don't necessarily get off into like those type of conversations because they can go wild, and a lot of times they just don't go anywhere. Like
Okay,
they're
I see
yeah,
that.
they a person can define that however they want, and this is the way I say spirituality is like Vegas, anything goes.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean by that. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, well, I didn't mean to take up too much of your time, and I do appreciate what I've learned today. So don't think it just went in one ear out the other. I really do appreciate it. And now I do feel a little bit more comfortable with enjoying the journey, so to speak.
Awesome. I'm glad. Thank you so much for coming up. I enjoyed the conversation as well. You're welcome back anytime, and I hope you have a good night.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lakeisha? Lakeisha? I think she is asleep. I think all the misogynistic men might have fallen asleep with their thumbs in their mouths, or either they've scrolled on to a red pill live. They're not crashing out in the comments anymore. John, hi, how are you? Hello, John. John. Oh, they're all on Mezzo's live. Is Mezzo eating them up?
What's
Lexa?
going on, Thinker?
Hey, how are you?
All right, you don't hear any echo, do you?
No, I don't. Well, yeah, a
How
little
is
bit,
every
but not too bad.
how just an update. I believe things are going a little up and down with the deconstructing. I know I was on the live this morning, and I woke up this morning and my hand just stopped working. And I was like nervous because I was like, this never happened before in my life. And I was like, oh my gosh. And it was crazy because I got this feeling where like because I'm deconstructing, I think like everything is attached. Like, like they say if you do wrong, like, wrong's gonna happen. And because like we break down so much truth and people get so mad at us that they wanna like kind of like curse us. Yeah, I'm going through that phase of the deconstructing where I'm being cursed that everything I do now is going to turn bad. Every headache I get now, it's because you don't believe now. You know what I mean.
That is so crazy. Like, what type of God do these people serve? Holy shit! Like, so somebody is telling you that your hand, like, what happened
Yeah.
to
So
your
I,
hand?
so I woke up. Well, I live in an RV. For those that don't know, for all the other nerds, I live in an RV, and it's in the I'm in Chicago area, so it's like 12 degrees right now. My diesel heater, my furnace crashed all in one night. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is why I'm deconstructing. I was like, this is why. And I was like, no, it can't be because, and I noticed, Thinker, I stopped before I deconstructed, like literally when I started listening to your lives, um, I stopped praying. Literally like a year ago, I stopped praying like physically, audibly. And then a lot of people be like, why don't you pray anymore? Like, and they'd be like, I noticed you don't pray. Like, they would, cause I work in church. I work at my church. I put it like that. I work as security. So my job details that I stand at a door and, I don't know if I remember telling you that even standing at that door, I feel like everybody's staring at me. Like, there's the deconstructor. Yeah. He's not going to be standing there no longer,
Hmm.
But it's like, I woke up this morning and the first thing I did was my mother, she's a deacon at the church and I love my mother. I respect her. We know we respect our mothers. And I think I can relate to you of what you were going through when you were deconstructing. And like my mother's a deacon. So she grew up in a church home. I mean, in the church, she's Southern Baptist, her mom. So you get it. They're South Side. You already know the pools. Everybody been baptized at that church, so it's kind of like I've been there at that church since I was a child, and it's like now that I'm deconstructing, I've seen two pastors come and go, and now the pastor that they got here is um he's kind of like the new pastor, and like I'm sure he's a friend on Facebook, so he's seeing all my deconstructing, and he's like literally like every time he sees me, he just gives me a thumbs up, like it's like I know he's watching. He's watching. And now he's starting to tell me we got to talk. We got to talk. So I know that's coming, and I know that eventually I'm gonna have to step away because you can't have both, right?
When you say you can't have both, like, are you saying you can have both being like in community with them and deconstructing away from the God?
Well,
Like,
it's like my mother and my father. My father also, they're still married, and they both are involved at the church. And it's kind of like my dad became an usher. He was in the choir. He kind of moved around. It's like they kind of want me to like, I don't know, retire at this church. And then I'm thinking like what benefits are there to this? Like what? I just get a funeral, a proper funeral, and then I mean, and that's it. And I got to deal with the gossip and deal with the, all this extra stuff that comes along with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there are a lot of non-believers in the church. But I think like the question,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think, I think a lot of them are there. They may be there for like afterlife insurance, like a what if, like Pascal's wager, um, type thing. But it when you say that, like it sounds like to me that you're saying you don't want to be there. Not that you can't, but you don't want to. Does that make sense? Because you're like, what's the
Yeah.
purpose,
Yeah, I mean, like
right?
I mean, it's also like respectful. Like, I think I should be like somewhere, like kind of like waiting for you to open your big extravaganza, because eventually you're gonna get to where the platform that you're. I guarantee you're gonna get there. I see like big things coming for this whole platform. It's gonna get out of control real soon. But it's like you don't want to be somewhere where you're not allowed. And for me to feel that way standing on the door, I didn't tell nobody that I was deconstructing. And like I avoid people that like send me requests in my church that go to that church. And it's like, yeah, they're actually the first church, I will say the first church that are involved in putting out reparations for the country. Like they actually started the groundwork for the whole United States. And this church is like the one church in Evanston, like that actually, Evanston, Illinois, that like they started their own church because another church wouldn't let them congregate because of, I guess, racial colors back then. So they kind of like walked around the corner and started their own church. And then I've been there, so ever since a child. And it's like, I know that it's not all real. So I know I have to walk away. And it's like, I be feeling like, poor people, I feel sorry for them because I watched all the Holy Spirits in the 80s, them jumping around, and it's crazy because they don't even do that no more. And it's the same people.
I was getting ready to ask, like, are they still doing that? And how do you feel? So even that's changed,
Yeah,
like,
this church that I go to, like literally, when I started in 89, I think we were going there in 88, 87, 88. I got baptized in 90. Okay, so I think I was like, what, in third grade in 90? So, like, I don't even think I had the decision to even know what was God. I know the water was cold. The water's warm now. um, but it's like, I don't get it. It's like they used to do the falling out at that church. And it's like, I see those mothers who used to fall out when they would get around them. And, like the one lady would be in the front and the two people would be sitting on the side and they would kind of like form that triangle. You seen it?
yeah, yeah.
They don't do that no more. And it's like, these are the same mothers with the same box of tissue. Well, maybe not the same box, but it's like they don't fall out. And if they do, you'll see the music stop real quick. Like when they'll see like one of them old folks start to get in the spirit, you will see the music start to slow down. And they're like, whoa, cut that music because it's live stream now. And they're trying to set an image.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So like,
Yeah. So like I see that.
oh
And
wow.
I have only to thank you for opening up my critical thinking. And like now with the last person, I'm not bringing up his thing, but when you said spirits, spiritual, like when he was like, well, what do you think? Well, what do you think about this? It's like you can see when people are still holding on because they'll run anything by you because just to be like, man, if there's just one little inclination, like just to like, and like I guarantee you, like it was literally like 2 weeks ago, I was at that church and like my mother does so many like food drives and so many helps and she's there doing this, there doing that. And so it's like there's always something to do there. But I remember walking into the congregation. I mean, no, the inside the church part where the pulpit and all that, where it was quiet. Nobody was in there. It was just me and nothingness. And I put record on my phone and I yelled out, "If you are who you are, you need to come down right now." And I said, "We're gonna talk." I said, "We're gonna talk right now." I said, I don't care. Now is the time we need to talk. I said, "I've done a lot for you. I've been a warrior for your side, and you never came down and talked to me." I said, if any time you can do it right now. And of course there was nothing, and I wasn't even scared to do it because like there was no fear in it. You know, it's just all paint and carpet, colored carpet.
And a Christian would tell you you asked the wrong way because they believe you can't talk to the God that way. But that to
Yes.
me, that's the best way to do it. Like if you real, show yourself. You know.
And
Uh,
that's the same church that when I was young, the youth pastor, I was a little rambunctious when I was young, neither to say the less. I was very rambunctious, wild, and the youth pastor came at that church, came to my father, who was a parole officer at the time, and asked, could he put me into a mentor program? He was like, hey, let me get your son. I think I can get him right, get him together. And my dad was like, nah, it's my responsibility. I'll take care of him. And like literally like 7 months later, this guy was on the news for like raping kids and like
oh
it's
my
huge. Like,
gosh.
yeah. So like, and then the fact that my
The wait,
parents still
the
go to the
same.
church.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Like, don't worry, son. They got rid of him. We're still going to go though. So it's
Wow.
like, yeah, I've seen a lot that, you know, I've seen so much that I shouldn't have seen, but those questions now that it's like my mother is the only person that's been in my corner. And the fact that I see that era of the baby boomers from the South Baptists, they didn't ask those questions. And then when they were asked, when they tried to ask, of course they were shunned and better not ever ask them. Girl, shut up. Don't you ever ask them. So they knew not to ask those questions. And it's like now when I get in my mom's, like when we talk now, it's like I can tell my mom wants to believe a little of my things. And something's telling me like, let her alone. Like, let her live the last of her years out. Just like, let her believe. But then it's like, no, why? Why not give her a little truth? Like, maybe she might. But then it's like, no, she's not going to believe her addict son over 30, 40 years of Baptist. You know, it's in her soul. It's there, you know?
Yeah.
So it's, and then this morning I asked her, thinker, I don't mean to get, to take all the time. I just wanted to
Oh
give you
no,
an
yeah, you're
update
fine.
because on my hand situation, I woke up and today my stamps came on, my food stamps. I'm not ashamed to say I go get my stamp. Stamps came on, and my mother, I give half of my stamps up because I live on the property in my RV. And I think it's out of respect, even though it's my stamps, and that's all the money I got or anything I got coming, I still give half of it up because it's out of respect to my mother and her house and her refrigerator, even though I don't step foot in that house, you know, because my daddy living there and my daddy's still in there with Parkinson's, just diagnosed with Parkinson's. So that's another reason why I'm around, because I'm in the pre-care stages of helping them. They don't want no help, but I'm just in the pre-stages, you know. So it's like I'm waiting for everything to fall apart to step in. And it's like this morning, my hand just stopped working. First time in 46 years, I texted my mom and I said, Mom, can you please come in here and look at my hand? It's not working. And she came in here like she did right away. And then when she figured it was just like, oh boy, that's just your nerves or something. And I was just like, Mom, it's not working. Like literally, it won't move. And then all of a sudden she was just like, the reason why I'm not going to continue talking to you is because I don't like the way you talk about my God. And I was like, what? And then she literally just walked off and walked away.
Oh
Came
wow.
back, handed me my food stamp card, and said, hey, you can go shopping by yourself, and closed the door. Left me my food stamps and my broke hand.
Like
So,
I like what I don't get it. I'm sorry that you experienced that. Like this is why I say like they can't see the humans in front of them because you're literally there, right? Making sure that when your dad can't do anymore, that you can step in and help your mom and your dad, right? Did I understand
yeah,
that correctly? And it's
yes.
gonna be you, not their God, that's gonna come down, right? He's not gonna come
Mm,
down and take care of them. He's not gonna automatically show up and take care of them. It's gonna be you. And
yeah,
she's like for her, you know, I don't understand their willingness to just excommunicate or mistreat the human in front of them for a God they've never seen, a God that they
yeah,
believe they feel. Right?
yes,
I don't get it.
yes. Yeah, so but you know what though, in all the actuality of the deconstructing phase that I'm in, and mind you that I have 4 kids in the same town who are all believers, in the same Baptist, same all this, and they're all new Republicans, by the way. All my kids went out and said, "Hey, we're gonna go be Republicans, and we're gonna show Dad who we are." So it's like I'm standing really alone right now, and it hurts. But when I tune into you guys, like, man, it's like being at home for real. Like, it's like I'm really at home, like for real, for real. It's like if this goes away, like there's still YouTube, there's still. And it's like I don't think TikTok can quelch what has already started here, and I believe this is the beginning to like the like like I guarantee you, like 100 years from now, they're gonna look back and this is all gonna be historical. Like they're gonna say, well, yeah, but what about the beginning deconstructors, those people who first started? But then there were people deconstructing since the beginning of time, but like the people who actually stood out was right around the age of information, like right around now. So we're like the beginners, like, but I think there's gonna be some stuff we're gonna have to go through soon, like some suffering, because like look what you go through and you don't deserve that. I think there should be like a virtual like security guard that just like, because man, that ain't fun with what you got to go through, but you stand strong for it,
Yeah, that it does get a little scary sometimes because that just like a mom, is willing to excommunicate her child for a God she hasn't seen. There are people out there willing to cause some serious harm for a God that they haven't seen. Um, but at the end of the day, it's at some point, somebody has to say it. Somebody has to, you know, uh, to be willing to do it and take the stand. But it was something
Yes.
that I was going to say about. Oh yeah, TikTok. So keep in mind that just if the band does go through on the 19th, we'll still be able to access it and still be able to do the lives until the platform just doesn't work anymore. Like we just won't be able to get new updates. So I'm still going to go live on the 19th. I'm still going to go live on the 20th until the app just stops fucking working. I'm still
Oh, so the
gonna,
servers,
yeah,
they start unplugging servers and shit. Okay.
yeah, like,
Okay.
so like they've already said that they're even if the bid goes through, like they're still gonna like fight, and the app is still gonna be available to those who already have it. It's just not gonna be available for new downloads, or updates. So it'll still work until it gets janky.
Well,
But I
well,
will still be on like YouTube and Twitch and all that.
well. I'm so glad, and I know that there's only better things and more things to come. I'm sure your phone is gonna, and emails are just like, because everybody sees it, and you can see everybody that's trying to formulate around you and around your show, but they just can't because it's like you're genuine and original, and it's like you can even see like the people who are like just starting now hitting live, like okay, they'll watch your show for 2 weeks, you'll hear their voice, and all of a sudden you'll see them on a live next week talking about deconstructing, and you be like, well, they got their own live now, and then all of a sudden they'll take pointers from your show but not study, and then it's like, okay, you'll see they're not the real McCoy, but to each his own. You wish them the best, but I think it takes a lot to get where you're at. You can't just jump out because you think you know something.
Yeah, and I still give those people kudos because it all starts with questioning, right? And the more they're able to have the conversations, there are going to be things that people are going to say during those conversations that's going to move them to research, so that
Oh
they can
yeah.
answer the question. So, like I see it on the FYP, and I fucking love it. Like every other live is a deconstruction
Yeah,
live
it's
now,
it's
and
it's funny though, especially when the ladies, the one I'm sure you heard about the ladies who you know how when like you over talk somebody and they be like, excuse me, I'm speaking,
mhm.
and there's these one ladies who they be on it, like you do 1 second over, they go in on you. It's like you ain't getting a word in.
Yeah,
But it's
like
like you like it's good though. It's all in truth. because it's about time that, the truth be, and it's like when you look at history and see, like, most of religion lasts what, 500, maybe for 1,000 years, but like this Christianity thing is really holding its tail, but it's losing its legs everywhere.
Yeah. And one person can only reach so many people, right? And so the more people that are willing to just ask a question or just start a conversation, the better. And like I said, my goal is not to take anybody's God away, right? It's to get people to critically think about how we are using the beliefs to engage with each other in society, and how we can be better towards each other. Like a lot of a lot of Christians
They don't
can't
even
see
see
that.
that.
Yeah, they can't see
Right,
that
they
because I'm
don't.
saying, like, it's like, oh, you don't believe in a God, there's nothing good in you, right? And that's what they've been indoctrinated into.
Do
They've
you
been
know the way
taught
they
that.
make you feel? The way they make you feel. Like, imagine if you, Rhea, Lala, and all y'all just say, you know what? For the next 3 days, we're just gonna go pop up on every believer's live, and we just finna go in on them, show them how they feel, how we feel. Imagine if y'all did that. There wouldn't be no believer lives left. They would be literally gone in smoke. But y'all don't. Y'all stay on y'all side of the street, and they come over picking fights
Yeah,
or
I'm
picking a
a
side.
mute you while I talk, because they said hold on, they said you have an echo. Yeah, they said you have an echo in the comments, so I'm gonna mute you while I talk. But yeah. Um, so what was I saying about the holy shit? Damn, I done forgot now. My attention span be like fleeting. Shit, I forgot now. I'm sorry. Like, so I was thinking about the echo, and then I can't remember what the last thing that I was saying. Yeah, it had to do with the platforming. I can't remember.
I think I was saying about if y'all went on a spree, it wouldn't be none of them left. And I think you were going to answer to that, but
That's what I was talking about changing the way people think. Like, they think godless equals evilness, right? And so they're afraid to even consider anything that we're saying. All they see and hear is this person doesn't believe in a God, and to them, they think that we are the source of why a person would be willing to become a serial killer, or we're the source of why a person would be willing to essay a person. And so they think that because we're saying that we don't believe in a God, that equates to us saying that we think that people should just go out there and live immoral lives and just be immoral. And so that's why they always ask that question of, you where do you get your moral standing? And I think, like, a lot of them don't really understand morality, um you know, in a sense, because they think a belief in a deity is what's making them moral. Does that make sense? So they're afraid to engage with us because they think that we are the source of the evil, and we're saying we want more evil in the world, and that the reason why we don't want a God is because we just want to be sinful people. And so I think the more conversations that uh, you know, we have on social media, the more people hosting deconstruction lives, and just asking a simple question to get more believers engaging in the conversations. I think it'll be that fear of engaging with people who don't necessarily believe in a God. I think they'll begin to understand it and kind of see it from our perspective. And then we can kind of move forward in society, at least a little bit, to where we get to some sense of understanding each other. And then we can get into, like, a little bit more of deconstructing how those beliefs affect society. But I think we got to get to a place of understanding one another first, at least being willing to first. And I think these conversations are serving as a first step. Yeah, I agree. It is exhausting. Like the fear mongering, they're filled with so much fear, and it is exhausting to see grown ass adults that damn scared. It can be exhausting.
Well,
It
I
kind of
appreciate you, Thinker. I appreciate you, everything that you're doing. I really have to. I gotta feed my diesel tank, and I gotta go outside in the cold, and I gotta go find this can and put some more diesel because it's gonna be 12 degrees for the next like I think 2 days. So it's gonna be one.
well. Please stay warm. Thank you so much for coming up and keep us updated on your health. Okay.
Oh, I will, and thank you.
You're so welcome. Have a great night.
You too.
You said everyone will find that man's imagination dreamed up of God and Jesus, and that is impossible to live up. Yeah. Coco. Hold on. Give me just a second. Is
Hello?
this? Hold on. Is this M or are you
Yeah, it's just the letter M.
You're the wrong M. I'm gonna give me just a second. Coco, are you there? Coco, I think she's asleep. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were one of my friends. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 19.
Yo, do you see the age limit up there?
25? Alright.
Sorry. Have a good night. Okay.
Yep, you too.
19 sound like a 40-year-old man. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Actually, we have one person in the guest box. There's 529 people in here. The guest box is open. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you are a non-believer, the guest box is open. If you are a nerd, you know that you can come up and discuss whatever it is that you need to discuss pertaining to deconstruction. Kai, hi. How are you?
Hi, I'm pretty good in yourself.
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 25.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you a non-believer?
I've deconstructed, I would say, yeah.
Okay. And so what did you come up to discuss?
I guess it was more so like, I'm sorry. Earlier you were talking about like how your feelings kind of, I guess, kind of navigate your spirituality or like what you believe in.
Oh no,
Um,
I didn't say that. Definitely
I
not.
mean,
I said it does not. I
oh, I'm
don't.
sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, not saying that it was accurate, but saying like pretty much people kind of validate what they believe based on how they feel. I'm sorry. I didn't
Oh,
say
you're
that.
saying okay. I thought you were saying
My
I said
bad.
my feelings do.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. Yes.
And I was saying like that's true to me specifically for because I grew up apostolic, like Pentecostal, um, and like my grandfather's a pastor and stuff, and he would always talk about how like you need to have the Holy Ghost, you need to have the Holy Ghost. Like I grew up like tarrying for the Holy Ghost, and like I don't know if people know what that is, but like you pretty
Oh
much beg
yeah.
God for.
Yes.
So like and like for me like I truly believe that I had the Holy Ghost and like I got it. So I was speaking in tongues and stuff, right? Um but at the
Hold on,
same
let me
time,
hold on, right quick. So Maverick just put an emoji in the chat, like you see it on the PC. It looks like the emoji has the white foam coming out of his mouth when you're tearing. You know, it looks like the white spit is coming out of there. But go ahead.
no, what I was saying, like, but the thing is like I had spoken tongues. People said I had like the gift of tongues or whatever, right? I was a praise leader, praise and worship leader. So people said I had like the anointing to like deliver people through, you know, my song and whatnot. But my reality didn't match up with what that looks like because I'm bisexual. Um, and I didn't really start accepting it until I was in high school. But I'm like, how do I have the Holy Spirit and like, you know, I have like this power, right? Yet I have this affinity toward the same sex, right? And it's something that I kind of shamed myself for a very long time. Like I developed depression over it. I was always praying the gay away, and I was like, how am I like this? But I'm so passionate and like so adamant about like serving this God and like serving the church and, you know, reading my Bible and praying and stuff like that. And I was just like, it got to a point where like I wanted to end it. Thank God, like I was about to say, thank God I didn't, but
We get
it's
what you mean when you say thank God. It's
yeah,
pretty cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I was just like, you know, like it's not, this Bible is not matching up with my reality. Like it just doesn't make sense. So how can I, and you know, like I pray, I'm faithful and nothing is changing because I think at that point I realized like I just can't change it. And it got to a point where I was talking to my mom. I love my mom to death, but her and my dad kind of fucked me up a little bit. So my mom pretty much said like, maybe it's just that, you know, you can be this way, but just don't act on it at all. And I was like, how is that even possible? Like, because to me, the way the Bible kind of frames it, like they talk about like having like perverted mind, like perverted thoughts and stuff like that. Like that's kind of a sin, or at least it's framed that way. So I was like, if the Bible frames homosexuality as like perverted in the Pentecostal eye, wouldn't that mean like me just having like attraction in general, wouldn't that be considered a sin in itself? So I think that's like what kind of sparked my deconstruction and stuff. And then I asked my mom, like, I guess she saw that I was getting further away from like Christ and stuff because I was being a little bit more rebellious and like how I would speak. Like I would question things a lot more and like, you know, like one of the biggest questions I had was like, if Adam and Eve were like the first two people on earth, where did their children go off and like have kids with? Because it talks about them going off to other tribes, right? And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And my mom was like, you just don't ask God. Like, that's the stuff that we don't understand. I was like, but shouldn't we seek to understand it? Like, you know, don't just accept things just because we're told to accept it. And like, I guess she started to see like I was getting a little bit further and further away from Christianity. And I was still struggling with depression and stuff because it was just ingrained in my mind that like who I was or like a part of who I was like inherently wrong. So where am I at? Oh yeah. So one day I actually asked my mom, like, I was like, do you know, like I was struggling with, you know, those like bad thoughts and stuff. And she was like, yeah, me and your dad knew, you know, it's just, we didn't know what to do about it. She's like, I just prayed that you got closer to God and got, you know, and that God would show you the way and stuff. And I asked her like, did you ever pray for my happiness just in general? And she said, no.
Wow, that is a hellified question to ask.
You know, like I was like, did you ever just pray for like my overall happiness? And she said no. And I was like, I was like, that kind of pushed me away further. And I was like, why am I Christian to begin with? And it was because I grew up in it. Like it was expected of me to be Christian. It was expected of me to follow this way because that's all my mom knew. That's all her dad knew. And you know, like to me, I was like, I never had a come to God moment where it was like, I never believed in at all. And all of a sudden I believe in God, you know, like it wasn't like God exposed himself to me. It was like, that's all I really knew. It was my foundation. And I think when it comes to like how a lot of Christians react to like you or like other deconstructionist lives, it's the fact that their foundation is being challenged. And when your foundation is being challenged, it's like, think of like someone coming with a hammer to like your door and just banging it, banging it, banging it. And it's like, well, I can't really protect myself because, you know, like there's nothing to protect. Like the ideas are valid, the facts are valid. But I can't combat with that, you know? And I think that's why some people are so emotional because I was the same way. Like when my foundation crumbled, it was like I had to rebuild it from scratch and I had to figure out like what life was to me and stuff. And I don't know. I think it's like that's kind of what I'm dealing with. I'm at a point now where I don't even have it like I'm like, if you want to believe in Christianity, go ahead, as long as it doesn't impede or like interfere with anyone else's life or cause harm to anyone, like go ahead. But I think inherently it's kind of not designed to do that. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, but first off, I'm happy that you were able to fight through that, and that you're still, you're still here,
Thank you.
and that, you know, let me say, like, even if a person wanted to still believe that that there is a God, right, that's watching over you, somebody else's ideas on what a God allows or loves or whatever does not shouldn't dictate that. There are several people in my life that are members of the LGBTQIA community, and they still believe right in
Mm-hmm.
God. They separate themselves from the religious people in my family who try to condemn them to hell, and
Mm-hmm.
they have told themselves, right, or educated themselves, that what the truth is for them, and that God still loves them. And
Exactly.
so, yeah. And so I'm very proud of you for being able to, stand up to that, especially when you have very religious parents. I think the question that you asked your mom was a powerful one, because I don't think that a lot of believers actually think about what happiness for another person truly is.
Exactly.
And yeah, and a lot of times when they're pushing their own beliefs on other people, it's due to their own fears and their own desires for what they think would make a happy afterlife for them. And for them, a happy afterlife, right, would be having the people that they love here on earth in eternity with them. So how dare you do anything here in the physical realm to fuck up my eternity? And
Right.
they don't see how selfish that is.
Right. And I think that like when you said that, I always ask my mom, like my mom used to say, like, if I don't tell you about Christ, then I'm going to be punished about it. I'm going to be punished. Like God is going to punish me because I didn't do my job as a mother to teach you about Christ. So like, even when it comes to my brother, I just graduated high school, not high school, sorry. I just graduated college, of like pretty much over December. So I'm back at home. But I'm just like, I don't want to go to school. And my mom does this thing where she has this idea that she didn't like have me in church enough, even though like I served like anyways. But she says like, I want to have Christian in church. I want to like, make sure that I didn't raise him like. She's like, I don't want him to have the same upbringing as you because, like I want him to be in church and stuff. And I was like, you don't know how that sounds. Cause like to me, I feel like I'm a pretty decent human being. Like I have my ways and stuff, but overall, like I know what's right from wrong. And I was just saying that it makes it seem like you messed up with me in a way. And also too, don't get me started like with the fact that like I was born out of wedlock. So I always said I was a sinful child. I was born into sin anyway.
Oh my
Like
God.
so I was like I said, like I used to make the joke with my friends. I was like, yeah, my mom, she sinned, her and my dad sinned, and now they got a gay son. So I was just like, but I don't know. I just make jokes out of it, but yeah, I don't know. I think the thing that I was trying to get to though was like, so as a requirement for my parents, like I have to go to church with them, right? So I'm like, I don't believe, but sometimes the sermons be hitting, like they be talking about like stuff that I like. I'm like, oh yeah, that kind of makes a little bit of sense and stuff. So one Sunday, like I went up to do prayer just because I was like, why not? Whatever. And like I started speaking in tongues, right? But I'm like, I don't believe in it. Like, and like at first, and I was like, and I was like, it's to me. That's when I realized I was like, it's a learned behavior because like if you really step back and look around, like all it takes is one person to jump up and start shouting, and everybody else starts doing it. And like it only happens like when the music starts getting loud and the church, the pastor starts doing his little riffs and runs and stuff on stage. And I'm just like, do you guys not realize like it's a pattern? And like me also too, like I studied anthropology, so like I'm looking from a more like cultural, like human behavioral perspective. And I'm like, y'all are so like I love them because I love the church because I know like it's a good place for well, it historically has been a place where, you know, black people came together and like, you know, established like the civil rights movement and stuff like that. But I'm just like, at some point we gotta like touch some grass and see what it actually is. um and I also too like the parallels between like specifically like Pentecostal churches and like hoodoo practices and stuff. They don't like to hear that, but like hoodoo and Pentecostalism are closely tied together. I think like one of the founders of the Kojic Church was like a hoodoo practitioner openly and wrote a book about it or something. But
Were you Kojic or
I'm apostolic, so I'm Pentecostal
apostolic? Okay.
apostolic. So even and the funny thing, even in that, I was so confused because I'm like, Pentecostal is the umbrella. You know, talk about like the Holy Spirit. Like you need to have the Holy Spirit with the evidence of speaking in tongues, right? But then apostolics think that Kojics aren't going to go to heaven because they get baptized in Trinity, where you're supposed to, and apostolics believe you need to get baptized in Jesus' name. And I was like, what's up with all these like things? Like, and like, it's just like salvation is such a big thing, but like actually loving God and learning to like the reasons why you should love God is like not. Because I'm like, my whole thing in my head is too, if God didn't have any punishment for any sin, y'all would be out here doing everything He suggests you not to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and they let us know that every day when they ask the questions. Uh, what when they say that uh, you don't want to believe in God because you want to be a sinner, or where do you get your morality from, or we
Exactly.
might as well just be out doing, yeah, they
Yeah,
they
I told
definitely
my
do.
mom like we went out to my mom's birthday a few days ago. I said, "Why are you ordering mocktails?" Like you shouldn't. You say you shouldn't have the desire to sin if you're saved. So why are you out here ordering mocktails? Or like, why do you? Why do we make a rum cake for Christmas? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And I don't know. I just think it was funny. Like just taking a step back and looking at it, I'm just like, things don't make sense. I think, I guess one before I leave, like one of the questions I had was like, not, I guess, of course, I understand your stance on it, but like one of the big things I had was about like the whole idea of like God's will and then like our own individual free will or actions. So the scenario I had, I was talking to my friends, we were like a little bit high, but I was like, so if someone decides that they want to like end someone's life, right? And the person whose life they ended was a Christian, you would like from a Christian's perspective, they would say that the individual acted on their free will to end the person's life, right? But if they look from if they talked about the person whose life got ended, they would say that was God in God's plan. Like, so I'm like, how does that work if the individual acted on their own free will, but the person who they targeted, that was God's plan for them to pass on? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Because then either way, that means like it either wasn't in God's plan, which means that humans have the ability to like interfere with God's plan, or that humans don't have free will because God actually planned for the person who ended the person's life to do that. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very circular, right? And basically, that the free will for them, they use it wherever it's convenient, if it makes sense. It's the free will concept is a scapegoat for them. And
Right.
so they'll say that it's in God's plan when they are trying to be comforting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when they're needing to make an excuse for why God didn't stop it, right? Like when they need to defend the God or protect the whole idea of the existence of the God or the power of the God, then free will serves as an excuse of why the thing happened and God didn't stop it.
Right. And I think that's
Yeah.
weird because like to me that means that like spirituality only operates in our own individual eyes. Like I've been saying this for like the past few weeks, but I was like, to be Christian is to believe that everyone around you is an NPC, because things only really affect you. Like things only manifest as God when it affects you, but not everyone else. Like it's so easy to me. It's just like, how is it so easy for you to completely forget that there's people who are suffering out here, but God is real because your life is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Um,
very so like the whole thing is very selfish and motivating.
right.
Right. Yeah.
And I feel like that's why, as a reason, because I view, like, I know there's like a disagreement, I guess, about like the validity of spirituality. I don't just say I'm spiritual, because I'm actually looking toward, like, African spirituality and like, like hoodoo potentially. Like I'm still exploring, but I think it's more so like concepts of how you're supposed to live your life. And to me, like, it's highly individualized and like allows you to pick and choose what resonates with you, I guess. Whereas to me, like Christianity, like religion, is more like of a external, like a community based thing where like everyone has to believe in this one exact thing. So I think, I don't know, like I've been found like trying to like find myself more with like like exploring like spirituality, not to the extent of like doing like divination and tarot cards, and it's like, that's not me, like, no. But just kind of like coming up with ideas, I guess, of like how like spirituality could, like, I guess, connect with like scientific theories and stuff, and like, like, I don't know, I guess trying to be more like inquisitive with my approach to how I view the world. But honestly, like, to like, I guess my foundation is just like, look at what's around you, and like that's what it is.
Yeah. I don't know much about African spirituality. I haven't really looked into it as much. I know that a lot of it is closed practices.
Yeah,
I do have a couple of people that I follow that talk about it a little bit, but I don't know much about it. I think that there is an opportunity for manipulation and all things that deal with the concept of there being something outside of you, right?
oh, for sure.
Yeah, and so I tend to just stay away from.
That's kind of where I was too. I was like, because I was talking to someone and they're like, oh, have you ever thought about being initiated? And I was like, the whole organized aspect of it is what I don't like. Because I think if there's someone who's like leading, it's easy for you to get manipulated, of course, as we see in churches. So I don't know. Like, I guess this is more so like trying to come up with a deeper understanding, because I think at the baseline of it, like, we all have our own perspective of life, and like we all experience different things. Therefore, we can make life what we want it to be for ourselves, as long as it's not like outside the realm of reality. So I don't know. I guess it's just trying to like ground myself a little bit more. That's kind of where I'm at right now, and in this phase of like deconstruction, like, one, trying to separate myself, I guess, from the church a little bit more, which is going to involve me having to move out, of course, and like, being on my own. But two, also like, I guess trying to come up with my own understanding of reality, because one thing that did stick with me from like the indoctrination was like, oh, there's going to be that little voice in the back of your head that's going to call you back to Christ and stuff, which is honestly just like guilt for leaving. But yeah, I
Okay,
don't know.
how long has it been since you've been deconstructing? How,
So I
how
didn't know.
many?
I didn't really label it as deconstructing back in the day, but I would say like I stopped believing probably around like 2020. But I was kind of straddling the fence, I guess, as people would say. Like, I would try to get back into it because I was like, oh, this is all I really know. Like, what's the harm? But then I was like, well, this is also kind of triggering me to be confused in who I am, and like having me like question my worth, and like if I'm, you know, ethically sound because of who I am and stuff. So
You still have like the feelings of guilt and thinking that maybe somebody's gonna say something, or like God's gonna show up and like do this complete exorcism
yeah,
of who you
exactly.
are.
Mainly because it's like I always got people in my ear. Oh, like one thing will happen on the news. Oh, end times, end times, end times. I'm like, do you like? I always have to like remind myself. I'm like, people were literally getting their heads chopped off a few like 100 years ago. Like people were getting like martyred and stuff. Like think so many worse things happened in the past than now. I actually think like now, even though we have more exposure to what's going on around us, life is actually a lot more like chill than it was back in the day. And people are more aware, I guess, of like what's right and what's wrong, or not, and are not afraid of like speaking up against it. So yeah, but I still have like family. Like my grandfather was one of those pastors where like every Sunday was about, oh, the fiery gates of hell, and you know, you know, I don't know. And my church, like, I was honestly one of the reasons why I kind of was also okay with stepping away from Christianity was because like the concept of heaven that my church preached, I didn't really find it appealing. Because they pretty much said that you didn't have like any needs, like you didn't have any human needs, like you didn't need to eat anything or drink anything, and like you don't remember anyone from Earth. Like your whole purpose is just like worship God 24/7. And I was like, that sounds almost like hell to me. Because
Sounds very boring. Like, and
yeah,
I think too, like what helps is understanding what the text is actually saying. There's a lot of extra biblical ideas that are created by theologians that a lot of people believe today that aren't even biblical, right?
yeah,
Like the whole idea of the rapture is not biblical, right? So
yeah,
like people believing that there's going to be a trumpet sound, and in the twinkling of an eye, all the saints are just going to disappear and be called up in the sky. Like there, it's not biblical. And what Jesus actually says is that his followers stay on the earth, and it's the sinners that's taken off. So
right,
they're even in just their hope of like what they're hoping for goes against what Jesus says. Like they're supposed to be hoping to stay here and not
right,
be one of the ones that's taken off. And then like there Isaiah 60, in Isaiah 60, Isaiah gives the prophecy of like the New Jerusalem that is mentioned in Revelations, right? And in
mm-hmm,
New Jerusalem, the Israelites are the princes, right? They're the kings. Um, and the foreigners are doing the work for the Israelites. That like they're rebuilding New Jerusalem. They're building the walls for the Israelites. They're carrying in the cedar trees from Lebanon and planting them. They're nursing their babies.
right,
They're carrying in the wealth from the other nations and giving it to the Israelites. So they're serving, and the
right,
Israelites. And so like they don't, because they don't necessarily read the book and understand what the book is saying for themselves, they take these extra biblical narratives that were created by theologians or pastors, and they carry that belief, right?
right,
So I think like understanding it for yourself helps get rid of that anxiety and that what if
mm-hmm,
behind you. And then like if we look at just the simple concept of fornication, right?
mm-hmm,
And just see how that today, every believer believes that premarital sex is a sin, right? But if we look at the Bible, like there's nothing in the Hebrew scriptures that alludes to premarital sex being something that Yahweh even gives a fuck about in the law of Moses. Like it's not there. It's not mentioned as
mm-hmm,
any of the sexual immorality, any of that. And then when you get to the New Testament, they use the word fornication. Like they change some words out and they use the word fornication there, and it's very vague, right? The word for in Greek, it just means prostitution or like illicit sex,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so later on, in Rome, the early church fathers decide that children born out of wedlock, not the early church father, the Emperor Justinian decides that he's no longer going to recognize children born out of wedlock. Like a Roman emperor decides this.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they start to look at sex as a more like a dirty thing, if that makes sense, because of this new law that Emperor Justinian has. And then eventually the Roman Church reinterprets the word for fornication to include premarital sex. So because of what humans have done over time and humans have decided over time, people believe today that having sex outside of marriage has always been one of the 10 commandments. Like they believe thou shalt not fornicate was actually one of the 10 commandments,
Right.
but it's not. And so we carry around these ideas or beliefs about ourselves because of what some other human has decided to be an immoral thing.
Right.
The concept of homosexuality is the same thing, because in ancient Israel there was no concept of
Yeah.
homosexuality,
And that's what I was trying
right?
to explain. That's what I was trying to explain to like my dad. So my dad is like religious by force. Um, just because my dad like he grew up Christian and stuff, but we also have like Hindus and Buddhists in his side of the family. They're from Trinidad, so but it's like he is just like I believe in something, but I don't really know what it is. Like, but he does. So we were talking about like homosexuality, and I was like, Dad, I was like, why is it that Sodom and Gomorrah is like so focused on when homosexuality has been like practiced for centuries before? Like, and I was even talking to him. I was like, he was like, well, true, but it's not seen in nature. And I was like, it's seen in nature like everywhere. Like almost every species has like a form of like homosexuality, whether it's like primates or like goats or and I was just like, but you don't really see like the Bible talk about it earlier on. Like it's just only spoken about like really in like Leviticus and stuff like that. So I was like, why is it that in that one moment all of a sudden homosexuality is a sin? And then like we started reading into it and I was like, is it because it was like by force and like there was all this other stuff going on like in addition to that, but I feel like because of the time um like people kind of harked on that a little bit too deep.
Yeah, but they're first off, they're misinterpreting the purpose of the story. Like it has nothing to do with homosexuality. It's about essaying, like dominating a man. Like what they would
Yeah.
do is they would do that, right, to take the status of a man, right,
Mm,
because they believed that if you received, then you couldn't be the dominant one, is what they
mm,
believed. And so it was seen as a like a power thing. It wasn't sexual, lustful, or anything like that. And so in Ezekiel 16, I believe it's either Ezekiel 16 or Ezekiel 23, the Ezekiel says why the God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and didn't have shit to do with homosexuality. It had nothing to do with same sex. It was their greed, because the God wanted in Sodom, the people didn't allow foreigners to live amongst them. Lot was the only foreigner they allowed to live amongst them. And when Lot allowed these two foreigners to, this is what the story is telling. When Lot allowed these two foreigners to come in, and not allow the people of Sodom to address the two foreigners, they felt some type of way, because they're like, you are a foreigner. We
mm,
allow you, we give you grace to live here, and you're going to tell us how to handle other foreigners coming in. And so
mm,
they tell Lot, like, we're going to do worse to you than what we're about to do to them.
yeah.
And so when in Ezekiel says that the God says the reason he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah is because they were in inhospitable to foreigners. They had wealth and they weren't willing to share it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so that's why he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah according to Ezekiel. There's nothing in this text that says Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because of same-sex relationships.
See,
That's extra biblical, and people just go around saying that shit and holding this bigotry in their hearts. And when you even try to show them that, right, they
mm-hmm.
refuse to even engage with what Ezekiel says because they want to hold on to the bigotry.
Right, and I
Because
see that's the thing too. Like that, a good example is when I got my ears pierced for the first time. I was like, "Oh, I'm being dangerous," but I went to California to go visit my grandfather. Like in a while, he didn't see that I had it, and he was like, "You need to take those earrings out," you know. And I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "Cause God told." I think he said God told the Israelites to take them out. And I was like, where in the Bible did it say that specifically? And he showed me. I think it was like a scripture talking about how like God told them to take their earrings out to build a statue out of gold or something. It was, I forget what it was like. What it was, I know it's like to build something. And I was like, he told them to do that to build something. He didn't say take them out because it's a sin though. And like I was like, but even still, like, why are you cherry picking on like my earrings? But we eat pork, we eat like seafood, you know, like I was like, you wear mixed fabrics, like you, like, I was like all this stuff, and I'm like, and he was just like, that's just not holy. Like you should have discernment and da 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 da. And then my final thing was like, well, you let mom have her ears pierced. You pierced her ears. And he was like, men aren't supposed to have it. And I was like, the Bible doesn't even distinguish between like women and men. It's just, this is what you think culturally, your generation thinks that having your ears pierced is gay. So you think that you shouldn't do it. And he used the Bible to like justify why you think I shouldn't have it based on your culture. Like, so.
it's so crazy because the story of first off, the earrings that they had in their ear was to identify that they were servants of Egypt. So that was a marker, right? Like they would pierce the ears of their servants so that because the servants were allowed to move about, right, and do business for their slave masters. And as they're like doing business in the city, you know whose servant you're doing business with. So the earring, the awls and the ears was to identify whether they were a servant or not.
Right.
But it was also Aaron who told them to take their earrings out so they could build the golden calf that actually pissed the god off. That was that made the god want to kill them. So it wasn't the guy who said take the earrings out. Like they just see stuff and they create these narratives, right? In their head, and they create these rules that they enforce on other people and indoctrinate other people into, and you end up living your life based off of someone else's ideas, right? Because they fucking misinterpreted something that they have read or have studied.
Right, and that was my thing too. I was like, when I just look through like an anthropological perspective, I'm like, the only reason why you see such like a shift in culture, like specifically within Africa and other indigenous communities, is because of religion being brought to them. I remember there being like something about Papua New Guinea. I believe like before Christians came, they used to have like an initiation ceremony. To be honest, I don't think that it's right ethically because it involves like older men and younger men, like not younger men but boys pretty much, and pretty much they would do like a ceremony to initiate them into manhood. If y'all interested, you can read it on it yourself. I don't want to talk about it on here, but
You
that
talking
was
about the pedestry?
yeah, I think they like have to perform like fellatio on older men in like yeah
When they come to their age.
yeah when they come to
Yeah.
age. So we were reading about how once Christianity was brought to them, like this is something that's been practiced for thousands of years in their communities, but once Christianity came, it pretty much like completely wiped it away, and the tribes that still continued to practice it were like getting persecuted, or they would get like forced to assimilate to Christianity. And I use assimilate because just because you practice a religion doesn't mean you believe in it. But it's I don't know, just crazy to me like how you just can completely like annihilate culture, annihilate people, like countries histories and stuff solely because like you adopt Christianity. Like there's so much about like Africa that we probably don't even know about today because like communities at large just completely like erased it due to their conversion into Christianity and stuff. And then they demonized the culture, so it was like you can't even like get a full understanding of like what it means to be Yoruba or what it means to be Igbo because like spirituality was also a reflection of the culture, you know. And I don't know, like, and even if you see the day, like, you got niggas, sorry, you got Nigerians in Parliament wearing like George Washington looking wigs. You know what I mean? Like it just completely like Euro made everything super Eurocentric. And that's kind of
And
like
they
where
won't even engage with their own. Like they will literally call their own history demonic. Like,
exactly
yeah.
like I'm just like, and to me that's one of the things that I think is beautiful specifically about like African spirituality is that like it's just a reflection of culture. Like I was talking to someone who practices it and they were saying I think they practice Ifa. They were like these are more like concepts. It's not like we actually like not everyone believes that it's like a true like origin story that we came up with. It's just like more so concepts to reflect like our ideals and like our values and stuff. And I was like, okay, that makes sense then. But it was just like the I can't say the word, the intric, I can't say it anyway. The how
Intrinsic,
like I was trying to say like intric. It's like intricate, but like
intricate.
yeah, but it's like I don't know. I'll look it up later. But like how intricate the religions are and stuff. I'm like that's all culturally infused, and there's like a lot of history is tied to it. A lot of like cultural values are tied to it, and like art and everything. Like it's all tied to that. But to completely like erase it or like kind of demonize it because you've been brought this very Eurocentric idea of religion and spirituality into your community, to me, that's really harmful and it's kind of a disservice to the people who came before you.
And
So
it's at the same like most of the time they're demonizing what they
there we go. Sorry, she
see
said it.
in intricacies. They're
Yeah, there we go.
they're demonizing what they think they know of other cultures culture,
Exactly.
while at the same time the thing that they believe that is demonic or that they are learning about other cultures is in the very culture, right, that they think is what saved them.
Right.
And there's so in the book of Matthew where Jesus, the centurion soldier, the guy comes and he's like, hey, my servant is sick. You know that story?
Yeah.
In Matthew, the word used for servant is the Greek word pais or pious,
Mm-hmm.
which means young boy, young child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that word is used in Roman literature when it's talking about a young male companion, like a sex companion, because the same thing in Roman culture, when a young boy came of age, he would become the companion of a higher status man in Rome,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so scholars have noticed that Matthew uses the word that describes a young boy or a young man,
Mm-hmm.
and uses that word that's used in pederastry, but Luke uses doulos, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so uh, some scholars say that this was Jesus showing mercy towards a same-sex relationship at that time, because pederastry was it was a cultural thing,
Yeah.
right? And like a lot of times when Christians are demonizing, like you were sharing the culture of like in the African culture and saying that, that in Africa, or I'm sorry, which culture? Was it the Yoruba
Yeah,
culture
there's
that
Yoruba.
the Yoruba culture? that the what would happen when the young boys would come of age, and believers would say,
Oh no,
"Oh,
no,
that's
that was
uh,
in Papua New Guinea. I'm sorry.
what culture was that you mentioned?"
Um, it was Papua New Guinea. Um,
Okay. Where
yeah,
where
yeah.
where is that?
That's like
Is it
Indonesia.
West Indonesia? Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so Christians would say, "Oh, that's so wrong. That's demonic," but the very same concept is in their book. You see what
right.
I'm saying? And it was in the Roman culture. Like the Tiberius Augustus, who was the emperor during the time that Jesus would have lived, he had a fucking ritual that, like, he would take his baths, and little boys would be in the tub, and they would have to do these bubbles. Like, they would have to be under the water and blow on his bones. Like,
No.
seriously.
Yeah, like yeah. I don't know. It just I don't know. It's just so frustrating. And like, of course, like I usually keep my thoughts to myself. I just go to my friends and talk about it because my other friend, my best friend, her and I actually started deconstructing from our religions together. Like she deconstructed from Islam, which I honestly commend her for because there's a lot of like community based threat that comes with that. But it's like I don't know, like it's just really interesting to me. And I was even trying to like I was talking to her as well, like when I was studying cultures as well. Like people don't realize I'm like African religions and cultures are like the oldest that you can possibly ever come across. Like these have been there for thousands and thousands of years, like even before Christianity. But when you look at like the structure of Abrahamic religions, a lot of them like the rituals and the like overall structure of like Abrahamic religions kind of reflect like like the indigenous practices. Like I think so Wakafena is like the indigenous like Cushitic religion, and it was known to be monotheistic and had like a very similar structure to um like what you would see like in Islam and Christianity pretty much. Where there's like angels and they have like so Ayanle is like a name for angels in Wakafena, and Wak is a supreme god and stuff. And that kind of like it influenced like some of the tribes that migrated into the Middle East. Then you have like the influences from like Kemet. Then you have like water baptism is practiced in Ifa, like with the goddess Yamaya or like the Orisha Yamaya. So it's like in that animal sacrifices and all that stuff. Like that's all stuff that you see like in more prehistoric or not prehistoric, but more ancient, African religions and stuff. So to kind of like demonize that, but then like everything that you practice is very similar, just in a different cultural context, is actually hilarious to me. Like it just
Yeah.
really silly.
Were you here last night when the guy was on and he was talking about Umima and how the high priest used to like throw the rocks to get answers and guidance from the God of Israel?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and it was saying that they would throw the rocks and to get yes or no answers.
yeah, exactly.
Uh,
It's divination.
yeah, and he's like, but it's different. It's not. It's
No,
not like there. I don't know what it's called in Ifa. One of my friends does it on live. Voodoo Bay, like she'll throw the rocks. I don't know what it's called, and like she gets like
conjure.
answers.
No, not conjure.
I'm
That's
not sure.
they usually is called
Divination.
conjuration.
It
Yeah,
is
divination.
divination. She's
Divination.
Ifa, so it's divination.
Okay. And
Yeah,
so like they call her all kind of witches and demons and stuff. But it's the same thing that what he was describing that the high priest would do in Israel to get yes or no answers from the God of Israel. So
right,
they think that it's okay for them to do it. And somebody in the comments was like, "Oh, it's all about the source that it's coming from." Like you don't know what source it's coming from because you have to tell uh like somebody has to tell you, right, that
right.
they're that I'm doing this to the God of Israel. Like you don't have any idea because
And that,
if she was like doing the divination and telling you that she was doing it to the God of Israel, you'd be okay. But she could very well just be doing it to I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it incorrectly. Is it Olamudari? Is that
Illuminati.
It's
No,
Olodumare.
Oh, Dumar.
Oludumare.
Yeah, sorry.
Oludumare. She
I'll
could,
let you.
like, you just wouldn't know. You just have to trust that a person is telling you that it's coming from a source. Like, it's the same thing.
Right, and that was like that was my whole thing too. Like my mom always talks about like discernment and like you have to have discernment. I was like, how do you know though? Like to me, I don't feel like religion should be like I don't think about like God should be that complicated. You know what I mean? To me,
Right.
I'm kind of on the same thing. I'm on the thing where like if God does exist, like, or like a supreme being exists, because I'm in a point where like I believe in concepts of life and existence, but I don't believe necessarily that we were created. I think we always were, like we always been. But like for me, it was like if God does exist as this complex supreme being, like where we don't understand anything, shouldn't like how we experience Him on Earth be more simple? Like, shouldn't it just be like like if you are this all powerful person, like, can you please like turn this staff into a snake for me? You know what I mean? Or like, can you please talk through like a burning bush? Like the whole idea of like discernment where you have to like question, like, is this message that I'm hearing of God or is it of, Christ? Like they always say you have to have the Holy Spirit to discern. I'm like, what if the person who told you that wasn't the one, like the person of God? Like what if before you even had the Holy Spirit, like you didn't have discernment and listened to the wrong person, and now he's telling you that like you have to have the Holy Spirit to discern what's right from wrong when the Bible is being taught to you? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like it really doesn't make sense, because to me, like the Bible, like the way that the Bible is taught is always as if like you had always believed from the beginning. Like it's not like for someone who is just entering in and never had any contact with Christianity at all. It's just like it's just weird. Like it's so
You gotta
weird.
have a Holy Spirit decoder ring.
Right.
And that's because they reinterpret shit, right? Like it's reinterpretations of reinterpretations. And that's why they're saying you have to have the Holy Spirit, because you have to believe that the word the word hate actually means love. Or you have to believe that chattel slavery is actually somebody getting paid for their work. Like you have to be willing to lie to yourself, and that's when they say you have to have the Holy Spirit to understand the Bible, to read the Bible. That's what I mean. You have to be willing. You have to have the Spirit that is willing to lie to yourself.
Right. Because my whole thing is like you're telling me I have to have the Holy Spirit. When how did you even know you had the Holy Spirit if you didn't have the Holy Spirit to discern whether or not you actually have the Holy Spirit? You know what I mean? Like to me, it's like they fall. It's like it funnels out. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like and like I had one time I got into an argument with my mom. She got so pissed off. I called the Bible a book. I was like, that's what it is though. Like it's a book. It's not just a book. It's a way of life. It's God. It's the word of God. Da, da, da. And I was like, it's a book. You have to read it. Like
Baraka,
right,
tell the Holy Spirit to rise you.
right. It's just
Like, oh no, the guy in the comment says, I've been listening for more than 10 minutes and what I see is empty mind. Rise me. He doesn't like what we said about the Holy Spirit. Tell the Holy Spirit to rise you. Well, tell the Holy Spirit to put you on stage. Don't ask me. Ask your God. Ask the Holy Spirit. Show
yeah. I
your
haven't had any
power.
Christians come up actually.
Show your power.
So yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just funny how like people can like say, for instance, that your mind is empty, but it's like no, my mind is full, which is why I don't believe in what's going on, because I'm like taking in not just what is in the scripture, but also just like logic, like basic logic, like stuff just don't make sense, and it's okay. Like it's okay for things not to make sense, but like, and it's okay for me to like make a decision on like what I want to do from there. Like if you still want to go ahead and believe in like a religion that doesn't make sense to you, but does at the same time, like go ahead, you know.
I never understood the need for other people to believe it. Why do they need other people to also believe it? They get so angry.
And I think, like I said, I think the fact that you're when someone doesn't believe in what they believe, it challenges their belief, and it's almost like you're beating down their foundation. That's the way I've always taken it. Like you gotta think like Christians are always like in the state of, oh, we're in spiritual warfare all the time. So everything that like isn't of God is an attack from like either the devil or the flesh or whatever. So whenever people are like, oh, like I just don't believe in that. I was the same way. Like I generally was the same way because when I was in middle school, there was this girl. She was adopted into like a Jewish family, and she was like, I don't like God. Like fuck God. Blah blah blah. Like even if God is real, like I don't give a fuck. I don't like him. Blah blah blah. To me, that hurt so bad for some reason. I don't know.
Really?
It hurt me so bad. It was just like, bro, like, how do you not like God? And how could you say you don't believe in God and look at the world around you? Like all these basic stuff. And it's just because like my foundation was being challenged. Like everything that I knew was being challenged because all of a sudden there's someone who doesn't agree with me when I think that this is fact. Like this is my reality. That like your whole perspective is influenced by what you believe, pretty much. So even to us,
But
like,
if somebody says to you that the sky is green, right? Like the sky is not green, are you gonna get mad at them? Or are you just gonna be like, what? Like,
exactly. See, but I think that's a thing. Like, so when it comes to that, like, that's not like a lifestyle choice, and it's not like what you believe, like, is going to determine like your safety after you die. You know what I mean? So like that is like, oh boy, the sky ain't green, like whatever. But like if someone's like God isn't real, it's like, oh shit, like you challenging my lifestyle, and now you're challenging whether or not heaven exists. Like if I'm going to even like go to heaven or hell. You know what I mean? Like it's
but if you know it, I think they're Rhea, after I say this, can you take over? Because I've been trying to hold my pee. I gotta go to the bathroom really, really bad. But thank you. But I feel like if you know something,
mm,
right? Like they claim they know. They claim it's not a belief, right? Because they've had experiences and interactions with the God. And I feel like if you know something, like the sky is blue, right?
mm,
Then it shouldn't make you that mad that someone else chooses not to believe it because you know it. You know what I'm saying? Like if
yeah.
you've been convinced of it, then it shouldn't be that shaky that you need other people to believe it.
But I think also too, like I think doubt is like essential to the believer's experience, I think, because there's even times like my grandfather, like something bad would happen and he'd be like, God, like, why is this happening to me? Like, and it's not even asking like God. To me, it's not like him asking God, why is this happening to me? Because if you believe it's in God's plan, it's in God's plan. Just don't even say anything about it. It's more so like, why aren't you here? Like, why aren't you stepping in? You know what I mean? And that's like the doubt, I think, that's still in like Christians' minds. Like, I don't think that believing in God is completely just being 100% like faith, like, you know what I mean? Like it's not
I think you're right. I don't think they 100% believe it. That's why I said I think they have hope in their God, but they know their devil.
right.
Like they don't argue with us. Like if we said the devil isn't real, they don't get mad the way they get mad if we say the God isn't real, because they just be like they'll start talking about all the things the devil has done, right?
Right.
Everything that they see in society that they believe is because of the devil. Like they talk about it and try to like give evidence of the devil.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that
I think
it's different. I don't know. Rhea, can you take over? I'm trying my best to Rhea.
Yeah, I said go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
hi Rhea.
Hello.
You sound like you tired.
I am. I'm about to head out in a bit, but yeah.
No, for you. But yeah.
You guys, let's try to get the likes up while we're waiting for Thinker to come back. And also to get the shares up. We should be at least at 200 shares. Let's get the likes to at least 200k likes. and help. What's Thinker's life goal? Okay, she'll set a new one when she gets back, but for now, just let's get the gifts up and stuff like that. Uh, Baraka, she will get you up when she comes back if she wants you up here. Like, I don't know why y'all need to be disrespectful, but yeah. Yeah, there's no need for, like, trying to get a reaction. You don't need to do all of that. If you want to come up, just say, hey, I would like to come up. And if the host wants to bring you up, she will bring you up. You don't have to do all that.
Um, I wish people knew how to like hold their composure a little bit more.
Yeah, like they want to say things to trigger you, thinking like that's going to bring you up on stage. It's not. If
For
anything,
one,
that's going to make you stay in that queue longer. So,
and also too, like if the purpose is to bring people closer to God, you're not doing a good job because people who don't believe are not going to want to look like you if that's what you believe and that's how you act.
yeah, they don't care about that. All right, y'all. I see y'all tapping, but we can go a little bit faster. We're only at 148K, so I know we can get those likes up at least before Thinker gets back. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. I see y'all tapping. Thank you so much. Let's keep it up. And I see the shares going up.
Um, I don't think Morty. Like, I don't think that there's no God. I'm just saying there's not enough evidence to like prove it, and there's no evidence to disprove it. But I more so have like concepts of how I should live my life surrounding spiritual, like different spiritual indigenous African practices. Yes, and also I feel like if there is a God, I don't think he should be concerned whether or not I believe in him or not. I don't think it's that big of a deal, especially if you're not
Yeah,
showing yourself.
I'm about to say you don't have to answer them. Like, I don't understand what kind of dumbass question that is. I see y'all tapping. Thank you so much. We're almost there. Let's get to 200K. Let's get the shares up. We're at 173 shares, so we got like 30 something more, if not like 20 something more. So, thank you.
Okay. Why are we on silent?
Waiting for you. We're getting the likes up and getting the shares up. We're at 200 shares and almost at
Oh.
200K likes. So, yeah, just waiting on you.
Oh, my bad. I thought y'all was going to continue the conversation.
Just some people in the comments being rowdy.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I took advantage. I went in there and fixed me a sandwich.
no, you good.
I thought y'all
As
was
you
in here
should. That's
conversating.
okay.
Oh, my bad. All right. Did you have anything else, Kai?
uh, no, pretty much. That's pretty much all I want to talk about for real. I know you got some. I don't know if people are requesting to come up or not, but
Yeah, there's a few people in the guest request.
all right. Well, thank you for having me. I'm glad. This is like my first time talking about this openly, just because I do have a lot of like people from church who follow me, but I don't really care at this point. They can get over it.
Well,
I just,
look, I'm proud of you again for that.
thanks.
Yeah, you're
All
welcome.
right. Well,
I
I'm gonna keep.
enjoyed the conversation. It was a great conversation, and
I
so
enjoyed it too.
look forward to you coming back.
Oh, for sure. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Wait, how do I drop myself off?
I got you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if you're really familiar with them in the comments, but you're a little rowdy. So I see you coming up here. You need to exercise some kind of decorum. That attitude that you had in the comments, you're not about to have it up here, okay? I'm gonna just assume that you're an adult and you know how to comport yourself. So get it
Yeah.
together. It's too late in the night to start babying y'all.
No, I'm an older grown man. It's fine. I just get offended a
How
little.
old are you?
Me,
Yes.
I'm 24.
Do you see it says you have to be 25?
All
Oh,
that, all that nonsense in the comments, and you're
almost
not
like I
even old
go.
enough.
I'm
Wait,
sorry. No,
what?
I'm 24 and getting 25 within a
Go
month.
home. You're not old enough.
If all right, you can reject me. It's fine. But I know more than you, anyways.
Okay. Bye.
You want to challenge
He
me?
said I know more than you anyways. Okay, cool.
A damn child. That's what
Good
that
for
was.
you. Carrie? Okay, Carrie's knocked out. Shums, is it Shums? Shums?
Shums did it.
They don't teacup. I think this person might be asleep too. I think they accidentally came up. Andy? Angie? Welcome in the Mezzo Raid. Oh shit, hold on. I'm trying to bring up Mezzo.
Yo, hello.
Wait, Coco, I did not mean to bring you up. I don't know. That was. Hi, what's your name?
My name? User.
I'm not calling
I
you
about to
that.
say Usher.
I'm gonna start
What's
saying that
your,
every time they just have user and a bunch of numbers. Just call him Usher from now on.
No, don't.
That's amazing. Hey, I'm so sorry. Before you go into, I can't stay. I just want to say hi real quick because I'm going to bed. But is it okay if I like plug a little thing real quick?
Yes, and is everything okay? Are you where the fires are? Are you in
Yeah,
the same area?
I'm right in it, and that's what I'm plugging. So I'm okay. I'm letting people know that I'm like safe right now. Our cars are packed. We're ready to bolt in the night. We may have to put our animals and stuff in. It's super scary. It's
Oh my
super
God.
bad, and the thing that I like, nobody knows what to do, but the only thing I can do is for the people that, like if when are watching this and go, hey, I want to like help these people in some way, like where can I send money? I'm sure there are better places to do this, but for until these fires are out, my Cash App that I have like a link to on my account, I'm going to give 100% of whatever I get on that directly to close friends of mine who I know who like lost their homes and everything that they owned. Like there's many people, friends and coworkers of mine that are absolutely out. Like they're everything burned down. So if you want to help and that's something you want to do, no pressure. It just, if you were already trying to figure out how to, I'm just putting it out there as this is one method. I'll give it directly into their pocket, like 100% of it. So it doesn't go, you can't like do a tax write off or anything. It's just, if that's what you're trying to do, I'm here to help. Yeah.
No, definitely. Thank you for that. Can you send me your Cash App in the Discord? That way I can, I can't go to your bio right now while I'm on live, but I can like say it out, like remind people, and then I can put it in my bio.
Yeah, I'll try to do that.
Just on Discord, and that way I can let people know.
Yeah. I'll once I log off, I'll do that real quick. So, it's just super devastating. It's like nothing we've ever seen, and it's scary and sad all at the same time.
Did it start from like a wildfire? Like,
so we have the Santa Ana winds happening right now. So the weather was just like, oh, it's going to be like really hard winds, like 60 mile up to 70 mile an hour winds. That happens sometimes here, and it's like, this is fun. You go skateboarding, you just stand there and it blows you around, and like everyone's palm trees fall down, you got to go clean it up. But we also just haven't had rain in a long time, and it's like, sorry to get scientifical here, but it's climate change. Like everyone's just like, well, this is what it's going to be from now on, and so we're all kind of like scared, like, oh, okay. Anyways, I don't need to like get into that because we can't fix it really. But it's, like we get fires all the time. I was just saying in my life, like we would just go watch the firefighters come and like dump the water out of their airplanes on our nearby hills, and we'd wave thank you, and then everything would be fine. But this just all happened at once at the same time as the winds. And normally right now it has rained a whole bunch and it just hasn't. So the wind is just taking it. It's just taking it, and it's jumping house to house. It's actually just like blazing through neighborhoods instead of just being on the hills. I mean, and like my wife runs, where she works, there's like a whole bunch of different like small, I don't know how to like say this, like thrift stores that they run off of stuff, and they're just gone, like fully gone. Everything inside of them, inside and out, like there's nothing left. So it's really terrible. It's just everything's bad. Yeah.
Mezzo, I have a question. Sorry. So like you said, you guys are packed in. So what are you guys waiting on? Like, how come did people not get like soon enough? I don't know how I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah.
why are you waiting? How come like you can't just get out of there?
So where we happen to be right now, where we live, we're in a safe spot. We're in a spot where at the moment everything is fine, and we get a decent like warning. And so right now we're on, it's like they call it ready, set, go. So we're in ready mode, and then if it's set, then it means pack all your stuff, and then when it says go, you drive off. We go a step ahead. We have our stuff packed because we're like why wait? But
Okay.
yeah. So we're packed. We're kind of like ahead of the game for where we need to be, but we're watching closely, and then they'll come through ringing bells if we need to. I guess stuff like that, and our phone alarms will go off. But yeah, but for us, we can't just like go. We have our 2 kids, but we also have 2 dogs, a cat, a tortoise, and a rabbit. And so we can't just like, oh, let's just go hang out at a hotel. Like that doesn't really all fit there.
Right.
So if we don't need to, we're hoping we can stay here. Like obviously we want to stay in our home as long as we can. But then if it comes down to it, we're ready to bolt and like, just put our essentials in the car basically.
So the people that with the houses that have burned so far, like did a lot of people get hurt, or did the majority of them get out okay?
like it's amazing how few people have been hurt in this. There are some. There's like I think the last toll I saw was 5 dead and then a bunch of injuries. But like for how much has gone away, it's like you're kind of like just 5. Like it's like you look at the pictures, it's like you expect it to be like 500. It's just like people took it seriously and they ran for it. So good. I mean it's still a bummer. Like it's a never good that there's one, but surprisingly low number on that. So and yeah, for all the people that I know, as far as from what I've been able to tell, they got away fine. They have all their animals. They have their kids and everything is fine. But it's just they're home. Yeah.
I saw a street that was like packed with cars, and people apparently like people just came out their cars and like ran. But I was like, that's devastating to like have to get out of your car knowing that there's a fire coming right there, and then oh my god,
And you have
I'm
to
so,
run for your life. They were coming through and they're like, get
yeah.
out and run for your life. There's too much traffic. Yeah.
Goodness
That's
gracious! I'm
heartbreaking.
glad that you're safe and that you're in a safe spot. That you're ahead of the game. That your loved ones are okay. Uh, I can't pin the comment, but Rhea, do you have the ability to pin Joel's comment?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see.
Okay, Joel, put your Cash App in the
Oh,
comments,
okay.
and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and so we'll pin it there. When I get off live,
I'm not
I'll
doing
send
like a
some support.
fundraiser. Like just to be clear, I'm not like this isn't a thing where I'm like, please give everything you can stuff. It's just I know some people were like, what can I do? And I'm like, I'll be the
Yeah, I
funnel.
know.
That's totally fine. So like, don't feel like you have to. It's just like. And by the way, Joel, thanks for we just did a live and like lightened my mood. We got to have some fun and do some jokes and have some giggles in the middle of this. So I really appreciate that. Thanks, buddy. And I hope you're having a good life too. But I should get to bed.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye everyone. Thank you.
Have a good night. I don't have the pinning option.
Maybe they took it away. Like they did an update and was saying that now you can pin comments, but I don't have the ability. Um, I don't know. Maybe they took it away.
I'm still checking. Maybe I'm missing a setting here, but it's not giving me the option to. Sorry, and then my background is loud here.
Well, it's his username, so I'll remember when I get off live um to send it. It's easy enough. It's Mezzo WS. Uh, yeah. Um. Guest.
Hello.
How old are you?
19.
Like, were you here when the last guest came up and he was 19?
No.
Okay. Do you see the host note on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take you down. Okay.
That one was even older. He had like 24 or something.
Oh, I thought he was like. I thought.
19.
Yeah. All I hear is child.
Yep.
All right. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are a non-believer, the guest box is open. There is no wait. There's 700 of you in here, with another 65 on YouTube. With the YouTube, you can call in on the Discord. Somebody did enter the Discord a few minutes ago, and then you left. Actually, and you know what's so crazy? I think I've probably been on Discord all fucking day. Because I be forgetting to hang the call up.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I think I've been on Discord all damn day.
How did they get into the Discord? Was it like a specific link that you have on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
hmm I don't think they can hear unless my microphone is on. Like my mic has to be on in order for them. Somebody has to be in the room, and then my mic has to be plugged up. My mic wasn't even plugged up to my PC, so they wouldn't have been able to hear anything. Anyway, but yeah, there are 710 people in here. The guest box is open, unless y'all just want to sit here in silence. And I doubt that y'all came to this live to just sit here in silence.
Yeah, my daughter has such a huge knot on her head because she don't listen.
What happened?
Her ass fell, jumping around. I done told her no more jumping on the bed. I even used the song. I tell her no more monkeys jumping on the bed. Nope, she don't care. She jumped on the bed and she fell and hit her head. Just my heart.
Poor baby. Hey, Joel.
Hey, how's it going? I was gonna kill some time while we were waiting, but is this Soma a Christian?
Oh, I don't know. Soma.
Yeah, good morning, Tinka.
Hi, how are you? Can I get your age for
I'm
TikTok
okay, I'm
purposes?
okay. Yeah, I'm 30 plus.
Can you get closer to the
So I
microphone
think,
for me? I can barely
yeah,
hear
yeah.
you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little bit
Can
better.
you hear me?
Yes. Are
Yeah.
you
So
a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am an atheist. I'm calling from Nigeria actually.
Okay. And what did you
Yeah.
come up to talk about?
And I just came up to talk about that. I have been following for quite a long time. I was following Meso actually, and then I stumbled across your platform, and I do come once in a while at least to listen, and then grab some stuff and then leave. So I just came up to actually most times I do request to say that I appreciate the works you are doing, and best most of the times I don't get picked up. So I just I'm about stepping out now before I just requested. So I just came up to say I appreciate the work that you're doing. Even us here in Nigeria, we are trying our best to actually pass the message across to people here. But we keep trying our best. So I just came up to say that I appreciate the work that you are doing, both Mezo and Justin, every other host. So that is just all I came here to say.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
What am I, chopped liver? I mean, it's always about Mezzo these days. Have you noticed? Everyone's like Mezzo, Mezzo, Mezzo. He's got 8,000 followers. He's like well over 1,000 more than me. It's so rude. Um,
That's because we barely see you now. Like, when do you go live now?
I you know what, I was bananaed for a week there, so I'm back
Oh,
now.
okay.
But before that, it was over the holidays. That's what it was. I was a little under the weather, and holiday stuff, and so yeah, I was a little bit hit and miss. But I'll be more consistent now and try to win, because I made that guy. I don't know if you know this, but like I made him who he is. I welcomed him into this community, and now look. He's a
It
he's a
always works
monster
like
in a
that.
good way. hmm This is my question for you, real quick, if I could bother you. Um, you've mentioned it before. There's a chapter in Leviticus. It's like 26 or 27 that talks about how men are worth this many shekels, women are worth this many shekels. You know what I'm talking about?
The votive
Like,
offerings.
yeah, they got to be like consecrated or something, and then in verse 29 of whichever chapter, it's like some people can't be paid for and they have to be put to death.
Leviticus 27, 28, 29.
I haven't gotten to 28 and 29 yet, so maybe maybe that happens. What are they talking about? Is this human sacrifice?
Yeah, this is so like it's the devoted to destruction, the harem,
Mm-hmm.
um, where if they take captives of their enemies, any nation that's been like devoted to destruction or put under a ban, where they are not allowed to like communicate with them, they're considered unclean. If you take captives from those nations, you cannot. If you offer them to God as a offering or to the temple, they have to be put to death. You can't redeem them, and they're not allowed to be slaves in the temple because they're unclean. So if you offer them to the god, they have to be put to death.
So that's what that particular verse. What in the early parts where you can pay for people, like who are you paying for? Like I
Those are
mean I don't know,
Israelites.
just other Israelites. But what's the
Hmm.
do we know what context they have to pay for people? Like to
So
the
like they would dedicate their children to the temple,
mm,
and they were required to redeem them, and they would have to pay the votive offering to redeem them back from the God. So it's
mm.
kind of like buying your child back from God after you've dedicated them to God.
Yeah, I was reading that chapter, and it was people and then property. Like there was like your land or your like different types of property, I guess, and all of it was like if you see a field, like someone else's field or something, and you want to like pay for that to be dedicated to God. Like do you know much about this chapter? Because I'm like, what is happening here? Like
But it's
what
not. They're not paying for it to be dedicated. They're paying to redeem it after they've dedicated it.
is it to be like more holy than just your regular everyday run of the mill field? They're like, ooh, well, let's do this dedication thing. Like, what's the motivation here?
It's like tithes, like first fruits. Like Jericho was an offering, right? Dedicated uh, to the God. So like
Mhm.
all of the wealth inside of Jericho stayed in Jericho because that was considered like the first fruit offering of the Canaanite conquest before they went into the promised land. Right, so that's something that you can't redeem back because it was devoted to destruction. But like if they go into uh, a land and they get gold and silver or whatever, they have to give. Not let me not say the gold. Let's see if they get sheep or oxen. Like
Mhm.
they can dedicate the first fruit or the best of the sheep and the oxen to the god, and then they have I think 7 days to come back and redeem it with the price. I think it to me it just sounds like a way for the temple to make money.
Yeah, it's like this another kind of tax, I guess. Like
Yeah.
just a different way of yeah getting that's one thing that when I've been reading this Leviticus, I'm like, man, what a scam. They're really the priests who wrote this, that's what I'm assuming it was, that governmental system. They're like, they're getting land and property and no one can take it from them. Everyone else can lose it, like in the year of Jubilee it has to go back, but not the priests. They get to keep all of that, and they're just constantly fed. And even if they have to do some sort of a sacrifice, they have to get it from someone else because they don't have their own animals. It's just like, you guys are just kept boys.
Yeah.
They really are. They're lucky. Well, they're not lucky. They're running a scam. Like they're smart. But
Does
anyway,
the priest, like if you see like a and like we talk about the JEPD the
mhm,
documentary hypothesis a lot.
mhm,
One thing that you will see is the priest highlighting in every damn near every story that they partook in creating or redacting. They're gonna highlight the sacrifices because that's where you have to buy the animals to make the sacrifice. It's like that's where they make their money. They're gonna
mhm.
highlight the Sabbath, that because that's uh, has to do with like the rituals. Like the priests were very concerned with the votive offerings, is because that's how the temple made their money.
When I was a Christian, I always was like annoyed when people would say, "Oh, the Christianity is just a system of control. They just came up with it because it's a system of control." I was just like, "Ah, shut up about that," you know. But like, if you read like just in Leviticus, like the heart of this thing is like, I don't know, a system of control. We want to control people's genitals or whatever, but like we want to be taken care of by these people. We want to like be take their stuff. We want to have, like, it's a business, you know what I mean? So there is obviously truth to that. But it's like, it's just money. It's all about money, isn't it?
Yeah, that like literally the priest is the one assigning the value like to the stuff. Like it's like you dedicate it and then you got to buy it back. It's there is no other value in that other than money.
Mhm. And it's so like, one comment that I've been having while I've been reading it is like in the first 10 chapters where you get all this stuff about like we're killing all these animals and burning them. And some of it is, oh, you're going to eat that. But a lot of it is just like completely wasted, right? And then like the birds, like taking the heads off the birds and stuff. And those things, you're just burning them, like just gone. And I'm like, is that a sort of performative thing where they're like, if we were to just like have them give us food, they would see through that. So we have to do this thing where we waste stuff entirely to make it look like, that's what God wants. You know what I mean? Because it seems so pointless.
It's I don't know. It's the most weirdest process to me. I was asking myself today about the sacrifices and like how if God never did the sacrifices, what would be different? Like how would how would the world be different if this God never ever needed or required sacrifices?
Yeah, and like
It wouldn't be different to me. Like it doesn't do anything. Like I
it,
don't know.
yeah, it didn't work. Like it was completely flawed. Like and that's why they change it allegedly. That's the story in the New Testament. So it was already completely unnecessary. But the Christian, of course, thinks that the reason why all this had to happen was so that we would get the whole Jesus thing. Like it was just like they were living a metaphor for thousands of years and killing countless animals. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is so dumb. But it's true that like us in this day and age, like, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't seem, well, nobody does it. Hopefully nobody's doing it. Doesn't seem to have any real world effect.
I, it doesn't make any sense. Like I cannot see like why would like what's the purpose of saying hey here's a animal that I plan on buying back. Like here's an animal that I'm devoting to God, but I'm coming back to get it
Hmm.
so that I could take it home and cook it. Like what for what?
It's
I
the thought that matters.
I
Yeah.
guess.
It's God has no power in this realm. He can't do anything. So we have to create a system by which we get paid so that we can perpetuate this thing, because God needs money more than anything else in the world. God needs money. An all-powerful being needs money to succeed, and that's crazy.
Yeah. Somebody said the other day, like Christians don't ask themselves why God needs to ask them for money to pay his bills, but then tell them to pray to him to help them pay theirs.
Yeah.
Like he's coming to you and telling you to dig deep in your pockets and give your last 2 mites, but you're supposed to pray to him and ask him to help you pay your bills. It don't fucking make sense.
Doesn't make sense. This is another one I thought of today while I was editing my little show on YouTube. And I thought, do you know how there's those verses that says like God gave the law that we couldn't follow? Like I know
Mm-hmm.
there's like a kind of a contradiction in like it is easy to follow, but then there's also other ones that's like it's impossible to follow. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. And Ezekiel.
Yeah, that's the ones where it's impossible. So if God gave, because that's a Christian apologetic, right? Like the reason why Jesus came was because nobody could follow the law. Um, it's also that's also where it exists.
The crazy
So
thing is though, he said he did it on purpose and he made them like sacrifice their kids because he knew they couldn't follow the law.
right,
That's the crazy thing.
yeah, that's another sick thing. But like just to add to that, I was reading, I think it's going to be Leviticus 26, maybe it's 26, the one with all the threats in it. That's what I was doing today. It was 26 and 27. So anyway, one of them, it's just like a
I
lot of
think we read the
threats.
Bible too much. The TikTok comment said that somebody had reached level 21. Dragon Sage reached member level 21, and my eyes read it Leviticus 21.
We're obsessed with this stupid book.
Oh my
Indoctrination right
god.
there.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot more fun as an unbeliever, I will say that. But yeah, there's these threats that, like, I'm gonna, your eyeballs are gonna suck out of their socket. I'm gonna send animals to, destroy all of you. You guys are gonna eat your kids. All of these types of, like, horrific things that God's gonna do if you don't follow his laws. And if you continue to not follow his laws, it's going to get worse and worse. If you do follow it, then you're going to just get crops. Like, normal stuff's going to happen, like normal nature stuff's going to happen, but you don't do it. And it's just like brutal. And I was like, if it's true that these are impossible laws to follow, and that's why we needed Jesus, then God was just setting us up so that he could, or at least the Hebrews up, so that he could do horrific things to them. Is that what's going on here? Is it just like the whole thing is just a brutal setup?
That's what I think. I think the God likes to see people suffer or needs people to suffer so that they can feel like they need him. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just, I mean, if any of it were true, it'd be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
As a concept, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's obviously not true. But if it were, oh man, what a
He's
monster.
sadistic, worse than any serial killer on the earth.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm old enough to be on stage. How old are you?
I am 20.
You're not old enough to be on stage.
I have to be 25.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. Anyways, well, before I go, I just want to say have a good one.
Goodness gracious. It is 700 people in this room. 700 of y'all.
I thought our riveting conversation would have encouraged some Christians. They'd be like, no, my God isn't just threatening everyone. Oh,
I think they're scared of me. Like, seriously.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I think I talked
I
to
was
you
here.
yesterday, right?
Yes, I was here yesterday. I'm just listening to the conversation as usual, and I think it's Joel who was speaking about the whole sacrifices and so on and so forth, and it made me think of this show that I watched probably like a year or two ago. Gods of America. I was so scared. Well, I was scared, but at first I was like, I'm not watching that. It's a occult and so on and so forth. But eventually I did watch it, and then I think how do I say this? These gods that we're being taught to depend on or to believe in, they need us more than we need them, because the premise of the show is basically like the gods are competing for followers, because when the followers when they lose followers, then they lose their power and eventually they go out of existence. So what I'm saying is these the god of all these different religions, especially the Abrahamic religions, because I'm not really versed on anything else. This thing about doing things to show, or like you said, giving money to the church so that God can pay his bills, or in the olden time making the sacrifices and so on. This is just to keep this thing alive. This imaginary persona alive. in the minds of people and to scare them and to make them feel, which is what I was saying yesterday, the whole premise of if you don't do it, such and such is going to happen to you. But really and truly, they set you up for things to happen to you when you do leave, because they isolate you from the rest of society and so forth. So it's like they have to put these things in place so that they could keep their God alive, because without a believer, then there is no God, right? Because why would a random person, right? And that is what I think I was watching a YouTube video and someone was saying, nobody has woken up, like a child wasn't born and just decided to speak about Jesus. He was taught. Somebody had to teach him. So the whole process of continuing to teach people about this God and put it into their minds, and it's perpetuating a system of continuing to have followers, supporters of this God, so that he himself doesn't die out, so to speak. Because without people who believe in the existence of God, then there is no existence of God. So the whole point, I just wanted to say that on the point of these sacrifices, why does God need sacrifices or want us to give him all this reverence? Is because, well, this God is because the persons who have established the idea of God, for their benefit, for them to continue to reap the benefits, they need to continue to have people who believe and will do the things that would continue to benefit them in the name of this God or this person that they say is this higher being.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it just came to my mind, and and this live and so on. I mean, platforms like these are really helping me come to realize more and more that this thing really makes very little sense, or no sense at all. So, if anybody hasn't watched it, I find it's a really good show, Gods of America. And what is interesting about it? One of the gods that is now the one of the more recent gods that was part of this, that was in the show, sorry, is like the internet, money, sex, so on and so forth. So it's like the things that people used to worship before that, they had droves of followers, like Christianity and all these beliefs. People are now moving away from it, and then the power is going to things that really benefit people, like the internet, money, and so on, because more people are devoting their time and energy into these things as opposed to these gods. So then these gods are losing their power, their hold on people. These communities, these religious societies are losing their financial, their emotional, moral hold on people, because people are now, as a whole, like I said, there's this mass exodus I've been hearing of people just leaving religion, and not just one religion, but like religion in general. And in the show, it was showing like the internet was like the more recent, so to speak, God. So what it was saying, like, God is not really is not a real thing or a person or whatever they want to call it, but it's just a system of belief. So it's just something that people worship at the time, and when they find something else to worship, then they let go of it, and when something else comes along, then that will be the God, and it will go on and go forth. So if we really get people to let go of these concepts, of these ideas, of this fear of whatever it is that they're using to have them hold on to this God, then the whole God is gonna go out of existence. And it's more, the concept of God is gonna go out of existence, out of our minds, out of our thoughts, just as so many concepts that we had in education and science that existed before. Now that we've come to have more understanding, these things are no longer in existence. So I think it's just like a concept that these people had, and it was very greedy and selfish, like you said, the men of in the temple, or whoever they were. That was what they set up so that they could get free food, so that they could get what they needed, because people were obliged to uh, make sacrifices and donations and so on and so forth. And I think with the passage of time, this belief system is going to eventually go away, and this God that a lot of people are still hooked on, it's going to die away, and I can't wait for it to happen. It may not be in my lifetime, but eventually it's going to disappear, and it has to, because we're becoming more and more knowledgeable. Science exists. We're becoming to understand more about the world around us and how things work. So there's no reason, sorry, for us to hold on to this concept of a God, because they can no longer make us fear the consequences of not believing in him. Like you were saying, they were saying if you don't have if you don't listen follow God, then you won't have food. Man has gone on to do make so many advancements that we could mass produce food. Do you think that people still believe that well, you know what, if we don't believe in God, then he will cause a famine? Well, we've kind of taken control of that aspect, and we could mass produce and create GMO foods and so on. So we have means of providing food. So then, where is God now? Where is His hand in that to ensure that the people who do these things have to depend on Him? He can't, because it was just a belief system. And the more we take control of the way the world works, and the more we're able to manipulate the world around us, then we realize that it's not really God doing it. We can really do so much for ourselves, and we don't have to be afraid that letting go of Him will bring about our suffering, will bring about hard times, and so on and so forth. And the people at the time, they didn't have these advancements, so they didn't know any better, so they really had to hold on to that crutch and thus be exploited in hopes that they would get these blessings, so on, or whatever it is that they were promised in the name of this God.
You know, I was just reading. Am I coming through?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just don't see the blue thing come up. I was reading in Exodus, or I was editing the Exodus chapter again, where God does all the threats, and He says that if you don't follow my commands or whatever, I'll make the sky like iron, and I'll make the ground like bronze, which I guess, you know, not a lot of sun and hard ground, so it would be hard to grow crops. And just to speak to your point, Starlight, I was in Iceland in December, and it's just a tundra there. You know, like the ground is like bronze, honestly, and the sun like is only up for like 3 or 4 hours a day, so the sky is generally like iron usually. So I don't know what they've done wrong, but there was this place that we came upon, which is like has world famous, I guess, tomato soup. And they have these greenhouses, which you drive up, and it's like the sun is shining from the ground. You know, it's just like such huge lights, and they grow tomatoes all year round because we've beaten the system. Like we can do this. We do not need the God for this. You know what I mean? He can make those threats, but we can overcome those obstacles. And Iceland's basically proven that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. They're gonna lose their hold on so many people, which is already happening, because we're realizing a lot of the things that we were told that we had to hold on to God for so that they could happen, right? You have to hold on to God, or else He'll cause a drought. Droughts have been happening. People, I learned. Well, we've been hearing of it for a while, but then evidence has been coming out. These people are being able to now manipulate the weather, like. So, do we really have to pray to God that He sends rain? Like, what is happening?
But I don't know, like,
These things.
are we ever gonna get away from the concept of God? Like, do you think we're like? I get that, like, maybe the Abrahamic gods might eventually be like the Greek gods, but like, to for humankind to like no longer have the concept of God, I don't know. That just seems almost impossible for some reason.
Yeah, I guess you are. I guess you're right on that front, because these belief systems have existed for so long, and I don't know why it hasn't gone away.
Mm.
But I think even if it doesn't completely disappear, I really believe, because the mass exodus that is happening right now, I believe that it's going to continue, and more people are going to realize that it doesn't really hold any weight. There's no sense to it. Like yesterday, after I left I think after Thinker ended her live, I just continued to scroll on TikTok, and I came across another live, and this guy was talking about, he had some back injury, and it healed because the doctor said, and so on and so forth, like this whole miraculous healing stuff. So then, there was this big back and forth in the live. So I said, you know what, let me just go Google what it is he's talking about. And it's something it's like a hernia that could go back into place on its own. Right? You could either go get help. You could either go get it fixed surgically, or like, I'm not really sure because I'm not really in the medical field, but it says 9 out of 10 people, this thing goes away on its own. But he was so convinced, that this prayer group got rid of it, and you couldn't tell him otherwise. And I think it's moments like these kinds of situation is what's going to keep people holding on to the concept of God. But I don't know what's gonna help people like these who really think that these things happen. But I think in general, people are just becoming more enlightened, wiser. They're realizing the foolishness of these things, and that these systems are just made to continue to hold on to them and drain them of their finances, to control the way they live their lives. To do it's a completely unnecessary system. But some of us just, we're not ready to give it up, and they tend to believe that they're the most enlightened, so to speak, because they have this concept of this thing that we cannot see because we don't have the so-called Holy Spirit. I'm like, but how do you know that you even have the Holy Spirit? Right? How do you know that you have the Holy Spirit and I don't? Like, there is no visible or tangible truth, no observable truth, evidence, sorry, for this God, and they keep talking about evidence in their life, evidence in their life. And one of the arguments that I was able to make is like, the advancements in science have observable benefits in everyone's life. And it doesn't mean that everyone benefits from it, but everyone can benefit from it. And he was like, yeah, but some tribes and villages in Africa don't have electricity. So should they not believe in it? I said, no, it's not that they shouldn't be that because they've never had it, that it's not something that they should believe in. We can at any point in time bring it and show it to them, but at no point in time can you bring evidence to show it to me, even if I haven't experienced it. You need to show me something. So even if I don't have the benefits, it's like saying I don't have a microwave in my home, so I don't believe microwave exists. My neighbor could just tell me, come see my microwave. So their reasoning is all upside down. It's all mixed up. They're all about making excuses, making reasons. Well, you need the Holy Spirit to see it, and you need this and that and that and that. And for you to know, you have to observe it in your life. It's like a circular argument. You argue the point with the point, so then it goes nowhere. And because they hold on to this belief system, so they're so staunch in it that you cannot get them to be reasonable, to understand that what they're believing makes no sense. And when I'm saying this, not in a condescending way, because at one point I was really there, and I was running on the treadmill, on the hamster wheel, sorry, just with the circular arguments, until I guess my head began to spin and I realized it wasn't making any sense, and it was also giving me a headache. So I don't really blame anyone. I just hope for it that eventually they realize, and platforms like this, discussions like this, would help them come out of this cycle, this repetitive cycle of apologetics and explaining something that really makes no sense.
Good morning, y'all. I
Good
think it's
morning.
just, hey, friend. I think it's just a matter of time. To your point, Starlight and Joel, I think the difference, and one of the reasons that specifically lay religious people, that, just your commonwealth, your common church going people, they refute science so much, is because historically religion has provided the answer, and now science is providing explanations. And they don't like that because there's nothing to refute that. And that's why you see them coming up here fighting tooth and nail, using apologetics that really make no sense, and they can't provide answers to it, because everything that you just mentioned, Starlight, is exactly what the people in power, and I'm not proposing a conspiracy theory about this cabal or anything like that. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I just know that people do fucked up shit, and the folks that are on the bottom are the ones that pay for it. And that's what we're seeing in religion as well. I do think that it is only a matter of time before it goes away. I do not think it will happen in our lifetime, because we still have too many people like the folks that we talked to yesterday coming up here not being able to utilize critical thinking skills, and just being stuck in this repetitive, but I prayed, and then that's what happened. Like, it didn't rain until like they aren't able to think through things logically. And until we are able to get to a point where if not every person is raised in a way that allows them to utilize their brain and allows their brain to develop, and they're evidence based as opposed to being faith based, it's not going to go anywhere. And I don't even think the idea of a God is problematic in and of itself. The idea of being in awe of this planet that we're on, in this galaxy that we live in this universe that we live in, like, the more we understand, the more questions we have. Because I always go back to my favorite quote: as the area of our knowledge grows, so too does the perimeter of our ignorance. There's always going to be something to learn, and that in and of itself is wondrous. That in and of itself is awe-inspiring. And any logical thinking person would not think, oh, I know good and hell well I can't create a universe. I can barely understand the universe, right? Like, I listen to and consume that information all the time because I'm curious. I want to know, how do we know how far away planets are? Like, show me the science. What is the method? And now that that information is accessible to just everyday people, and everyday people are not illiterate, everyday people are not so focused on survival that we can't question those things and we can't ponder those things. Our civilization has evolved to a point now that we have the time to be able to do that. Not everybody, but notice how strongly or how prevalent religion is in the lives of people that are struggling to make ends meet, because they need hope. When you get to a point, and this isn't about being elite or not elite, because it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with access to information. That's why it's shrinking. That's why religion doesn't like education. That's why religion doesn't like science, because it encourages people to think. Like, it's not telling you you can't have your God. I mean, if you want to call the wonders of the world, or, the wonders of the universe, a God, and feel inspired by that, do it. That's fine. But what it's morphed into, and the damage that has been done to people and to their families. Like, I spoke to a new member of the community yesterday, and just an amazing, amazing, beautiful individual with one of the most heartbreaking stories I have ever heard before. But it's inspiring because despite it, and I'm getting emotional thinking about it, because in spite of everything that this belief system and this religion has done to her, she is still kind. She still cares about people. So I think the fact that these spaces exist, and we're talking about leaving God, but still loving, they don't like that. We're talking about leaving, not even leaving God, but leaving religion, leaving this institution of control, but still being caring, leaving this institution of control, but still worrying about and being concerned about how my actions impact others. They don't want this world we're envisioning, because it doesn't leave them in control. And I think that's ultimately the crux of the matter, because that's what religion does. It just controls people. And these conversations, and the scholarship being available, and the language being available, and the access to the documents being available, that's never occurred in our history before. In any generation has that ever occurred. So I really do feel like we're at the cusp of change, where, that part in I'm a big Hamilton nerd. I hate musicals, but I loved Hamilton, and I think it's because of the historical narrative. And I know it's all fabricated, but I think the point where Eliza was singing a song about being at the most exciting point in history. I can't even think of the words right now, and I have the whole fucking soundtrack memorized. But we've never been at this point of development before. Like, every single one of us on this live, listening to the crazy ass words coming out of my mouth right now, we're at the farthest point in our development. So we're at the horizon, and I think that's the part that's exciting. And it is scary. The unknown is scary. And historically, religion has provided answers to things that we don't understand. But now we're getting explanations of how we know what we know, and everybody has access to it. So long story short, I think it's only a matter of time before religion goes away, but I don't think we'll see it in our generation.
Definitely not gonna see it in our generation if people think the fucking Bible proves science.
Right. Anybody, Starlight, can you mute up? You got some background noise.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Anybody that thinks the Bible proves science, clearly, one, hasn't read the Bible, and two, no science. Like, it just doesn't. But the Abrahamic religions specifically are insidious, like in so many ways. Just even the scripture that Joel just pointed out, the vast majority of Christians that go to church every Sunday and love the Lord and praise Jesus don't realize that that scripture is in the Bible and what that scripture is talking about. The vast majority of people that go to church on Sundays don't do the research that Thinker just shared about what that word meant and how it's translated in different versions, even though all the versions are available to anybody with the internet. But they
But
don't. The fear is what's holding them back, I think. Go ahead, Joel.
well, I was just gonna say, but they're all gonna defend it. You know, if you bring it up to them or bring up something that they hadn't noticed and haven't thought of, they will so quickly defend the horrible, ugly, evil thing. You know, and I think it is fear. I think that that's really where it all stems from. But that's why we get these people that I always thought when I was a Christian that would be the behavior of the bad guys. I never expected that was going to be the behavior of the Christian, you know.
And that's the part that I don't understand. Like every single day, as non believers, we are talking to believers and explaining to them why genocide is bad, why slavery is bad. Like you really would feel like that conversation would go in a very different direction. The people that claim to have access to the most loving thing in the world is fighting on the side of pain, is fighting on the side of hurt, is fighting on the side of inhumanity. And that doesn't make sense. And as many times as we have this conversation, and you hope that the light bulb is going to come on, like, dude, do you realize you're saying what you're saying? You're realizing you're saying you would unalive your child if something you've never seen told you to do in your head because it doesn't have a voice. And sometimes there was one time Thinker was talking to a guest and the guest said something, and Thinker, you do this all the time. I don't know if it's intentional, but I think it's so powerful. You repeat back to the person what they said. Let me understand what you're saying. And sometimes we have to hear that in our daily lives, in this conversation about religion, and in every conversation, hearing back what you just said and the entailments and through somebody else's voice can sometimes be like paradigm shifting. And I'm hopeful that when we say these things to these folks that we have conversations with, it will shift their paradigm a little bit to realize, do you know what you're fighting for? You know what you're upholding right now. And that sits right with you as a loving, kind individual. Sometimes it's going to work, but sometimes it's not, because again, the character of a person is the character of a person. And sometimes it can be so embedded that belief system can be the character of the person. And to take that away from them is to take away their identity. And I think part of that too is why they hold on to it so strongly.
I've seen like the light bulb go off. This happened on Boxing Day. I saw my parents, and my parents are tough cookies. I mean, they're fundamentalists. They're they're not the nice type of Christian, if you if I dare say. But I was talking about the story of Joseph and the line in Genesis 50 that it says where I think it is Joseph that says, "You guys meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." And I said, the good that God meant all of this for was creating a country full of indentured servants or slaves. Like all the Egyptians became slaves to Pharaoh because of the famine, and that was God's good plan. And like my mom, it was like the light bulb went on. Like she was just like, oh, like what? But then I could almost see the wheels spinning. And like, what do I do with this? I can't accept this. Like God would want to turn a country into slaves. And it didn't take her long, and she was like, well, they worshiped other gods. Like this was punishment. This was justified. They worshiped other. I said, well, no, they all worshiped Joseph's God, because Joseph did all the answering, he answered the dreams or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And Pharaoh was like, look at how great Joseph's God is. I said, so I don't know if that is a good excuse. But, even though they know it's wrong to like put a nation into slavery, like that, I could see it hit her like, oh, geez, like this isn't good. Like so quickly. Hold on.
Joel, God is waking you up now.
So
God, is
quickly.
that you?
God, hello.
Margaret.
Team Margaret.
We need
But anyway,
Mezzo
so
stay and go, yo.
but yeah, so quickly they have to find a way to excuse it so that they can maintain this belief. And I think it's got to be out of fear, because I don't know what else is holding them there, because it seems so obvious to just like dump it to me.
Well, Starlight, did you have anything else? I do think that we have a caller on Discord.
Oh, sorry.
Ethereal,
The
is the
last thing.
caller still on Discord? Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I'm saying he's on the whole slavery thing. The insane way that I had it explained to me by Christians was that God wasn't telling people to be slaves, but how to manage in a society where it was happening. But what I'm saying is that also doesn't really make sense, because in our current society, there are a lot of things happening. For example, if you live in a gang-ridden community, you wouldn't tell your child, well, this is what gang you should join and this is how you should go about it, because that's where we live and that's how we're going to deal. No, you're going to teach them a way to avoid it, or to stay safe in that society, or maybe how to treat people if they find themselves in certain situations. But he was like, yeah, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to go to these people, conquer them, take the women, rape their women, kill their children, do so on and so forth. So there's always an explanation for it, although when you throw it back to them in that way, it does make sense, but they just can't. There's no way. They don't know how to accept the truth when it's put in front of them. But yeah, I think I'm gonna allow for other people to share their point of view now.
Thanks, Starlight. I agree with you 100%. I think Thinker's working on trying to get somebody up on the Discord. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
I don't think they're in the Discord anymore. Why do y'all say shit that you don't, like, you can't prove? Kylo, whatever your name is on YouTube. Like, why do y'all say shit that you can't prove? Like, the fact that you have to tell yourself that you are loved. Are you really loved? If you have to tell yourself that you are loved, like you're literally saying God is love. I am loved. You're telling yourself that you are loved by this invisible deity. Do you realize that? Like, you're not loved by humans in your life. There's no humans in your life that love you.
If they could only say things that they could prove, they would never say anything. So they have to say things they can't prove. So that's the whole religion. It's the whole
Then
thing.
why are you here? Like, he said, I don't have to be here. Did I fucking ask you to be here?
I love that line.
Why are you here then?
I think he probably means that his existence is proof of God's love because he didn't have to be here. Like, I didn't have to be born. God was loving me enough to let me be born. And I'm only assuming that because I've heard so many people say that before.
I think you're being generous. I think he was doing a Darth Dawkins. I don't have to be here.
Yeah, I like.
Oh, like rage quitting?
Yeah, I don't have to be here.
Gotcha.
There's only friendlies in the guest request, and I don't know if they're there on purpose or not. Thoughts by D, John, and Big Wolf. Are y'all in the box on purpose?
You guys, it looks like we stopped liking after Thinker came back. We can't do that because we still have not hit that 200K goal. So let's please get that, get the likes up and get the shares up too. Thank you.
Like, it's just weird to me. Like, there's damn near 800 people tuned into the live right now. Like, 700 over here and almost 100 on the YouTube. And like, the only people and the guest requests are people that agree with us.
I feel like there's this Morty guy in the chat who I feel like they're a Christian, asking a lot of questions, trying to figure things out. Why don't you come up here, Morty, and have a real life conversation?
I mean, but even not even just like believers, but people who are deconstructing, right? Like the whole purpose of the live, right? It's a research live. The purpose of the live is to ask the hard questions that you normally wouldn't ask. Your religious family members, or questions that you've always had, things that you are experiencing on your deconstruction journey, but not like therapy like type of questions. Like this is a research live, and so I just want to make sure like that y'all feel comfortable coming up and participating in that way. So I don't want y'all to think that it's only believers that can come on stage. This is a place for us to engage and all learn from each other. Because I keep telling y'all know me. I'm not gonna sit around and just listen to silence. If I feel like that the live has reached this point, I'm going to shut down and I'm gonna go get some rest.
That's like hanging on the phone, nobody saying anything.
I
Please don't
can't
do that to
stand
me.
that. Yeah, I
Mm-mm.
cannot stand that.
Please don't do that to me because I'm not feeling silence.
Yeah.
I wonder if like Joel kind of hit the nail on the head. I think God makes their head hurt too. I'm wondering if it's the topic. You know what I'm saying? Like they got a headache too. They need some spiritual
Like,
talk time.
I'm sick of this guy.
Well, I think the most intelligent thing that they've actually come with is go get some ibuprofen. Like they'll come into the chat, or they'll say, "God doesn't make my head hurt," or they'll say, "Well, go take an aspirin." Like that's the most.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. And then so I even try to add some conversation starters on the post today, because two of the main things that I would like to explore is the whole concept of like trying to understand why believers ignore the fact that their God needs to use a human body, because they will deny that. And I don't understand it because they know damn well he does. I want to understand why they try to get people to believe that's not the case. Because
Yeah.
logically, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn well he has to use a human body. Why are you fucking sitting here telling me he don't? I want to understand that.
And then when you ask for an example of when he hasn't, they say, "Well, he had manna rain down from heaven and fed people." Like that's what your book says, but have you seen manna? Have you eaten manna? And yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
But
and
that
then there
requires
was
some
the
honesty though. That does require some
but
honesty.
the guy yesterday, like I would love to understand what made the guy yesterday like literally be so dishonest about it, to the point where he was like, God can ride a bike, God can swim. Like he was naming all this stuff, like even to the point to where he made me get to very specific so that he couldn't do the disingenuine pivoting, right?
Hmm.
To say, have you seen God do, things that humans can do in the physical realm without a human body? And then his next response was, well, I haven't asked him to do. Like that's, you know what I'm saying? Like why can't you engage with that thought? Like why are you running from that thought? Because I mean, you know that your God doesn't have a physical body, but why are you denying that? And what does that do to your faith if you were to accept that your God doesn't have a physical body, that your God uses humans or needs to use humans to talk? What are you afraid of that would do to your faith if you acknowledge that?
Right.
That's what I need to understand.
That's
And
a
y'all
great
won't have
question.
this fucking conversation with me. Y'all want to
And
talk about rocks and shit.
so this is my first time on the live, and I was just, well, my name is Seven. I'm 40 years old. I'm non-denominational, but I was just trying to get an understanding on what specifically the topic is, because like I said, I only been here maybe 10 or 15 minutes in order to get my opinion.
So did you hear anything that we said while you were on stage?
Yeah, no, I heard everything you said, but I mean, like, is there a specific thing that that is your belief, or are you saying you don't subscribe to beliefs, or what is your definition of
Why do you
God?
need to know that to give your opinion on what I just said?
Well, because I think the main thing that I'm missing is when you saying this person said this, or you might say your God or something like that. We have to first define God or what we are talking about in order because there's so
You
many.
need to know what God I'm talking about?
No. What is your definition of what God is?
I, your God, the God in the Bible.
No, that's not.
The
I
God
mean,
in the Bible. That's it. The God in the Bible.
yeah, I believe in one God.
Okay, the God in the Bible. That's the God that we're talking about.
Okay, and your question is, what about this God?
You want me to repeat all that?
I just don't believe. I don't believe that in the separatism. I believe there's one God.
Okay, so the God, I'm talking about the God in the Bible, okay? That's the God that I'm talking about. If it's the same God, then I shouldn't have to repeat what I just said. You were sitting on stage when I said all of that.
No, I just believe my definition of God is different than yours. I think
I
people
don't
use.
care. It doesn't matter. Are you talking about the God of the Bible? That's what I'm talking about. If
Yeah, I'm
your
talking
God
about
is
the God
different,
in every
okay, if
definition.
your God is different, then you don't fit this conversation. Does that make sense?
No, my God is not different. It's
Okay,
one
then
God.
there we go. Now answer the question.
So what's the question?
Seven, did you hear the conversation between me and Thinker?
I literally just said I came in here 5 minutes ago.
You
Okay.
were on
That's why I was.
stage.
That's
I'm
why I
sorry.
asked the
No.
question.
He was on stage during the whole conversation, Fee. He was
Only
on
thing.
stage.
No. Only thing I heard you
You
say
were
was,
on
"Oh, if ain't
stage
nobody's
during the
talking, I'm
whole
gonna shut it
conversation.
down."
You were, and before I said that, I mean,
I
after
wasn't
I
here
said,
before you
no,
said
no,
that.
stop. After I said that I would shut it down, I started talking about what I actually wanted to talk about. You were on stage during the whole conversation, and I should not have to repeat what I said.
I mean, well, you do. I didn't. You didn't make a point. If I don't understand the question, I can't answer it.
You didn't say you didn't understand it. And I asked you once already, did you hear it? You said yes. You said you
I
need to
said
know what God
no.
I
I
believe.
said
No, you
I don't
didn't.
believe I was
You
here.
you you
I
do?
didn't hear a
Okay.
question. I said
All
no.
right, hold on.
I didn't have to be born. God was loving me enough to let me be.
I do it on the YouTube. I don't even know why y'all make me do this shit. I don't. This is fucking ridiculous.
You could just repeat it.
No, I don't know. The live has reached this point. I'm going to shut down and I'm going to go get some rest. You're not on stage right there when I said that. I can't stand that. Yeah, I cannot stand. You're not on stage yet.
Please don't do that to me because I'm not feeling silence.
Yeah.
I wonder if like Joel kind of hit the nail on the head. I think God makes their head hurt too. I'm wondering if it's the topic.
You're
You know what
on
I'm saying?
stage now.
They got a headache too. They need some type of spiritual talk.
I'm sick of this guy.
Well, I think the most intelligent thing that they've actually come with is go get some ibuprofen. Like they'll come into the chat, or they'll say, "God doesn't make my head hurt," or they'll say, "Well, go take an aspirin." Like that's the most. Yeah, yeah. And then so I even try to add some conversation starters on the post today because two of the main things that I would like to explore is the whole concept of like trying to understand why believers ignore the fact that their God needs to use a human body because they will deny that, and I don't understand it because they know damn well he does. I want to understand why they try to get people to believe that's not the case because logically, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know damn well he has to use a human body. Why are you fucking sitting here telling me he don't? I want to understand that.
And then when you ask for an example of when he hasn't, they say, well, he had manna rain down from heaven and fed people. Like that's what your book says, but have you seen them? Have you eaten manna. And yeah, I agree. Yeah, and then that requires some honesty, though. That does require some honesty.
But the guy yesterday, I would love to understand what made the guy yesterday, like, literally be so dishonest about it to the point where he was like, God can ride a bike, God can swim. Like, he was naming all this stuff, like, even to the point to where he made me get to very specific so that he couldn't do the disingenuine pivoting, right? To say, have you seen God do, things that humans can do in the physical realm without a human body? And then his next response was, well, I haven't asked him to do. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, why can't you engage with that thought? Like, why are you running from that thought? Because, I mean, you know that your God doesn't have a physical body, but why are you denying that? And what does that do to your faith if you were to accept that your God doesn't have a physical body, that your God uses humans or needs to use humans to talk? What are you afraid of that would do to your faith if you acknowledge that?
Right.
That's what I need to understand. And y'all won't have this fucking conversation with me. Y'all will talk about rocks and shit.
So this is my first time on live, and I was just, my name is Seven. I'm 40 years old. I'm non-denominational, but I was just trying to get an understanding on what specifically the topic is, because I, like I said, I only been here maybe 10 or 15 minutes in order to get my opinion.
So did you hear anything that we said while you were on stage?
Yeah, no, I heard everything you said, but I mean, like, is there a specific...
Why can't y'all be honest? Like, that, this is what I don't understand. Like, I shouldn't have had to do that. You sat here and listened to the entire conversation. I even allowed you to interrupt. Normally, I don't let guests say anything until I've introduced them. I even allowed you to break that rule because I know you've sat here and you listened to our whole conversation. And I thought that you were going to add some value to that. Right. But I think the issue here is that you didn't like that I didn't answer your question about what God I believe in, or I didn't entertain that whole God problem. Right. That whole God question. Right. But I specifically asked you, did you hear the whole conversation? Yes, I heard the whole conversation. Right. And then later in the conversation, you say, no, I didn't. I said no. I said I've only been here for 5 minutes. Like, why can't y'all just be honest?
You're asking me that?
Seven, who else on this panel would she be asking that question to?
You saying why can't I be honest? I didn't understand the course of the question. That's why I asked. Is there a problem with me asking the course of the question so I can have clarity and properly add value to whatever it is that I have to add to the panel or questions I may have? Is something wrong with that?
I think it's something wrong with an individual at 40 years old hearing themselves misspeak. And I'm going to give you every benefit of the doubt possible, hearing themselves misspeak and not be able to own it. And I think that's demonstrative of the dissonance that happens in religion and that religious people display every day. There's absolutely nothing. You literally just heard that exchange a second time, and you're still standing 10 toes in and trying to
I
defend what you
didn't.
did.
I didn't stand 10 toes. My original question was, I asked a question. I said, I don't understand the topic fully. Even with everything that you replayed, I was asking, was there a specific question that you were asking? I'm not standing 10 toes down to misspeaking, like I said before. I just wanted a clear perception of exactly what the question was so I could answer the question. That's all.
Well, you now heard it twice. So if it's
Yeah.
not clear, we can't understand it for you. If hearing it 2 times
I
does
didn't
not
say I don't
clarify for you,
understand. I do understand now, actually.
What is the question, Seven?
The question is, as in religion, why can't Christians admit that their God needs a vessel in order to function on the plane of things made manifest on the physical plane, right?
Sounds like something like that. So, as a Christian, can your God do anything in this world?
Well, the definition of God, a lot of Christians don't misunderstand what's going on. They believe that they're taught that God is outside the
Well,
kingdom of
Seven, just to
them.
interrupt real quick. Your God that you believe in as Seven,
Yeah.
can that God do anything in this physical world?
Yes, that God is everything in this physical world.
So, not really technically the God of the Bible. Is your God like the universe itself or something like that?
I mean, God is the totality of all that is. That's what Christianity also teaches.
Where's that verse?
I can get more specific in things Jesus said. I would have to actually specifically look it up.
You should
But I
do
can.
that because I think you're just making it up.
You think I'm making that up?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Just find the chapter and verse. Because I would love to know that the God of the Bible is the totality of all things, or whatever you're saying.
I will. Give me 1 second, guys.
Thinker, isn't it insane how it's so ironic how the very thing that you just said you wondered why believers do, he came up here and did.
Yep. And then I lose all interest. Like at this point, when they are dishonest like that, I lose all interest. I lose respect, and I don't feel like yelling. I lose all interest in the conversation because I don't feel like it's going to be. Uh, I just, ew, I just can't.
Yeah, it doesn't make it it makes it difficult to engage when at the outset of the conversation someone demonstrates the inability to be honest with themselves, because if you're not honest with you, I know you're not going to be honest with me. And you may not have necessarily intentionally been dishonest, and I'm going to give you all the benefits of the doubt as possible, but it does not engender trust and a confidence that the conversation will go very well.
Well,
I don't even think, I think it had to do with ego because I didn't answer his God question. It
Yeah.
was ego. I don't even think that he understood. He understood. It was ego, and
no, it wasn't.
it's
It
just,
wasn't
I'm
ego. I
talking
just
right
was.
now. I'm
Go
talking.
ahead.
Like the the whole exchange back and forth about the what God is it? What how do you describe God? Because I didn't entertain that, and I kept trying to get him onto the actual topic, right? That he said he heard and understood. He didn't want to move forward, so he defaulted to the disingenuous. I don't even know what the topic is. To the line, I didn't hear the topic. His ego wouldn't let him move forward.
I mean, that's not it.
But 7 you're supposed to be looking up some
No, I'm
scriptures.
ready. I'm
You
ready.
found them? Okay.
Well, I found one in particular. Jeremiah 23:23 says, "I am a God who is everywhere and not only in one place."
Okay, so he's omnipresent.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he is everything. But
Uh, it's not only omnipresent present. God is also infinite, and it's hard for finite minds to understand things infinite.
okay, well, I don't know what you mean by infinite, but maybe find a verse that backs up whatever you're trying to say. I don't know I don't know what God being infinite. He's been around infinitely, like he's timeless or something, or like I don't know what you mean.
It means like Psalms 90:20 says, "God is without beginning and without end." That's
Okay, so
infinite. That's the
he's
definition of
eternal.
infinite.
He's eternal. He always has been and always will be.
Yeah, John,
That
First
doesn't mean
John.
he is everything.
Well, in the beginning, if there was only God, what did He make everything out of?
Well, that apparently nothing. That's why it doesn't really make that much sense.
No, it makes plenty sense. God made everything out of Himself.
Oh, where does it say that?
I mean, it's that's common
That's
sense.
common sense.
If in the beginning there was only God, there would be nothing. He can't make nothing out of nothing.
All right.
You remember how earlier, y'all, we were talking about that there will be people that we engage in these conversations with, but the baseline um, of their understanding is not really rooted in the reality that we all experience. Seven, I think that's, and to your point, I can see why understanding someone's concept of God would be beneficial before you engage in a conversation with them, because it's going to give you a roadmap of which of your esoteric apologetics is going to be most effective engaging with that person. The problem is that we're not talking about the concept of God that you came up here to talk about. We're talking about the Christian God. And while
And
I
that is
wait,
exactly
please,
what I was
please,
asking.
I'm still
Sorry,
speaking.
Fee, how many times did I say we're talking about the God of the Bible?
It's countless, enough for him to
Countless.
understand that we're discussing specifically the God of the Christian Bible, the Christian belief. And you are coming up here in an effort to explain that your idea of God is bigger than the concept of the Christian God. But that is not the topic we are discussing.
And I
That is
even said, if the Abrahamic God, the God of the Bible, is not your God, you don't fit the conversation. I even said that.
ultimately you came up here to spiritually colonize the conversation, but the problem is that's not what we're discussing. And instead of saying, oh, okay, I'm talking about something different, they're talking about this very specific concept of God that is very pervasive in this world. We're in this back and forth about what God is, what you heard and what you didn't hear, when maturity, in my opinion, would lead a person to say, this is not what I'm talking about. I'm going to go back in the comments because this is going to lead the conversation in a completely different direction. I'm going to respect this host panel, her page, and her conversation. That is how I would have handled it. Now, I'm not saying that I would have handled it the right way, but I feel like that is a more respectful way to have handled the situation.
Fee, you are so diplomatic. So diplomatic.
I try to be Joel. It's hard sometimes because it is very frustrating when, I mean, Seven is clearly an intelligent person, capable of introspection. And when that capability is blocked by a belief system that somebody else doesn't agree with, and you can't even engage honestly, it's extremely frustrating. And I don't know why we continue to do that to each other as humans, because it's unnecessary.
A lot of times it's ego. He wanted, because I wouldn't obey him, he wanted to make me do something else and I wouldn't do it. It's not even the fact that he thinks that we're talking about a different God. Like, to him, the God is omnipresence. To him means everything, right? Like that's just his understanding of what omnipresence means. His ego, he wanted to make me obey. I wouldn't obey. I wouldn't answer his question, and he didn't like that.
And the crazy part about it, Seven, is that we've had these conversations with people that have kind of periphery, like understandings of God, like uncommon or not in the mainstream. And the way you present your perspective is going to be very important. And when you come into a space and you want people to hear you because you think you have something of value to add, how you present that is absolutely going to impact how people receive it. My dad used to use this analogy all the time. He would say, if I asked you to bring me a cup of water and you brought that cup of water and threw it in my face, you still gave it to me, as opposed to putting it in my hand in the cup. It's about the presentation. So you could either bring us and offer us this information that you have, or this concept of God that you have, and give us the option to accept it or not, or you could throw it in our face. And the way that you came up here to engage in the conversation it felt more like throwing it in our face, and that's just ineffective. So if your goal is to spread what you know or what you believe and you think it's beneficial for human beings, maybe think about how you present it moving forward. And when you come into a space, if it doesn't fit the conversation, then respectfully bow out. I don't think that's difficult or hard to ask.
I guess he doesn't have anything else to say, so we'll move on.
I apologize. I was muted. I didn't realize it. Um, I'm sorry if I disrespected the panel or the host or anybody else in the room. That was not my intentions. I did feel like I had something to offer to the conversation. And I guess my understanding was trying to further to see if I fit in asking those questions. And if you feel like I don't have anything to offer this conversation because my perspective is that of, I guess, not wanted on the panel or not on topic to the conversation, then I will bow out. If that, I'm still not sure. You know, it's kind of, I understand what you're saying, but I like to also, my perspective is that of I do respect and read and listen to the Bible. So that's, my perspective.
I think it's not really about your perspective. Again, it was more about your delivery. And it could be that what you're bringing is not necessarily germane to this part of the conversation. Now, if you want to talk about why you believe the Bible, because this topic or this panel, this live is a research live about the Christian God. So if you've gone down the spectrum a little bit more and you believe that God is all these other things other than what's contained in this book, then you would have to moonwalk back to the part of the book, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about God being everything and how you understand God to be. We're talking about belief in the Christian God and the impact in the society, on the society that we live in. That's the crux of what these conversations are about.
I do understand. I think there, like I said before, there's a misunderstanding or understanding of what the Bible is saying often. That's that's my perspective. That's why I like to consider myself non-denominational. My intent, like I said, was never to demand or control or force ego. That was literally how I entered the conversation, with asking a question. I wasn't trying to force my opinion upon you. I'm sorry you felt that way. And like I said, I apologize. But I do have, like I said, and from my perspective, I do have actual, like I said, quotes, Bible quotes, and things to back up what I'm saying.
You know what's so crazy, right? Like when people say, "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to do that. I'm sorry you felt that way." Right? Um, like there are several times I even asked, when you asked the question, right? I said, "What do you need to know that for?" Right? I entertained your question to figure out why you needed that information. In order to have the conversation, my exact words were, "What do you need to know that for?" And in order to have the conversation that I'm trying to have, your response was, I need to identify how you define God, right? And then I explained to you, we're talking about the Christian God, the God of the Bible, and you kept pushing it. You kept pushing it, even though I kept saying, right? If the Christian God, the God of the Bible, is not your God, then you don't fit this conversation. So when you apologize, right, for doing something to someone, not "I'm sorry you think I did it," not "I'm sorry if you felt I did it, I'm sorry I did that thing." Because I even said, like, I shouldn't have to repeat myself because you were on stage the whole entire conversation. The very fact that I had to go to YouTube and play the conversation for you, and then even after the playing the conversation, you acted as if you still didn't understand what the question was. Like, I having to spend this time explaining to you what you did is pissing me off even more.
And Seven, this is streamed on YouTube. And if you are truly interested in the way that your impact was way more powerful than your intent, maybe go back and listen to it. Listen to the exchange and listen to it from the perspective of not being you. And I'm saying this, if anybody can have the opportunity to do that in any area of their lives, I say suggest it, because what it helps you to do is it helps you to see a perspective of yourself you normally don't get to see. I've never seen how and never experienced how engaging with me feels from another person's perspective. So when you're able to get that outside view, it lets you see, oh, okay, I could see how this could land very differently than I intended it to. Oh, I see what she's saying now, or it may or may not. But I think just having that opportunity to kind of assess the exchange that where a misunderstanding or a difference of opinion or whatever you want to call it happened can be very beneficial. And if you, like you say, you feel like you have something of value to add, it may or may not be germane to this platform in this conversation, because again, it seems like it's a lot more broad than the topics that we discuss, but it may be beneficial, and it is on Thinkers YouTube.
Yeah, like I said, I understand what you're saying, but in the same thing, in the same breath, you have to understand my perspective can only come from my perspective. When you did let me hear it back, I completely understood what you were saying. And that was more so my question. Was this the only topic that you were actually touching on? That's all I was asking. I was, like I said, my intent wasn't to offend.
Hey, you didn't ask that question not one time, okay? And you're still doing the same thing. You are still doing the same exact thing. Now, I don't mind you staying on the stage and having a conversation with Joel and Fee if they want to, but I'm not interested in having a conversation with you. If you want to stay on the stage and converse with them, you can do so.
I don't have a problem chatting with Seven. Joel, what about you?
I don't mind talking to him. I am indifferent. One way or the other, I'm fine.
Wait a minute, my phone cut out. You said you what?
I'm indifferent one way or
Oh,
the other. So
oh,
yeah,
okay.
whatever you want to do.
Gotcha. What you got, Seven?
Like I said, I actually just said it. He asked about the omnipotence of
Mm-hmm.
God.
Well, we were talking about omnipresence.
Yeah, and omnipresence. And like I said, I believe that God is in everything, and the Bible supports that.
So the scripture that you read, you feel like it supports that God is in everything?
Yes, and I said that because it says in the beginning there was only God, and if God was is the creator of everything, what did He create everything out of if He didn't create it out of Himself?
So what did you do to determine, or what work did you do to determine that what is in this book is true? Because this is just one creation story, and there are plenty around the world. So how did you invalidate the others and validate this one? Because your book is your claim, and your claim cannot also be your evidence, because that's circular. Does that make sense?
hmm
So what did you do to validate that what you read in this book, where this God claimed to be the beginning and therefore must be all the things that are contained in the universe, is actually true?
I believe that different books were brought to different places and by different prophets to save the nations of that specific area.
So you believe that this book that was brought to different prophets in the Levant region 2,500 years ago is the actual story, and all of the others are not true.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so how do you reconcile this story with the others that don't say the same thing? Because they can't all be true, but they can't all be false.
Well, because of my interpretation of the actual stories, and the main one being Genesis with Adam and Eve.
So your interpretation of a story is why it's true. The way you choose to understand it is what makes it true, is what you're saying, right?
Absolutely, because truth is carried by what I believe, and that would be my truth. And each person's salvation is personal.
So I think this is why your belief system doesn't fit this conversation, because the vast majority of Christians do not believe that. They believe that there is a goal and a way to salvation. And although they don't necessarily live that, if we're being 100% honest, they at least profess that with their mouths, and they try to enact that through their laws that they're trying to impose on us, in the United States. I'm not sure if you're in the States or not, but their belief system is creeping into the secular world, so that those of us who don't believe this book and don't believe the claim, because the claim cannot be the evidence, are being impacted by the limited ideas that are encased in those belief systems. So I think that is the point where we diverge, in that you're talking about a concept of God that's way bigger than what we're talking about. And it's not applicable to this conversation, because that you just saying that God is everything does not resolve the issues that are on this prompt. It doesn't resolve the lies that believers tell themselves in order to make this God true. And also believing that your personal interpretation of a story becomes the truth for everyone else is not, that doesn't really make logical sense to me. Because the reality is, are you a black person of African descent?
Yes.
So when this book was written, when the Jesus in this book was walking the earth, our ancestors were in Africa. They weren't worshiping him. They had their own deities. Time didn't start in the Levant region with Jesus and telling these stories of how the world came to be. There are multiple accounts and multiple belief systems around the globe. And this particular one is just very pervasive because of colonialism and the way it spread through the Crusades and other means, right? So for you being able to read the story, give it an interpretation to get whatever it is you get from it, that's cool. You have a right to do that. But that doesn't make it universally true. It doesn't make the story make sense. It doesn't answer the questions or explain anything. It provides an answer, but it doesn't provide an explanation. So I think that's why there's a disconnect in this particular conversation.
Okay, well, if there's a disconnect, I will gracefully fall into the comments and let you guys continue with your panel. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming up.
He was a Christian, but he might as well be a Muslim or any other religion, because they're all true.
But I think the most important thing is they're true because he said they are.
Right.
Ego. Like, it's big.
Yeah. I wonder what the world's going to look like in 5,000 years, because
How you guys doing?
Can you go on mute, please?
right now we're sitting in a time where like Christianity and of course Islam, well, the Abrahamic religions are like so prominent, and it's almost like, could there ever be a time that they don't exist? But I'm sure there was a lot bigger religion at some point, right? That like would predate them, and there must be another religion that's going to post date them, like this. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just a
I
matter
hope
of
so.
time. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they act like it's always been here because the story that's contained in the religion gives you an account from the beginning of time, and I'm using air quotes. Like, yeah, it's just a matter of time before it goes away, and it is probably this pervasive because again, we've never been this connected as humans before that we know of. Like, we've never been this connected and had this much access to each other. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of time.
Too bad that it's not predicted to be in our lifetime.
well, hey,
Hopefully we like at least we get to see the beginnings of it.
I have a good idea that everybody should get into, all 700 people here. I think we need to start writing some fan fiction with Bible characters in it, and just like taking them way out of their like situation, right? Way out of their where you're used to them, and not necessarily sacrilegious, but like taking out the magic of the religion. You know what I mean? Like getting them out of their environments, the way that they do with Thor and Zeus and all those other things. And I think that that's a way to just like demystify the whole thing and bring it into the zeitgeist in a pop culture sort of like, no one takes this seriously anymore sort of way.
Ain't that what bad Bible movies do?
Well, We were just, yeah, I mean, not really, but yeah, I guess a little bit. I'm just talking about like, you know,
Rapture Palooza. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that movie had my ass in tears. I laughed. Did y'all see that? Oh my
I
god, that movie was fucking hilarious.
I never, I gotta watch it. But is that a Seth Rogen movie?
Yeah, and what's the guy? Oh, I can't remember the guy. He's a
Jonah Hill.
yeah, Jonah Jonah Hill was in it. Yeah, like it was hilarious to me, but it was a little
I don't know. I just can't stand Seth Rogen, but you know, maybe I need to
yeah,
watch it
Craig
close.
Robinson, that's his name. Whoever put that in the chat. Yeah, Craig
Oh, okay,
Robinson's
yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah, yeah.
hilarious to me.
He's good. Yeah, maybe I did see some of that. But yeah, I think like taking these ideas out of the what's the word, like the like it's not sanctified or something, like you know what I mean.
You're taking the sacred out of it.
Say
Like just
yeah,
peeling
yeah,
off the
yeah.
level of sacredness. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just bring it into like, and just do it in a fun way that's not meant to hurt anyone's feelings or be sorry. But just like, wait, that's not Moses' story, you know. But he's kind of in this new environment, you know, to the point where people are just like, I don't take this seriously anymore.
I'm seeing a couple of TikTok creators do it. Like there's this guy, I can never remember his name, but he's a content creator here, and when the thing came out about Bibles being put in the schools, he like pretends to be a student reading it and raising his hand and asking questions. Like, wait a minute, like, what? Like, is this a cult thing? Like, have you seen him?
I
I don't
haven't
think I
seen
know that guy. No.
it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to send it to y'all. I'll put it in the Discord. He is hilarious to me. I'm like, the whole Bible, reading the Bible in schools is going to backfire so fucking hard. Like, so fucking hard. And that's the part I think I want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Guest, what's your name?
You asking what my name is?
Yes.
Well, my name is Loki.
Loki. How old are you?
27.
All right. And I assume, are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Did you hear the conversation that I was having with Fee about what I wanted to talk about?
With the about what's on the panel. Or no, I didn't hear the conversation. I actually just joined while the other gentleman was
Okay.
talking about the.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Can you do me a favor and answer question number 2 for me right quick on the board? Like not question number 2, where it says believers don't question the commands or actions of their God or their scriptures, and kind of help me understand. Okay, what I am trying to understand
Oh,
is, can I finish?
my bad.
And
I'm
then,
sorry. I
all
didn't
right,
hear.
thank you. What I'm trying to understand is why believers, knowing, right, that their God needs to use a human to speak, to write, to do things here in the physical world, right? Things that humans do, things that on a human level, this God can't do anything on a human level without another human being. But yet they will not acknowledge that, they will deny that, and then they won't question what they're being taught or told that this God wants or that this God does. That's the topic that I want to talk about. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
what I have on that, well, he was doing things and speaking for himself before the book of Malachi. After the book of Malachi, he actually said he's going to stop doing that with the people because they're not listening to him anymore. So he's starting to use us. He wants us to do it now because when judgment comes, that's just it. So I'm not going to go to that. But he was doing it, but people still weren't listening. Like when he made the flood, people still weren't listening. When he would destroy them immediately when they would do something, they still wouldn't listen. They showed them many signs. They still wouldn't listen. So
Friend,
what?
I got it. Like you're explaining to me why he stopped. I got it. Can you
There's no
tell me?
point.
No. The question that I asked you, okay, is why today, okay, people today see that there is nothing that this God can do that a human being does in this physical realm, talking, walking, doing all that in this physical realm without a human body. Okay? And what I don't understand is why believers today will deny that, right? And will not question what another human says a God wants or does. That's my question, not why he don't show himself. Okay, that's a completely different topic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Why? My question is, why would they? Why would a believer question that? What would be the reason to question something like that?
To question something like what, can you be more specific? Which one?
Like you said, for God to use a human.
No, I said, why don't they acknowledge that he has to? They deny it. And then they
No,
don't,
I
and
know
then
that.
they don't. I'm gonna reiterate my question, okay? They do not acknowledge that he has to use a human in order to do in the physical world. They deny that he has to use a human. That I don't understand. Second question, okay, is that knowing that this God has to use a human to talk, to write, to do, I don't understand why Christians do not question what they are being told that this God wants, or this God said, or this God does. Does that make sense now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
For one thing, he doesn't have to. He chooses to, because there's no point for him to. So he just chooses to. He doesn't have to use us if he didn't want to. It's a choice. I'm not going to deny that he does use us to write things and to say things. I won't deny that. Like, I won't even say use, we choose. It's more so a choice. It's like free will.
Who told you it was a choice?
My mind, you just know it. Like, it's my choice to tell somebody about God. It's not, I'm not forced to. I'm
That's not
choosing.
that's not what we're talking about. Who told you that it was God's choice to use humans? It was another human.
I've never been told that by another human. I just knew that.
How did you know that? So you just decided that that's the reason.
Yes, of course. No human told me that. I just decided it. I knew. It's like I already knew it.
And you don't you do you approach anything else in your life with that much confidence when you have no validation of its accuracy?
Yes, I always go into everything with 100% confidence. I don't care what the odds are. I don't go by odds.
Who said anything about
Yeah,
odds?
you said accuracy.
So if I told you that I have a treasure map, and I will give you this treasure map. And if you, but you have to give me literally all the money you have. Now, if you follow the clues and the landmarks on this treasure map, it's going to give you like maybe like $7 million. I think that's the last amount that was there the last time I counted it. $7 million. But you have to give me everything that you have now. Give up absolutely everything that you have. And how would you go about determining whether or not you should take me up on that offer?
Okay, so were you talking about time, the time period of time in here and now, or you're talking about like back then? Like, what are we
I'm
talking about?
I'm
Because
not sure. I'm not sure it would make a difference, right?
it,
You can put us in any. You can put you and I in any time on anywhere on the timeline you'd like us to be. How would you go about determining whether or not you would take me up on that offer?
okay, so first off, this is what I would do. I'll take up the offer, and then if there's nothing there, then I'll come back for you.
Then you and I fundamentally have a very different way that we approach things, because that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's how
Be,
they did it in the Bible, though. Like when you cross somebody, they come back for you.
yeah, well, they were
Like,
stupid then too, because that's the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard
I
in my
mean, we
life. And
can't call people stupid. I mean, that's not very nice. But
no, we
also,
can. We
that
can.
means you'd be calling me stupid.
Well, I mean that choice to me is it's a very stupid choice to make, and I'll tell you why I say that. Not saying that you are a stupid person, but I think that was a stupid choice to make, because you have no idea who I am. You don't know. Why would you trust that what I'm telling you is true? You don't know me. I haven't earned your trust, and I would
Exactly.
certainly hope that you wouldn't do that in real life, because that's ultimately being gullible. If I offered you something and you don't know me from a coat hanger, why would you just automatically believe that I have your best interest at heart? Why would you automatically risk the livelihood of yourself and your family to offer or take up an offer
We're
from a
talking about
person?
searching for money, right?
We're talking
I'm
about
not talking about
anything.
anything. We were talking about the
Hold on.
subject of
Don't
searching
talk
for
while
money.
she's talking, please.
I'm
Okay.
just saying. I'm just trying to keep it on
I
what we're
get it.
saying.
Don't talk while she's talking. Everybody needs to hear. You can wait until she's finished and then respond.
That's not the same as.
You can wait if you want to be on stage. Okay. Wait until she's finished and then respond.
What we're talking about is the method that you use to accept something as true, or whether or not it's a wise way to do a thing. That is what I'm referring to. So when you said that this book told you X, Y, and Z, my question to you was, how do you know that that's true? How do you know that God made the choice that you've just decided that God made? And I was using the analogy of the treasure map to determine how you determine whether or not something is accurate or not. And what you're saying to me is that you just assume that it is and go on it. And my response to that is, that's not wise. It wouldn't be wise for you, and it's not wise for me. That's why I said it was stupid. That's why I said not to call you as a person stupid. You're right. That's not kind. And if that's, I apologize for doing that. But that choice that you made to just, oh yeah, let's just go and do it. That is dangerous. That's dangerous for anyone. And that's the reason that the question that thinkers prompt leads a person to consider is, why would you do that? Why would you just make the assumption that what is written in this book, written by people we don't know, we've never met, who told you they heard a God say something, you just simply accept it as true? And you don't do that with any other the sacred texts that are out there. Just this one. The method that you use is what we're talking about.
Well, because that the texts that I read, which I have 88 books, I don't read the 65. I read the one from Ethiopia, the oldest actual Bible. But the Bible that I have tells me about those texts and those religions that are out there, and it tells me that it's evil. It's the only book that does that. It says about those other religions. It talks about those other religions, what they are. So it's the only book out there, and it's one of the oldest ever out there, and it speaks of every other religion out there. That's one
In
reason why I
which
follow
book?
it.
In which book
The
in the
Ethiopian
I'm sorry,
Bible,
hold on. In which book in the Ethiopian Bible? Are you, which book?
Leviticus.
Leviticus tells you what? Are you saying that the Leviticus text in the Ethiopian Bible is different than the text in the King James?
Yeah, because King James rewritten the Bible. He
Okay,
removed
let's pull them up
multiple
side by
books.
side. Okay, let's pull them up side by side, and let's do a comparison. We're gonna pull up Leviticus 25 in the Ethiopian Bible, and we're gonna pull up Leviticus 25 in the King James, and do side by side. Now,
Yes.
what is it in Leviticus that you're saying is different? That's in
No,
the
that's not what
Ethiopian
I
Bible.
said.
Let me finish. You did say that.
No, I didn't. I said the books are different. Like
I
it
said
removed
what? I
them.
said which book? You said the Ethiopian Bible tells you about the other religions and how evil they are. I said which book in the Ethiopian Bible? You said Leviticus. You did say that.
I phrased it wrong. That's my bad. I meant to say like she asked me a question and said which book says that.
Yes, which yes, I'm asking you to back up what you said. Which book in the Ethiopian Bible tells you about these other religions and how evil they are? Which book?
It's in King James too, but yeah, it's Leviticus. I think it's like Leviticus 19 or 17. It talks about the witchcraft and the sorcery and the other gods, like other things like that. I can't think of the exact things what it said, but I have read Leviticus, but I read it a couple times, but it's a while ago. But it says a lot of different things like that. It speaks of don't worship other gods. It says don't worship witchcraft, don't do sorcery, other things like that. I didn't say it was different from the King James version. Yes, the King James version did keep original things in there from the Ethiopian Bible, but it removed books that had information for what's going, like how to understand the Bible.
Do so I would like I don't e- I don't even understand the purpose of y'all. Like, do you realize that you just did what Fee asked? Like, why would you do something like that, right? Like, you made a claim in all confidence. You didn't expect me to ask you to back up what you said, right? The claim that you made was that you don't read just the 66 books. You read the 88, and you read the Ethiopian Bible, the oldest one, and that the Ethiopian Bible tells you that the other religions, the other books and the other religions are evil. Right? Now you're backtracking. Right? Now, right? After you've done this thing in full confidence, now you have to go and backtrack, right? And change what you say and lie and be disingenuous. Because here's the thing, and
What
I'm
did I
not
lie
about to, hold
about?
on,
What
I'm
did I lie
talking right
about?
now. And then I didn't interrupt you, did I?
You did actually.
I did. No, I did it. I let you finish.
But tell me what I lied about first.
I don't, what I was getting ready to say was, I don't want to play the YouTube. I don't want to go to
I don't
YouTube
care about
and
the
play
YouTube.
your
Just tell me what I
conversation.
lied.
You want to know what you lied about, but if you would fucking listen, right? I'm trying to tell you that I could show you what you lied about by replaying what you said on YouTube, but I don't want to fucking waste our time and do that. All I want to understand is what in the hell made you do that? Like, Fee asked you from the very beginning about this level of confidence and information that you don't have, and you said, I'm going to be confident even if I don't know it. And then because you don't know it, because you don't told a lie, now you got to backtrack, and the shit don't feel good. Do it. It don't feel good that you got to backtrack, and just be honest with yourself. It does not feel good. It doesn't feel good to us that you sat here and lied to us, right? Because you didn't think that we were going to ask you for proof. And you'll go out there and you'll try to mind manipulate other people with this same damn tactic who won't ask questions.
They always ask me questions. So if you have a paper of rules and you just know one of the rules on there, but you don't know exactly what number the rule was on that piece of paper, that means that you don't know anything about it.
That's not what just happened, though.
That's exactly what I said. I said in Leviticus, it said, don't worship other gods, sorceries, and other type of religions. I didn't know exact verse it was. I didn't know exact what it was.
That,
Yeah.
go ahead, Joel.
But
Sorry.
I heard it. I've read it, but I don't know
Loki,
exactly which one it
Loki,
was.
Loki, your claim was that you had more books that aren't in our other silly little Bibles. And in those books, it talks about all the other religions and all the other
I said
Bibles or whatever
Leviticus.
that are all. Yeah, Leviticus is in our silly
I
little
know that. I'm
Bible.
just telling you guys what Bible I read. So whenever
Yeah,
you
but
guys
so
ask,
anyway, it's are you hearing like your claim? You changed your claim. Your claim was that your book has more books, and those books tell us about
no
the other
books,
books and
like
how screwed up those
multiple
books
books,
are.
bro.
That's not
Like,
true.
oh my goodness. I'm saying more books, not more books on talking about other religions. I'm talking about more books. Like it has books like as the Book of Jubilees, as a Book of Jasper, as
All
other
right, all
books,
right.
not
I like. I don't know honestly, and I know that Fee accidentally called you dumb.
I'm sorry about that.
But actually, you said that the other
He's
people in this
saying that
scenario are stupid. But I think you either are stupid or you are lying. It's one or the
oh my,
other.
I rephrased it wrong. I'm sorry. What I'm
No,
trying to
you
say
said
is that I
maybe
had
you
more books.
misspoke originally. Maybe that was what it was. But like we are going down this really dumb rabbit hole here. Like
And I don't think that he's stupid. I think he's embarrassed because he lied. That shit
What
doesn't
did I
feel
lie
good.
about? I
Hold
didn't
on.
say
Stop.
it had
Stop.
multiple
Stop.
books.
Stop. 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 Okay. At this point, right? Because like I said, I could play it, right?
I
And you
don't
could hear
care. Go ahead
yourself.
and
Stop.
play it. I just don't.
I'm not gonna waste my time there.
And stop
Okay.
saying it.
Don't fucking tell me what to do.
Then why do you
Don't
keep
fucking tell
saying
me
it if
what to
you're
do.
not gonna do it?
Just fucking stop, because I'm trying to take up for your ass. Okay? Like, you got up here and embarrassed yourself and lied, and now you're trying to save face. And I honestly think that you're 17.
You want to see what I look like? You think I'm
I don't
17?
give a fuck what you look like. I
Okay,
don't.
whatever,
I
whatever.
don't care what you look like.
whatever.
I get it. You're embarrassed. Like that shit doesn't feel good.
No, I'm
That,
embarrassed that
stop
you would
talking
think it's
right now.
funny.
I'm talking. I get it. Okay? And you want to show out, right? You want to overcompensate. I fucking get it. Move the fuck on. Move on in the conversation. Remember how you feel right now and don't do that shit again because somebody might call you on that shit.
And it's also unnecessary. Like we're literally just trying to engage in this conversation and assess the claim that you made. Like you said that the book, the Bible that you read with the extra books talk about other religions and witchcraft and things of that nature, telling God's people not to do it. Did I summarize that accurately, Loki?
Yeah, all right, this is how you summarize it, and you kind of said it accurately. I said, I'm calling my Bible the Bible with the other books. So when I say Bible, you're not just thinking of KJV. I'm saying Ethiopian Bible with the other books. And there's also books that talk about the other gods, which one of them is a book that's called Leviticus. I'm not saying those other books that are missing from the KJV talk about the other gods. I'm just calling it the Bible with the other books.
Right. So I think that the piece that where we started talking past each other, or was that part. So putting that understanding aside, your claim is that the Bible teaches against witchcraft and worshiping other gods.
Yes,
Do you not consider throwing down a stick and it turning into a snake witchcraft?
that is
Would,
not
would
witchcraft because God turned it into a snake.
so it's only witchcraft if someone other than your God does it.
Humans, because they were taught the fallen angels taught them sorcery, how to do things that wasn't given to them from God. If God gives it to you to do, then you're able to do it. If He's using His own power to do it,
How do you
you
Is
know
know.
it
that?
idol worship when he told them to turn the snake into like a thing for them to look at and be healed?
Yeah, if they got bit by that snake, they could look
The
at the
snake
claws
on
on
the
them and know.
cross,
Yeah, is that idol worship?
did he did no, it's not.
Why not?
Because he told them to do it. It's from him. Anything from him is not idol worship. It's from him. He didn't. They didn't just go do it themselves. Like, oh, I'm gonna go create me 5 stones and I'm gonna worship these 5 stones. God gave them the permission to do something, so they did it.
So you wouldn't take it down because it's idol worship?
What's idol worship?
That you wouldn't remove it?
Remove the snake in the cross. Remove what? I'm
The
confused.
Yeah, the snake that God told Moses to create for them. You wouldn't remove it. You wouldn't take it
No, because
down.
they have to learn. Like they have to. Like they were already told not to worship idols. So he tested them. He put the cross and the snake there, so to see if they'll be willing to like remove it or they're willing to let it stay.
Read that for me.
He removed the high places and broke down. Yeah. So they made a idol out of themselves, and then God destroyed it. Had to
Nope, that's
destroy
the
it.
nope, that's the serpent pole that
Yeah.
God told Moses to make.
Yes, to
That's
test
hold
them.
on. Nope, wasn't to test them. That's the pole that he told Moses to make in Numbers 21, 4 and 9, and Hezekiah removed it because it was an idol.
So yeah, he told them to make it, and then he removed it because that's what they're
Because it
supposed
was
to
an
do.
idol.
Yes,
Uh,
but I
so
just
are
I
you
did
getting
just
ready
say
to backtrack again?
yeah, I did just say that it wasn't. I did say that, but
Okay.
he
Thank you.
removed it. But trying to understand that, It was like a test situation, one of those another test situations that he has to see what they'll follow through with and who will remove it or not.
Well, okay, so who told you that it was a test?
It doesn't say it's not.
Where does it say it was a test? Can you pull up the scripture that tells me, like the interpretation, where you got the interpretation that Numbers 21, right here, Numbers 21, 4 through 9. From Mount Hor, they set out by the way of the Red Sea to go round the land of Edom, but the people became discouraged on the way. The people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we detest this miserable food. Then the Lord sent poisonous serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said, we have sinned by speaking against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord to take away the serpents from us. So Moses prayed for the people, and the Lord said to Moses, make a poisonous serpent and set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten shall look at it and live. So Moses made a serpent of bronze and put it upon a pole, and whenever a serpent bit someone, the person would look at the serpent of bronze and live. What does it say that Moses making this pole, this serpent on a bronze pole, was a test?
I just think it was a test, honestly, because if they destroyed it, like, what would be the point of destroying it if he didn't want it there? But it also fits into like look at it and not worship it type thing. Like, you look at it to show the power of God. It kind of, I feel like it fits both, like trying to show them the power of God and then also don't worship it, but also seeing if you will worship it or not. That's what I get out of that. For me, it's like a matter of perspective, but I can see it as both. I can see it as a test, and I can see it as him trying to show the power of God with it.
So I'm not here to like critique your interpretation, right? The thing that Fee was asking you about was other religions, right? And you saying that they do witchcraft and this and that, and she's comparing, right, some of the same things that we see in this book that is also witchcraft, or could be called witchcraft. Let me say that. And you're saying it's not that, right? And then like the idol worship, right? There's a lot of idol worship, like the pillars, the stones, and all of that, right? Could be considered idol worship, right? To this God, even down to the sacrifices, right? And
That's
you saying, like, you say very confidently that it was not idol worship, right? And then you having to back out and say, oh, I thought it wasn't, right? So I'm not here to critique how you interpret this text for yourself. The conversation that we're having, right, is how, when you all have these beliefs, how you communicate those beliefs to other people in society and how that affects other people
And the problem,
and their
oh, I'm sorry.
experience on earth. And I just wanted to say that last part. Fee, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. And ultimately, Loki, what you've been talking about is divine command theory, where if God commands a thing, then it must be good or have a reason, or it's not what it would be if God didn't command it. So if another God commanded a snake to be put on a pole for people to look at and feel better, you're going to absolutely say that's witchcraft.
But that's not
If
God.
I'm
Oh my
sorry.
God. I thought you were done. Every time, like sometimes when people pause, I
Yeah.
thought you were done.
Do me a favor. Go ahead and mute up. You'll know when I'm done when I mute. Thank you. So if another God commanded it, then it's witchcraft. If this God commands it, it's not. So that begs the question, if your God forbade a thing and then later commanded a thing, does that thing then become good? And that's the problem with divine command theory, because it makes this arbitrary actions of the God as the way that you determine what's good or not. And you can't speak with any confidence because you are not in a position to say, oh, idol worship is bad. Idol worship isn't bad. It's only bad if your God isn't the one that's creating the idol. And I don't think that's being intellectually honest. Because ultimately, just what you've done and what the previous guest has done, when brought to the Bible and having their beliefs challenged, where you believe a thing that's not in the text, you say to yourself, well, that's just common sense. That's just how I understand it. But the reality is that if everybody can interpret a text in their own way for it to mean to them what they think it means, then how much inherent value does that text actually hold? And how much direction are you getting from the text as opposed to how much you're getting from just what you want it to mean and what you want it to say? That's why it's very difficult to have these conversations, because there's no consensus in Christianity or any of these belief systems based on this book.
Basically, for me, I'm not the only one that actually thinks of my same perspectives on it. I actually know multiple rare people that have the same exact perspective on it as I do. It's only a select group. Also, the Bible does talk about select groups only understanding the word, and they're supposed to be the ones to teach people it. So it's like select. Like I know there's could be a lot of other select groups that have their different perspectives, but for me, is that's just what I got out of it. It's like that's pretty much that's all I can say out of it. It's like I just kept reading most of
Yeah.
the time, and that's
It's
what I got.
confirmation. It's confirmation bias, right? Like that it's not an unknown phenomenon. We hear it every single day. It's confirmation bias. You want to believe a thing, and you really read that belief into the text, whether that belief is there or not. Because the bottom line is, if I have instructions, if there is a goal, like if I buy a piece of furniture from IKEA and I know what this furniture is supposed to look like, and you all believe that this God has a set way of things, or that this God wants people to think, believe, act, all of these things. There is a standard, correct? Loki, you believe that, right? That God has a goal of he wants you to do a certain thing. Do you hold that belief system?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. But if the instructions, going back to this piece of IKEA furniture, if these instructions are so ambiguous that they can be interpreted in multiple ways, and everybody who builds it does not end with the same piece of furniture looking the exact same way, those instructions are basically shit. They don't give me anything about value. They don't give me direction. And that's basically what you guys are saying. And this idea of being select and chosen and special, all of that plays out in this book too. Why would a God who created every single human being choose a special group of them to be special? As a parent, would you choose a favorite child and say, fuck the rest of them? No, you wouldn't do that, because that's not loving. But you guys look absolutely beyond, through, around, all over the place to avoid these harsh realities. It's not loving for a parent figure to have a select or preferred child or group of children, and to the detriment of the others. That's not kind. You know that's not kind, but you have to figure out a way to make it kind in your head. And that's why Thinker's Prompt is so powerful. That shit doesn't make sense. And then when you are faced with these issues that, as a logical thinking human being, you cannot deny, you figure out some other apologetic to paste over it and paint over it and keep on going as if it doesn't exist. And that's infuriating. It's very difficult to engage with people when they don't engage honestly, and they apologize for all of the things that this God does in this Bible, when it's witchcraft in if one person does it but not if the other person does it. We see that in the society that we live in with the elites. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do, but the common people can't. Why is it okay for God to do it? That's not okay. And you've got to see that. And if that's not the case for you, and you don't see it that way, then maybe you need to sit with yourself and ask yourself why it's okay for you to be special, but for me to not be special. I didn't do anything to anybody. I don't hurt anybody. I live a pretty boring life, actually. So why would God choose you and not me?
First off, I didn't say I was chosen. I didn't say I was special. Second off, I didn't say you weren't special. I didn't say I was better than you. So we're both equal. We both have things that we do that are sins. I do a lot of sins. So I'm not about just 100% to say that. But first off, I do agree with God having one specific select group, because that select group is following. If he's the
Hold on. Why
Almighty,
are you upset right now?
I'm not upset right now. I
You
just
just
talk.
you sound very upset.
I'm not really upset right now. 100%. I just like when I start getting passionate about something, I just start to get like more into it. I'm honestly, I'm not upset. When I'm upset, I'll just leave or just be quiet the entire time.
Do you know what the word select means?
I just got cut off what I was
Do
trying
you,
to say, but
do you
yeah.
know? Yeah, you do realize that this is my stage that you're on.
I, okay, that's kind of a little crazy thing. Oh, but all right.
Do you know what select means?
If I said it, I know what it means. It's a select group. Like if I pick out a red controller, I want to select a group of red controllers.
If
Hmm.
you if you have a group of students and you pick out a select group of students, did you choose them?
No, I chose the ones that were doing the rules correctly.
I'm going to say this again, okay? If you have a group of students and you select a different group of students, out of that group of students, did you choose those students?
Yes, I chose the ones that were doing
Okay.
following
I
rules.
didn't ask what they were doing.
Well, that's what
You
God does.
chose, listen, okay?
But
You
how can you
chose,
set an example for me
listen,
to listen if you cut
listen,
me off?
listen. You chose a select group of students. Therefore, those students were chosen by you,
With
correct?
a promise.
Those students were chosen by you, correct?
No, only the ones that were following the rules
It,
were selected for the promise.
who chose the students?
Technically, I would create them if I created them. That doesn't mean I chosen the ones that I created. So we have to go there. God created all of us, so He's choosing the ones that He created. Like when you make a red controller and a blue controller, but you choose the red ones because the red ones are better.
Why are you
Hang on.
running away from the point?
Yeah,
I'm
Loki, hang
not.
on.
You
Loki,
are.
hang on 1 second. Hey, thinker. You remember yesterday when the dude got to the point that God can ride bicycles?
Yep, this is where
That
we
is
are.
exactly where we are. That's
Yep.
where we are.
It's a creation thing. You can't use me for what God does. God created all of us. He didn't choose one specific. He chose the color that he wanted, like a controller. He made four controllers: red, orange, yellow, and green. And the red ones were performing better and doing exactly what he told them to do. So he
I
chose
listen, I
those
hear that
ones.
you're justifying in your head
It's not just
why
that's facts.
you're
Just like when you go to the
justifying. Hey,
horse,
hey,
you
hey,
shop into
that's fine.
something.
That's fine. You can call it facts. You're justifying why he chose. But we're talking about the fact that he chose. And you're running away from that fact.
I'm not running
When
away.
you use the word, a select group of people can only understand the scriptures, you are saying that your God chose, right, a group of people to only understand the scriptures, or that he has chosen people who can only understand the scriptures, and you have identified yourself as one of the chosen, one of the select who can understand the scriptures. And so, what I don't understand is why you are now trying to say that you have not called yourself or identified yourself as chosen.
One, when I was going into that, I didn't even get to fully explain for what I was saying, what I was going to go into.
You
When I
lie
said
a
a
lot. Like
chosen,
you lie a lot. You lie a lot.
I got cut off when I was going into it. What do you mean I'm lying?
Yeah, you lie a lot.
I'm not even talking to you. Stop cutting me off.
I said what I said though. You lie a
I don't
lot.
care what you say,
I
honey.
still said what I said. You lie a lot.
Why does this individual get to cut me off?
I'm gonna say what the fuck
I'm
I'm gonna
saying.
say. You lie a lot. You're a liar.
Okay, so I'm totally confused. What I was going into, I just got completely cut off and thrown into a different area. Like the cutting off thing, I'm being told stop doing it, but people get to freely do it to me, and I be doing it on an
Yeah,
accident.
'cause you lie a lot. If you stop lying, nobody will find a reason to cut you off. But you lie a lot.
Whatever. I'm acting like I can't even hear you.
Well, but you
So
do hear me
basically,
though,
what I
'cause you're
was
replying
saying
to
is
me.
that
So stop lying.
there's this.
Maybe
He
try
chose his
try
select
not
group to
lying.
get
Then
the
maybe people
prophecy.
will
See,
listen
now
to
you're acting
you.
like a
Okay?
child, and I bet you're a grown ass
Stop
woman.
lying. Then maybe people will listen to what you have to say.
Now you're just trolling.
Not trolling, just saying facts. You know,
Yeah,
remember
you're
when you're
just
saying
trolling.
facts? This is facts.
It's not facts. If you, it's like when you're going like going looking for horses or something. You're gonna want to pick out the
You've been
strongest
lying since
horses.
you started talking. Like you started lying from the
And you're
beginning,
lying right
literally.
now. You're lying
You've
that
been
I'm
lying
lying.
since you got up here.
You've been lying up right now. That's what you're
I
doing.
haven't said anything to you. You're
Well,
a
you're saying
liar, though.
stuff right now.
That's a fact. You've been lying since you got up here.
You're
Thinker
not
literally had to
intimidating me. I
play.
could go back and
Shut
forth
up.
with you.
I'm talking. Literally, Thinker had to play a whole freaking live back for your lying ass. You're a liar.
You just
You
didn't
love to
understand what I
lie.
said. I wasn't lying. You
Nope,
just,
you're a liar. Every time you lie, you say, no, 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 I rephrased that wrong. You're a liar.
I explained it because the lady
You
below
wouldn't
you
need to
literally
explain if you
said what
didn't
I was
lie.
trying to
Next
say.
time, don't lie. Then you will need to explain it.
I say things wrong sometimes. Like I say them too quick.
That's called lying.
Hey, Loki, how old are
No,
you
it's
again?
not. Why does it matter how old I am? Were you gonna insult me and say
I
don't
don't.
act my age?
No, friend, I'm not
Whatever.
gonna. I'm not gonna insult you. I'm asking for a very specific reason, because you have to be 25 to engage in these
I literally
conversations.
just said what my age was when I came in. They asked me that question already. So why are you asking me? Do you want to see my face?
I don't want to see your face, but
Okay then.
well, I would. Another reason I'm asking is because people who have reached a level of maturity know how to engage in difficult conversations, and the way you're engaging in this conversation right now does not reflect a level of maturity that most 25-year-olds would exemplify. Because you're able, when you reach a certain level of maturity and you engage in conversations with people who have dissenting views, you don't sound like you sound right now, and it's not for the purpose of insulting you. It's for the purpose of giving you insight on how you're engaging with us right now. That's why I asked for your age a second time. It wasn't to insult you or belittle you at all.
I don't have to agree with anybody else's views. I don't care about other people's views.
I
That's the
don't think.
thing.
Well, that's not what I said. Also, like, and that's another indication that when you're responding to something I didn't say, you're hearing something I didn't say. You're usually listening defensively, and that's what it
At,
sounds like you're doing right now.
at this point, I am being defensive because I had multiple people cutting me off when I'm talking, so I can't go into what I was saying and then getting confused. So why wouldn't I be
First of all,
defensive?
that's a lie because you weren't even talking when I said what I said. It was quiet as fuck when I came in. That's another
I
lie.
was muted.
Like you lie effortlessly. That's another lie. You
I
were
was
not
quiet when
talking
I
when I
came
said what
in
I
because I was
said. I
muted.
said you lie a lot when you stop talking. Like that's another lie.
What? She's just gaslighting, like trying to get me on edge.
You want to play it back again? You want Thinker to play it again for you?
I don't care. Go
You want to
ahead.
be caught in another lie?
I ain't calling no lies. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah,
I don't
that's what I
care.
thought. You had been caught in several lies already. You don't even know how to have an honest conversation.
Sure, you're just getting mad and gaslighting so you can throw me off what I'm saying.
I haven't talked to you. There's no need to get mad. You're just lying. I'm just
What's it?
pointing that out. You're a
What's
liar.
the conversation about now? I'm moving beyond this. I don't care what you're saying.
You don't have to care. I said what I said.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Your ass.
Whatever.
The conversation ultimately should be about epistemology and how we go about assessing the things that we accept as true. Even if you using the analogy of the horses and I think the controllers and things like that, the fact that God made everyone but still chose some to the detriment of others is still problematic, and it would never be a God I would follow. And if that makes sense to you, then that's fine. If that's something that you revere and you respect, I can't tell you not to, but I can tell you that anything that would call itself a God and put itself in power over other people, choose one group of people to the detriment of the other. Tell one group of people you can make those bitches over there your slaves. Yeah, you can get them, keep them for life, pass them on to your children. That's not a God I would ever serve because that's not God-like behavior. I think that's where we were ultimately trying to get to. But we can't get to that because in every single time we talk about the actions of this God, you have to explain the reasons for those actions. And at a certain point, I would hope that you look internally and say, okay, well, if I'm having to explain all of these behaviors that when otherwise would be terrible, it
Not
would be
terrible.
awful. Did you notice who interrupted who at that point? I just wanted to point that out before I continue. Can you
I
go ahead and
did.
go on mute? Okay, can you go ahead and go on mute for me? Thank you. Um, when you continue to apologize for those actions, and explain the why behind them, most of us were Christians on this panel. We did that for a while too, until we stopped. I personally was like, why am I doing this? Why is looking at a golden snake to make myself to heal me? That's idolatry. That's witchcraft in every other application, but in this one, it's not. It's a logical fallacy called special pleading. If you don't know what that is, look it up, because that type of information will help you if you are truly interested in learning whether or not what you believe is true or not. If you don't care if it's true and you want to believe it because the book says it's true, so that makes it true, you have that right as well, but that's not convincing for the vast majority of us who are skeptical thinkers.
Okay, that's good that you actually agree that you're a skeptical thinker. So that's good for me to know. The reason why I believe the book, because it says a lot of things that actually are accurate with right now. Supposedly saying, everybody keeps on trying to run past this one, but they every time I bring this up, everybody tries to make some BS excuse, which I already know one of you guys are. Read Genesis 15 through 13. What does it say? And then align that with, who do you think they are? Like, which people is he talking about? Because I'm trying to figure out if this Bible predates the times of events happened. How is the Bible predicting thousands of years before it happens and it actually does?
Have you ever conducted research into when the book of Genesis was written?
Actually, it was originally called the Book of Jubilee, was the original book of Genesis, but they turned it into the book of Genesis. But
That's
I
not
read
true. That's not true. That's not true. Have
just
you
saying,
ever? Have you ever? When was the book of Genesis written? If you believe Jubilee was written first, when was the book of Genesis written?
So if we're going by the Bible that I read, it was 2,500 years old, but I don't got a 2,500-year-old copy. But the Ethiopian Bible is over 2,500 years old.
When was the book of Genesis written?
Nobody knows when the book of Genesis was written.
Yes, they do.
Nobody knows the authors. No, they don't.
No, they don't know the authors. They know the timeline of when it was written.
I'm talking about the Bible that I'm going off of. I'm not talking about
I
the
know
Bible.
what you're talking about. The
And why are
text,
you asking me that?
the Genesis text. When was it written?
The earth is 6,000 years old.
When was the Genesis text written?
I don't know. I'm just going off of
So then,
what
okay, so hold
25.
on.
Obviously,
So
something past 2,500 years ago.
no, listen. So the you're asking us, right? How can something that predicts something 1,000 years in advance, right? You're
Thousands.
what you said. How can Genesis 15:13 or 13:15, whatever you said, predict a group of people, right, 1,000 years in advance? Is that what you said?
Yes, because if you're
Okay.
reading a book,
All right. Hold on. And so, but how do you know that it was predicted 1,000 years in advance if you don't know when it was written?
So if I can go by these standards. If I don't know the exact year or day when it was written, the book that I read out of was created 2,500 years ago. It had the same verses 2,500 years ago that it has now. Okay, and that same verse was in that same book 2,500 years ago. Okay, so if something in Genesis 15 through 13 says something that happened in 1450, started in 1452,
So you
then
think,
that makes sense, right?
so you think that Genesis is predicting the transatlantic slave trade?
It did. Google's free. And I can tell you how, but if you don't want to listen to me,
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no, 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 no. Wait. Give me your interpretation
Okay.
of why you believe Genesis is predicting the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, so for one thing, God tells Abraham, your descendants will be abused and oppressed for 400 years exactly when we're slaves freed. After 400 years, and they brought to a land unknown to them, speaking tongues unknown to them, worshiping gods made out of wood and stone, which if you're thinking about the wood, that is the cross that's inside of America, and the stone is the statues of Christ that they have, and the statues of Mary that they have made out of stone, and the altars inside the churches. So being brought to a land unknown to you through ships, I'm pretty sure that aligns with the Atlantic slave trade, because if you're going to try to say that was the Babylon and Egypt slavery, they were already in Africa inside the Bible. So they didn't travel through boats to Egypt, and they didn't travel to boats to Babylon because they were already in Africa. So that has to do with America and the Atlantic slave trade.
Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
If that's what you want to call me, then
So do you
yeah,
believe? So you believe that you are an Israelite?
we are the Israelites.
Give me just a second.
Go ahead.
Deuteronomy 26, verse 5 through 10.
Oh, I like Deuteronomy.
You shall make this response before the Lord your God. A wandering Aramean was my ancestor. He went down into Egypt and lived there as an alien, few in number, and there he became a great nation, mighty and populous. While the Egyptians treated us harshly and afflicted us by imposing hard labor on us, we cried to the Lord, the God of our ancestors. The Lord heard our voice and saw our affliction, our toil and oppression. The Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with a terrifying display of power and with signs and wonders. And he brought us into this place and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. So now I bring the first of the fruit of the ground that you, O Lord, have given me. You shall set it down before the Lord your God and bow down before the Lord your God. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you Aramean?
Am I Aramean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an Israelite.
Do you know what Aramean is?
What did I just say? I said, am I I'm Israelite.
No, I'm asking, do you know?
I don't know what tribe I'm
You do
part of.
realize that Jacob, that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right, are Aramean.
I'm part of one of the 12 tribes.
Which came from Jacob.
Yeah,
Right?
then yeah, I'm Aramean.
Okay, so
It's
then,
classified
do you
as
know what Aramean is?
No, I don't. But it's Israelite. That's what I am.
Aramean is Mesopotamian, Iraqis. Are you an Iraqi?
There was black Arabs too. What are you talking about?
I didn't
There was
say Arab.
there's no such thing as black Arabs.
I didn't say
Oh,
Arab. I said Iraq, Iraqi. Are you from Iraq? Are you
whatever.
from Mesopotamia,
If that's where the
Syria?
Israelites are from, then yes.
So you are Iraqian.
If that's what they're from, if that's where the Israelites originated from,
So
then
okay,
yes.
hold on. Okay, all right. So it was Iraqians that went through the transatlantic slave trade here in America.
Yes. We were told not to speak our language.
Do
It
you
was
know what
beaten
the
out of us.
fuck
It
an
was Hebrew.
Iraqian is? Do you know what an Iraqian is?
Show me. If you're gonna try to change something, that's what they classify
Talking
now.
about
Just like the Israelis inside of Israel. They're the Ashkenazi Jews. They're not even the real Jews.
you talking about some yes.
This is an Iraqian. Are you from Iraq?
Those are the new ones that moved in. Just like the Israelis, they moved in. They're Ashkenazi Jews. That's why they're Jewish. They're not even
What
full
the
Jews.
hell are you talking about? Are you just
They were
making
not
shit up
400
on the
years. That
fly?
verse says not 400
Why
years
are you
ago.
just saying things? Like
And they
if
were
you
not
don't
brought
know
by
something,
boats.
if you don't know something, just say
They're,
you
that
don't know. Why are
if
you
they were
making
brought
things
to
up?
Egypt, the
What are
place
you
that they were in,
talking
if they were brought
about?
to Egypt from the place that they were in, they wouldn't have traveled from boats to a land unknown to them. They knew about Egypt at that time. The Aramans, they knew about Egypt. They knew Egypt was there. So if
Like
God said they
you do
brought them to
realize
a
that
land
they went
unknown to
into
them.
Egypt from
Yes.
Mesopotamia,
But God
right?
said when
What?
they
Hey,
were
hey,
coming
hey,
over
hey,
Know
from
the
hey,
difference.
boats,
hey!
Those are
What?
two
What
different
sea?
places.
What sea is between Egypt and Canaan?
isn't like the Red Sea?
What body of water?
Isn't like the Red Sea?
The Mediterranean Sea, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. How the fuck do you get to Egypt from Canaan if the Mediterranean Sea is between the two? Like,
Canaan
how
is
do
in
you get there?
Africa.
How do you get there?
I have a 1747 slave map, an authentic one.
Oh, oh my fucking god.
I told you, he just saying things.
I'm not
He's just
saying things.
saying.
I could get it right now. I have a 1747 slave map, an authentic one. And
The
Canaan is in Africa, which is in Egypt. Egypt's in Africa.
the moment that he said that he would take my treasure map, sell everything he has, and try to find my $7 million, I knew this conversation wasn't going to go anywhere because the problem is that his standard of evidence and his version
But
of research is ultimately confirmation bias.
still, then they knew of Egypt. God said that they would be brought to a land unknown to them. At that time, they knew of Egypt. So when
So
they got took
the
there,
people from the Atlantic slave trade were from Egypt. Is that where they got them from?
no, because on that seven
The people during the Atlantic slave trade, were they from Egypt? Were they transported from Egypt?
in the Atlantic slave trade map, which is a
Uh huh.
1747 map, classifies Nigeria as the slave
Is that what
coast,
I
which
asked
is
you?
called the
Is that what I
Kingdom of
asked you?
Judah.
I said, were they from Egypt? Were they from that side of the continent? Were they from Egypt?
The people from the Atlantic slave trade.
Mm-hmm.
So he says in Deuteronomy 28, starting at verse 58, if you do not diligently observe all the words of this law that are written in this book, fearing this glorious and awesome name, the Lord of your God, then the Lord will overwhelm both you and your offspring with severe and lasting afflictions and grievous and lasting maladies. He will bring back upon you all the diseases of Egypt, of which you were in dread, and they shall cling to you. Every other malady and affliction, even though not recorded in the book of the law, the Lord will inflict on you until you are destroyed. Although once you were numerous as the stars in heaven, you shall be left few in number because you did not obey the Lord your God. And just as the Lord your God, hold on, I thought that was the when he said out you should go back in ships. Give me just a second.
We are gonna
There we
go back.
go. Here, verse 68. The Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, not some unknown land, to Egypt by a route that I promised you would never see again.
That's when we get to go back. That's not when
No,
we're
no, no,
brought
no.
there slowly.
They went back to Egypt when Nebuchadnezzar came in and hauled some of them off to Babylon. Some of them escaped into Egypt and became the Elephantine Jews on Elephantine Island.
But their identity.
And it's in Jeremiah. Jeremiah talks to them and tries to tell them not to go into Egypt to escape Nebuchadnezzar. And then they go into Egypt anyway. And Jeremiah talks to them while they're in Egypt after Nebuchadnezzar came in and took them to Babylon. They did go back to Egypt already.
No, when they were going back to Egypt, that's still not a land unknown to them. That still doesn't clear up the
Where
fact
do
that
you see it says land unknown? Where
read
does it
Genesis
say?
15 to
Where does
13.
it say that literally is pre when they were supposedly in Egypt in Exodus?
So then why does it say they'll be bringing to a land unknown to them? Egypt was not unknown to them
They
during
were
that
not
time.
they didn't exist at that time. Like Genesis is supposed to give you the illusion of the beginning of the story.
These people were told by their fathers about Egypt.
They
Did
do
not
you
they
do
have
you not
no
realize do you
nothing.
not realize first off, do you not realize that a lot of this was written during and after the Babylonian exile, and they were writing these stories and dating them back 500 years to give the illusion that the stories were written earlier than they actually were. So the book of Genesis, right, the story about Abraham, right, is supposed to give you the illusion that that's the beginning of their story, that Abraham is the beginning of their story. You do realize that, right? Like it literally mentions the Philistines, who at that time, at a time that Abraham would have lived, Abraham would have left Ur around 100 BCE. There were no Philistines at that time for him to even engage with the Philistines in the book of Genesis. But the author, because the author is writing during the exile period or post exile period, he writes the Philistines in because they
Has
are a nation at that time, but they would not have been a nation at the time Abraham existed. But the way the story is written is for you to read it as it starts with Abraham, then the Abraham's descendants go into Egypt the first time. They're enslaved in Egypt 430 years the first time. They get set free. They go into Canaan, take over Canaan, fuck that up, go to get hauled off to Babylon, and some of them go back to Egypt and become the Elephantine Jews.
So you're trying to really prove to me that the Israelites are not black Africans.
No, they're
Okay.
not. There
Okay,
are
so then
no West
why
Africans in this Bible. There is not one West African in this
okay.
Bible.
We're not even really called Africans. The guy that called it Africa was a man that
I don't
established.
care what it's called. Now
Okay, so
one of
let
us is
me.
in this bitch. We're
Okay,
not
let
in
me tell you
it.
why we are. So
No,
then
we're
why when
not.
I think it was Moses. So then why
You
when
aren't East
Moses?
African. You aren't Ethiopian. You aren't Egyptian. You aren't Mesopotamian.
What are you talking about? I'm not
No,
East
you're not. You're
African.
not. You ain't from Iraq. You ain't Persian. You ain't Syrian. None of it.
Okay, so then why when Moses stuck his hand inside of his bosom and he took it back out and it was like leprous as snow, his hand was like white, all white. So if he
Like,
wasn't
do
a
you
light
honestly
skinned
think that
skin,
the only people on this earth with melanin are in
but those
Africa?
people that you
Like,
just
do you
showed
do you
me,
honestly
those people
think
that you
that
just showed
only
me
that
have light
only do you
skin.
honestly think that only black people have melanin? Have you never
In that
seen a
area,
dark
in that
skinned
area,
person from India? Have you
they were not in
never
Africa.
seen? Have you never seen a dark skinned person from India? Huh? Have you never seen a dark skinned person from China? From Korea? Like, do you honestly think that the only people with melanin are from Africa?
Everybody has melanin. Everybody has
So
melanin.
then why would you ask a dumbass question like that?
Because those people in that place in Africa where the Bible is at have melanin. The people that have melanin there are the Africans. India people are not in Africa. All those other people that you're talking about and yapping about are not in Africa or in that place where
The
they're
dream has been
at.
chased.
Yeah, at this point, the dream has been chased. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh
Like,
my
Thank you so
goodness.
much, whoever
like
that was. I appreciate
that
you.
Yes.
is that level of ignorance. I fucking cannot.
And I'm telling y'all, if he's 25, like we are doomed because what the entire fuck?
There's no way he's 25, but I blame the Black Hebrew Israelites for that level of ignorance.
And the sad
That
part of
confusion.
oh my goodness. Like the sad part about it is you could hear almost like a desperation in his voice. That to me is always a telltale sign of a person who just doesn't know how to he's not mature enough for this conversation. Clearly, I mean, if he's 25, it is what it is, but damn. But how do you and I would venture to say I was going to ask him before the dream was chased if he's done any sort of genetics testing to see if his ancestors actually originate where he says they originate. And I know he hasn't. but yet
He
he's
said he was Iraqi. He said he was Iraqi. Like, what else? Like, you're not African. Now you're Native Americans. Now you're Iraqis.
like the need to be chosen is one of the most disheartening things to witness because they go to every length imaginable to align with the chosen people, to be the selected. And the sad part about it is that if they select themselves, they don't need to be selected by anybody else. They wouldn't be begging for worth from this God. They wouldn't be trying to write themselves in this book. When you said, now one of us in this bitch, I'm like, that needs to be on a t-shirt. Please, somebody put a Bible on a t-shirt and put that quote under it. I will buy it. I need it on a t-shirt. I need it on a mug.
Oh my gosh. Like, do you know how tired I get
Oh,
trying to explain that we are not in that book?
friend. Yeah. It's exhausting.
Hey, we have a Discord call. What's her name? To the guest on Discord, can you unmute yourself? If you're on Discord and you're not, give me just a second before you come over because I don't know if you can't hang out in my Discord. If you're not here for a phone call, I need you to leave. Okay, Janie. So I'm gonna disconnect you. Do not to y'all on YouTube. Don't hang out in the Discord. This isn't a hangout spot. Okay. All right. Let's see who's next. That SOT is a fake ass $3 note. Y'all that mad?
What was that? Was a YouTube comment?
That SOT is a fake as a $3 note.
What does that
I don't
mean?
know. I don't know.
SOT.
I don't know. On a different Discord call, there's someone here with. I'm in the deconstruction. Hold on, let me see. I'm in the deconstruction one.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
see you.
see
Thinker call
anybody.
day. Yeah, you're the only one in there. I'm looking at it on my tablet now.
Which one are you in, Ethereal? Hold on. Let me hang up here and let me log. I don't know what room she in. I don't know whose room y'all in, Ethereal. Y'all not in mine. Here, let me put the right link up. Y'all might be in Justin's room. You're not in mine. Hold on. Okay, I just posted the right link. By the way, I accidentally did it from Verses and Vibes with Thinkers and Bash. If you enjoy the show and you're already over there on YouTube, go ahead and hit subscribe on Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. But that's the right link right there. So if you're on a Discord call, can you click that Discord link to call in? And I am in the room. All right, y'all give me just a second. We do have a Discord call. A second while we get that set up. Can you should be able to hop in there, Fee. Ria, are you able to get on the Discord call?
I'm eating, but I'm gonna get on right after I'm done.
Okay.
I can join. It just says I can't speak. So I
What?
think I should be able to speak on this side, right? It
Can
just
we
says
hear on this side?
No, you won't be able to hear Ria unless you're in the room. But I think you should be able to speak,
Okay.
Fee. Are you coming to the call? Okay, he's on the way. Thank you. Thank y'all for the gifts. I appreciate y'all. I be forgetting to reset the gift goal. Um, we might have to take another call until the guest gets here because he's taking a long time. Like he should have just had to switch calls. I mean, switch rooms. For some reason, the link sends us to its movie time.
What?
Huh? The link is sending y'all to a different room. I'm in. I'm in the call-in channel, and that's the link from the call-in channel. I have no idea. I don't. I don't know. Um. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. I'm gonna take a call over here, and then I'll work on it and figure out what's going on. I'm not sure. We might. Is Benny in here? We might have to reach out to Benny Boy and see what's going on. I don't know. Is Benny in here?
I
Disciple of
hadn't seen him
Christ, how are you?
comment.
Huh?
I was saying I hadn't seen him comment. I was saying I hadn't seen him comment.
Hey, Maven.
Hey, thinker.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, thinker.
So
What
what's
is there
going
a
on
delay?
is we are on it's movie time. It's on the Deconstruction Junction place. I don't know if you know where that is on there. But that's where the link is sending us.
Yeah, the link that I put up there is the invite link from the call-in channel. I have no idea about the it's movie time. That's why I'm trying to get in touch with Benny, because he's the administrator of the Discord. So it could be something with the settings that's causing it. Because I do see that some things was changed.
Okay.
And so the only thing I can do is see if Benny can fix it. There's somebody in there now named Kalki. Is that the person that we're waiting on?
No, it's Yups. Like YUPZ.
So there is someone to the caller in the Discord. Can you say something, please? Can you please unmute and say something? So I'm gonna disconnect them. But somebody just joined the Discord. The link works. I don't know if it's. I don't know. I'll have to ask Benny to see what's going on. But Fee and I are both in the room.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when we click the link in YouTube, it sends us here instead of to where you are.
I don't know. I have to
And
ask Benny.
but nice to meet you. Actually, get to talk to you in person.
Same here. Like it's good to hear your voice for the first time.
Yeah.
But I'll check with Benny to see what's going on. We may not be able to take a call today, and I know that some things changed in Justin's Discord. I see y'all. I think y'all in the wrong. Y'all are in the
Yeah.
wrong.
It's movie time. Do you see it?
I see y'all in his Discord, but it should like I don't know why it sent you there. But do you see do you see Fee and I in the call in?
No, I don't see you guys at all.
Like if you scroll up, are you in Justin's Discord?
Mm-hmm.
And if you scroll up, do you see where it says Thinker Call-In channel? In the where it says Streamers Private Voice channel?
That's where we usually go. I see Thinkers Live corner.
Go down where go down a little bit more where it says Streamers Private Voice channel, and then it says Thinkers Call-In channel.
Thinker, I'm not sure where you stand on Marshall of Dodge. He comes in saying that he's a white Christian nationalist and I want to make America white again. Do you want me to block him, or do you
Oh
just want me
yeah,
to
you
tell
don't ever have
people?
to ask that again.
Okay,
Yeah,
because that's just
they're
like,
looking for attention.
yeah, he's just baiting, and it's ridiculous. And he does this in Bash's Live as well.
That's why I said they're bored with themselves. Okay, so yeah, well, we're gonna have to figure it out. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Benny what's going on with that.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt for a little bit. Nice to meet you, or nice to see you too, Fee.
Nice to meet you too, Maven.
But I'll go down and YouTube mod again.
Okay, thank you. And y'all, this is Maven. Maven is the mod, one of the mods over in YouTube land. She does an amazing job. I appreciate you for all that you do.
Yeah, thank you
Hi,
so much for everything too.
Hi, Mervin.
Hey, Ria. Finally good to hear you, or I talk to you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah. All
Thank
right.
you for modding on YouTube.
Of course. I'll let you guys get to it.
All right, thank you.
All
I'll
right.
let you know what Benny says, okay?
Okay.
All right.
And I think New Life has been warned once already about caps. Are we doing one warning and then blocking? I can't remember.
I just block. Like, I think it's just crazy because they, like, as soon as we tell them, they're going to do it again anyway. So, like, I some mods do the warning and then block, but if I see it, I block automatically. So it's up to you. What if you want to give like a warning and then block? But if I see it, I'm blocking automatically. Yeah, because it's ridiculous. Let's see. Ken? Ken? Hey, Jeff. Ken? All right, we're going to move on. Jeff, can you hear us?
I see Jeff in the Discord call, but I don't hear him.
I don't hear him. He's on mute. No. Jeff, can you unmute? Oh, he left. Oh, he said it won't let him unmute. So I guess the
Yeah,
people that came in there is not letting them unmute.
that makes sense because when I joined the call, it says that I couldn't unmute either. So I can't unmute on Discord. I can only, of course, unmute here on TikTok.
Oh, that's weird. So I have to ask Benny what changed. So I do see that the Discord changed, and Benny is the administrator. So I have to ask him what changed and see if he can fix it for us. So we may not be able to take calls on Discord today. Tari, hi, how are you?
Good morning. How are y'all?
Doing good.
Okay.
Can I ask, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing.
Give me Jeff, the debate Dexter. Is that our Jeff or is that a different Jeff? Is that our Jeff?
You talking about on the YouTube channel?
Jeff, the debate. Oh yeah, that's Jeff. That's our Jeff. In the comments, I was trying to figure. He got a new profile picture. You see it?
Oh, I see. Okay, Jeff.
Hold on, let's see. And he changed his name.
Hey, this is my backup because I caught a ban for talking about statistics. Don't talk about statistics on TikTok, otherwise you'll get bananas.
How are you?
Hey, Jeff.
I'm good. I'm good. I just woke up, but I figured out the issue. So for anybody who's trying to get into that call-in channel, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to unmute. But if you go to the very top of the Discord channel, there's a thing that says channels roles, and there's like a little questionnaire there. And one of the questions is like a what, why are you here? And the two choices are
Oh,
deconstructing or debate call-in.
oh, I get it. Yep,
And if you
I
select
forgot.
debate call-in, then you can see the channel. I'm not sure, Thinker, if you're going to have to manually unmute people. I don't know if that's the thing. But
No, if
Can
I
you
think
unmute me, Thinker?
no, it doesn't let. You're not showing muted on my end for me to unmute. Like I see that you're muted, but it does like it doesn't give me the option to unmute you because it doesn't show me that you're muted in my settings. Does that make sense? It shows you're already unmuted in my settings, although you are muted.
got it.
And
Yeah,
on
but
my
I
end, it shows as suppressed. You don't have permission to speak in this channel. And I just can, the only option is an OK button.
yeah, so I think it's something that Benny's gonna have to do, but I think you do have to choose debate call in when you first enter the room. It sounds like something has been reset, and I remember Benny, he did something because I kept not hanging up the call. I kept leaving it on all day, and I did it again last night. So it's probably my fault for not hanging up yesterday. So I gotta ask Benny to fix it again because I
Yeah,
was
it's
forgetting to
probably
hang
just a
up.
role permission.
Well, he had to go in there and make it a setting to where I have to do something, and I forgot what it was because I kept forgetting to hang up.
It's called request to speak. That's so that like if somebody wants to unmute, instead of just unmuting, they can hit the button and it asks you if you want to let them unmute.
But it was something that I was supposed to do to make that automatic, and I forgot
Oh,
what it was. Yeah, because I was forgetting to hang up, and so he put it on. Oh man, I forgot. I completely forgot. I have to ask Benny to show me again, y'all. I'm sorry.
okay. Well,
Yeah, it's my fault.
if for whatever reason he needs like help with it, just have him reach out to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be hanging out with Mr. Jones today
Oh, cool.
and Baby Jones, like the whole Jones family. We're gonna do it for the gram or something. I don't know.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, but
That's what's up.
I'm gonna catch my last little half hour of sleep before I hit the road.
Are you hanging out with him in person or
Yeah,
on?
I'm
Oh,
driving
okay,
over.
cool.
He doesn't live that far from me.
Oh, okay.
But Baby Jones is in town, so I figured I'd hang out with the whole family instead of having to go all over the country.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
So that'll be
Well,
fun.
y'all have fun.
All right.
All right.
Drive safe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
Tari, I'm sorry. You said that you are deconstructing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you want to come up and answer one of these topics here?
Yeah, I would love to. I, all of my life, I was in church, all of that stuff, but I never really felt really comfortable, right? Like, I just could not put my hands on it. But the one thing that always really wrecked my nerve was, let's take for instance, someone like you do something really nice. Let's call it, let's just say a blessing, right? So you do something, or whatever happens, and you do that. And the really Christian people, they will always they'll tell you, okay, thank you. And then as soon as you leave, they'll start shouting and thanking God, and they'll get on the phone or go to church and testify how God blessed you with this, and never really giving the messenger, the person who gave it to you, any type of credit or acknowledgement. The human being that brought it forth, of always like finding a way to dismiss it, like you're really not there. And I don't know why I was always uncomfortable with this. But you guys have made me figure it out a little bit because I've been listening to you, thinker, and I've been really, really like studying and really just getting in and finding more courage to just stand up for what I really believe. And I just wanted to come on to tell you thank you. I really did. That I thank you for your wisdom, your courage, all of those things that I found it hard for me to do. So I really just want to thank you. So
Thank
that
you so much for coming up and sharing that. And I'm proud of you and happy to hear that you're making the decision to stand up and find courage for yourself, and that you're finding freedom, right?
I
Uh,
really am, yes.
yeah, yeah, I love it.
I really am. Fee, I think you're brilliant. I love your words. Your vocabulary is vast. I appreciate it.
Thank
Rhea,
you.
I love your smartness, your wittiness. You jump right in there and you don't care. I really appreciate you, ladies. Like for real. I've been on the live all night since you got on. Probably I've been on all night. I haven't been asleep. Listen to everything. So I just wanted to say thank you. Okay, that was it. And
You're
just tell
so
you
welcome.
Thank
My
you.
little Christian story. And that was it. So you guys have a wonderful day and I'll be still listening, maybe in the comments, but maybe. But I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Well, I
Thank
appreciate you.
you.
Make sure you stay in touch. In
I
case the
will.
app goes down, like I said, I'm still gonna go live as long as we have access to the app until the app breaks. I'll
I
still be
will.
going live on here, but also YouTube and Discord and all of that good stuff.
Because
Okay.
I'm going to have questions. Like, like, I'm going to have questions, things like that. I think that you all may be able to help me figure out. You know what I'm saying? So I really need that connection.
Well, we're that's what we're here for,
I
and
appreciate it.
glad
So
that you connected with us.
thank you. You guys have a great, wonderful day, okay?
Thank you. You
You
too.
too,
All
Joel.
right. Bye
Oh,
bye.
and by the way, your PFP is absolutely beautiful, and that red lipstick is popping. Did y'all see that video of the guy who was like, I don't care what nobody said. I can't stand a black woman with red lipstick, and then
Mm.
this black girl like she stitched it, and man, when I tell you she popped out on that ass with that red lipstick, that's when I see your PFP, that red lipstick popping. Hey,
Well, thank
beautiful, honey.
you. Thank you. And I am 50 years old, guys. like,
What?
yes, I am half a century, honey.
Girl, you look good. You look amazing.
Team 1974 in the house.
Team 1974, March 5.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
I'm right behind. Look, I'm February 25th. Not okay. We're right there
Why
next to each
Pisces,
other.
girl? Stop it. I
Love it.
like
Love
it.
it.
Love it. See, I knew I liked your vocabulary. I liked your voice. I like that. Like it. Okay, I'm in. So I appreciate you ladies. Keep doing what you're doing. I understand y'all. I'm with you. Y'all are helping me understand stuff. Thinker got me thinking. I have to go get the stuff. I gotta go back and get the books. It's just so much.
I
Thinker
love
just have
it.
me all over the place. I gotta go. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. And I'm a teacher and I'm going back to Persia and I'm fighting Turkey. I'm fighting Syria. It's crazy, okay? But
I
I
freaking love
appreciate it.
it.
I love it. Okay. I am finally getting clarity in my life because I was fucked up. I'm gonna tell y'all.
We all were.
I was fucked up out here in these streets. Okay. So so I am learning and I appreciate you. Okay.
You're so
You
welcome.
guys
Thank you
have
so
a
much for coming
great
up.
day. Okay, bye bye.
You too. Bye. That's a one hellified advertisement right there for the deconstruction community.
I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely love it.
If you're still trying to figure out if you need to deconstruct, let's see. Let's see. I don't know who's in here. Like, it's so hard to pick somebody because you don't know who's an accidental request. Most rustic, Patrick. Patrick. Goodness gracious! If you're in the guest request box, Goodness gracious. Hi, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. One second. Patrick, you said you were unmuted. Like I called your name and you didn't say anything. I'm gonna bring you on stage. Do me a favor and just sit there on mute until I get done with not done yet. And then we'll get back to you, okay? Can you hear me? Patrick? Patrick? We can't I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. You're not saying anything. Or you might be saying something, but we can't hear you. Like I see you typing in the chat, but we can't hear you. So if you have headphones plugged in, if we're on a Bluetooth somewhere, disconnect that. Go ahead and work on that while I talk to not done yet, okay? I'm just gonna mute you. All right. Hey, not done yet. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. Did you come up to talk about the topic?
Um, well, I wanted to say hello, and I wanted to say, a couple days, maybe a week or two ago, I'm just still reeling over what you said and did when you were talking with a guest, and you were talking about physical, and you said, "Does God have lips? And if He does, why isn't He using them?" And then you said, "Is He speaking in tongues like this?" Oh, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I mean, I can't even breathe. I couldn't breathe. I was in tears. I mean, that when you do your highlight reel, you need to dig that one up.
Oh my God. I
Classic.
can't even, I don't remember doing
Classic.
that.
Well,
Oh,
I remember that very vividly.
Oh my
it
And
God.
I
was
think I had the same
incredible.
reaction.
It was incredible. Incredible. You spoke in tongues in a mumble rap kind of way.
Oh my gosh.
So that was beautiful. I wanted to mention that. And just now, as you were talking to the last guest, and I'm sorry, I want to get to a free will question, but the last guest when you were talking, so I am 57. Deconstruction is underway, and I believe it started with Santa Claus. Um, when I had some questions about gifts and being naughty and nice, and I challenged the naughty part, and I ended up with socks that Christmas, and it pushed me into the reality of life. But I've been just when you were talking to the other guests, it hit me. It's so when you do accept Christ and the Lord as your Savior, then the Lord says, "Cool," but then when you deconstruct, does He take it back? So, like in theory, has everyone been saved that did the acceptance, and no matter what you do, you can't deconstruct it?
That's a great question.
That just hit
Ooh,
me.
hoo,
It
hoo,
just hit
hoo,
me just
hoo.
now. It
Is
just
that
hit me
the
just now.
once saved, always saved thing?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
and
then
so
if you
that it's
deconstruct, when you take it back, does he take your
just
salvation back?
does he take it back? It just hit me. I didn't even. It just hit me. And so that's that. And then with free will, when folks say the free will piece, what do they generally say about God and free will? Like, do they say God established free will, so he there's no questioning the free will of God, or does God not have free will? Because when when I looked up the definition of free will, it said it's the ability to say make a decision with no consequence, no influence. But when you are in a situation where you are supposed to, well, when God is waiting on you to choose God, He is then taking away His free will because it's a consequence, or it's waiting on a decision from you. And so, does that interrupt the free will piece? for God.
I think
I
they.
think.
Oh, I'm
Oh, go
sorry.
ahead, Fee. No,
Oh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say. I think they negate the free will of God by indicating that it can't lie. Like the moment a God can't do something, then it doesn't have the free will to do that thing. He doesn't even have the ability to do it. Like the omnis make so many things about God untenable. And I agree with you. Like if he is incapable of doing that, then how does he have exactly free will? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because he will say, yeah, if he is waiting for you to make that choice, and once you make that choice, he cannot tell you no, which means there's no free will. He has created a loop in which there is no free will for him who created or allows free will.
Yeah, that
He does not
I
allow his own self free will
That's a great point.
because you
exactly.
have to accept when somebody says, "I want you."
Yeah, that's why I have the question on there. If your actions can influence the God, can He truly be sovereign? Like if he, like if what you ultimately decide, right, can influence what the God does, or whether the God's plans actually are carried out, is He sovereign? I don't think that believers realize that they are actually their God's God.
Yeah,
They give him free will and take it away at their own discretion.
exactly.
Beautiful. That's all I had. You can have you have any questions for me? Feel free. But yeah, I'm really intrigued by that first thing, though. Wow, can it be revoked?
Yeah, don't be surprised if you see that on on the post next week, because that's a question I want to know now.
So yeah, I love it. I love what you're doing. Love your work. And just as I'll just add, so with deconstruction, when I'm in the medical field, and when you go into the medical field, there's one thing you do learn, and that is you have to accept everybody. Everybody that comes in as a nurse, I cannot, I have to manage my biases as I work with each and every type of patient background, preference, etc. And so it's interesting how that kind of, I don't think that pushed me into reconstruction, but it definitely challenges the things you grew up with. And so reconstruction, I believe, again, starts at Santa Claus.
I
And
agree.
everybody goes through it.
I agree. I thank you so much for coming up. Not done yet. I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Keep
You're
doing what you're
welcome.
doing.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
All right, you too.
I will never understand why someone pays $5 to say something childish only for it to get deleted, for you to get blocked, and I still get to keep your fucking money. Like, what's the purpose?
I mean, I think they've demonstrated they don't think shit through. They just do it. It feels good at the moment. Let's do it.
Like, goodness. It's like, I mean, they're used to giving their money away to the pastor. Like, you want to give it to me? Like, that's okay. I'm $5 richer, and now your ass is like, uh, I can smell it. It smells good. Thank you.
Thinker, I need a plate. I'm just saying, like,
They
yeah.
always cooking, I swear. My daughter cooked lasagna soup the other night, and like I don't usually like eat lasagna soup. I've had some in the past, and I cannot stand ricotta cheese. But when what she cooked yesterday,
Really, I've made it before. It's really good.
like goodness, because normally I wouldn't eat ricotta cheese. Thank you for the super chat, for the 9.99 super chat, Xavier. I appreciate you. Um, Patrick, can you say something? I'm not sure if you're talking, Patrick. I can't hear you. We still can't hear you, Patrick. There's something wrong with your device. So we're gonna have to see if you can figure out what's going on and try to come back. Okay? Can you? No worries. See if you can figure it out, and then come back and we'll try again. Okay? All right. Who is in the box next? Waiting to come up. It's good, Shy. The way my daughter cooked it is good. I've had it before and I didn't like it. Like the one I had before had a whole bunch of ricotta cheese in it. I cannot stand. But the way she did it, like it was good.
I don't even put the ricotta cheese in mine. Like I make it separate, and if somebody wants it, they can like scoop out whatever they want and put it in there and mix it in. Because I know everybody doesn't like ricotta, and I think that's a great way to do it because they can balance it out. But it's delicious.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Rayla,
Yes, ma'am.
hi. How are you?
Doing all right, just listening to what's going on. I had to Google what deconstructing meant.
Okay. Who said that we weren't equally yoked? Who said that? Are they talking about you, Rayla?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I got, they got on to me because I used all caps. Sorry. Let me
Oh, okay. Okay. No worries. It's just very distracting. Um, also, it's kind of rude to do because you're yelling at strangers on the internet
Oh,
before, like But how old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 36.
Okay. My daughter said me and her. Oh wow, Messa, you're gonna have to come up and talk to if you want to, or in the chat in the Discord. Okay. Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
It's complicated. I was raised in church, and I've gotten to the point where I don't believe in anything anymore. Like none of it. Not Christianity, not the Hindus, none of it. None of it. None of it.
Okay, so you're at the point to where you want to deconstruct. Like, are you just now coming to this realization, or are
I
you like what I'm trying to figure out is, are you trying to figure out if you've already deconstructed, like if you've been deconstructing, or that you deconstructed.
well, like I said, I had to Google what it meant, so I think I'm somewhere in there, I suppose.
Okay, all right. So I can kind of share a little bit about the experience of deconstructing, so that you can kind of gauge where you are in the process. Um, so deconstructing is like asking yourself the really hard questions about your current belief system, so that you can get to the point to where you are, where you're like, I don't believe this shit. Like there isn't a ounce of me left that's like, what if, right? Ultimately you get to that path. I mean, to that, like, you're deciding whether you believe it or not. If you Some people ultimately say, I do still believe it, but all this other stuff I don't believe. I'm doing away with all this other stuff, but I still do believe that there is a God or a higher power out there. It's just not the God that I was indoctrinated into. And then if you get to the point of I don't believe none of it, then the process continues, because there are still belief systems, things that we believe about the world around us, that we believe about ourselves, that we believe about our deaths, that we still need to deconstruct from, and change the way we think about that, so that we change the way that we interact in the world. Does that make sense? And so that process continues to go for however long you need to. And some people just deconstruct for 10, 20, 30 years, because you may find that there is some small belief that you're still holding on to that is not serving you, that you need to kind of like uh, do work on and clean out.
I felt that. Yeah. Yeah. That pretty much sounds right. Yeah. And I was ejected from a car when I was young, so I might have a bit of a delayed, trouble saying what my brain's thinking. Just wanted to let y'all know that.
I'm sorry, say that again for me. You said you were ejected from a car when you were how old?
13.
Okay. And that affected
A
you have
lot.
a like a TBI or
They never diagnosed me with one, but I feel like a lot of things got overlooked in a lot of my medical cases because I was pretty much put on you're young, you'll bounce back. You'll just, get out there and work it out. Just need to go to the gym. You're just being lazy. And I'm like, I feel like I got hit by a semi truck. It's not going away.
oh man, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, I appreciate it. At this point, I just am like, it's something that I lived through for some reason, and a lot of Christian groups have been like, oh, that was God saving you. And to this day, my grandmother will say, God saved you, and I'm like, if God was interested in saving me, why didn't He get the chomos out of the church? Oh, that's just me.
Get the what out of the church?
Chomos,
The chumos?
chomo.
What is that?
Child is like,
Oh,
yeah.
I got it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he do
Oh,
it?
that's a better
Yeah,
word than a
thanks.
PDF. That's a much better word. Like people keep trying to get me to use PDF and I'm like, I'm not. I'm not doing that. Like I don't want to be
No.
thinking about that when I'm like downloading PDFs, but that's a much better way to say it online. Thank you
Yeah, but
for explaining that to me. Yeah, I agree. Like um that is a huge thing. Like, why is he allowing that to go on right in his house?
the the facts of all facts. And if you say something about it, you're the problem.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, that's been my biggest. What's the word? Straw on the camel's back, I guess. I think.
Is there anything else that you wanted to say? Yeah, she's very adorable. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Thank you. Well, like, cause I like, there's a lot of stuff, and like the different denominations, man. Like, what's the deal with that? If why does everybody get to have a different opinion? It's, I don't understand. But yet you're all Christian, but you all follow different rules, and none of it makes sense at all.
Because everybody believes that they are special and they have a relationship with this God and their own thoughts is the God's voice. Therefore, they know better than you because you don't have that important of a relationship with the God and you should follow what they say because they have the truth.
Right. And I found that I found myself repeating what they were spewing just to survive, to get through to my next spot, because I just wanted to escape constantly.
Yeah, that's a very powerful thing. And I don't think a lot of us have the power to even admit that part. That when we were believers, we spent the bulk of the time just trying to escape our reality.
Yeah. Or just like, and then like the minute you do anything wrong, it's like a constant. immediate social verbal lashing every 5 minutes, and just it's, I was raised in a very strange part of the world, that's in the United States, ironically. And I grew up not knowing who I was or where I came from, other than the country's history to a degree. But it was a lot to put on a kid's shoulders, and I feel like they try and get you young. And like, I remember being sat down and like given all this information, and they sit down in front of you, they're like, do you believe that Christ is your savior, and he'll wash your sins away, and like, are you sure about this? And I'm like, asking an 11-year-old to dedicate their life to a God that they barely know anything about.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I don't even know why I'm saying wow, because that's how it's done. They start young. They start with us young.
And then
That's
by the
why they're trying to
time,
put it in the schools right now.
right. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I was gonna say, and then by the time you're an adult, since you were snagged so young, and everybody around you that's leading your community believes this stuff too, and they're trying to push it on you, and then by the time you come and have your kids, you're worried that you're for your kids' salvation, so you try to, and it's just a never-ending cycle, and it's the most anxiety, stress-inducing environment ever.
Yep, I agree. Did you have anything else that you want to say before we bring somebody else up?
Um, I think I'll end it there because I don't want to, monopolize the time. I want to give everybody else a chance, but I appreciate y'all letting me come up and have my moment.
You're very welcome. If you ever have questions about the deconstruction journey, you can definitely come back and participate in the conversations. Hang out in the comments. Somebody just sent you a subscription to be a part of the community as well. Okay,
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
you're so welcome. Who's sending the subs? I like who just sent the subs so I can say thank you.
I'm
How,
waiting to see it go
how do I
through.
figure that out? I don't know.
Barnabas.
Of course, it's
I'm not gonna
Barnabas.
even gonna ask no more. It's between Barnabas and Gargar. Thank you, Barnabas. All right. Welcome to the nerd community, Rayla, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. Okay.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm just gonna start saying Barnabas sent you. So
W. Barnabas in the chat.
yeah. All right. Let's see who's next. I think everybody in the chat right now are friendlies. Um, if you're in the chat and you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? I think let's see, we have Scalamush, Paul Coleman, Dee Dee, Max is 85. Big Bad been in there all night. He ain't answered to me all night if he's in there on purpose. Miss Lovely is back. Lady T, Angie P, and John. I think John is in there on accident. He been in there all night too. Miss Lovely, because you've been up once tonight, I can't bring you back up. Okay, Scalamus is by mistake. Lady T. I don't know who's in here on purpose. Let's see. This person just requested. I'm gonna go ahead and clean the box out because I don't think the people that's in here are in here. Hi. How do you pronounce your name?
Hi, how do you pronounce your name?
Hello. Are you there?
Hello, are you there?
We've talked to her before. I think this is
We've talked to
Amashola.
her before. This is Michelle.
Okay. I don't think she's there. Is she deconstructing?
If I remember correctly, and we know that I usually don't, she's not deconstructing. She's very Christian. I believe she was from the continent. And yeah, it was a,
Oh, okay.
if that's the right person, but the name sounds familiar.
Oh, okay.
That biblical said they in an aquarium. It is.
I don't know if she knows that she requested or not. Wayfarer.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. Just a second.
Yeah. Like you sound far. You sound far away.
Just a second. I don't have the video.
I'm sorry.
Just hold on a second. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
How are you?
Thanks. Yeah. Um,
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. Now there is a topic on the board. I'm going to tell you what I would like to talk about. Okay. And I know that you see the topic that says God makes my head hurt, and I'm just going to explain to you why. There are several reasons that I say that. I've been having these conversations with believers for over a year now. There are certain things that I see that takes place in these conversations. Okay, and that's what I would like to focus on. Is the things that believers do when I'm asking them questions about the belief, about the God, the history, and things like that, about the text. One of the things that I noticed is when I ask believers if their God can do right anything in the physical realm, can do what a human can do in the physical realm without a human body, they tend to be dishonest and say yes, the God can, right? And they won't engage with the truth of the matter is that your God is immaterial, and that he needs a human body to write, to communicate his commands or his desires. And then knowing that information, the reason why it's important for me to understand why a believer ignores that or denies that fact is because they won't question the things that they believe a God said. They won't question the things they believe a God did, which to me it's a problem because the God needs humans to communicate for it, right? Because if a human is saying that a God said to go into a land and genocide an entire nation of people, how do you, right, as the believer, know that what that person said is telling the truth if you don't question it, right? Because you don't actually see a God. You don't actually hear a God. You hear a human being speaking on behalf of the God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. And to be honest, I think for someone to, because the way we are as human being, we are this kind of creatures who we are able to think and dissect things and analyze things based on what we see and how we feel about what we see. So when it comes to the matter of why how God should appear, from my own kind of belief system, God is not anything like human, and he will never take a human form. It doesn't make any sense. because if God takes a
Give me
shape,
just a sec. So I'm not asking you if he takes human form or why he doesn't. So I don't want to get stuck on that. Like, I know y'all like to like talk about how powerful your God is and how he's the big God. But what I would like to talk about, right, is the fact that regardless of how big he is to you, he still needs a human body to do the things that humans can do in this physical world, right?
okay, if I will get your question properly, so are you trying to distinct between God and human, or
No, like can you and I agree that your God needs a human body to do the things that humans do here on earth?
okay? First, I think we need to establish something first, and that is we ourselves as human. What is our purpose, or what is our
No, we
initiative?
don't need to establish that. That your God, right? Does your God
No,
need to
no, I'm
use
going
a?
somewhere.
How do I don't listen because you're going to take the conversation somewhere I don't want it to go. It's a
Okay.
very simple question, right?
Mm,
Your God, right? You believe that your God is immaterial, it's omnipresent, it's outside of time and space, correct?
yeah,
All right. So he
but
does not have. Hold
sorry.
on. Hold on. He doesn't have a physical body.
No, no,
Here,
sorry. I want to correct you with that. Because none of us have seen God, so we can't
I
possibly say,
agree. Okay.
yeah,
I
yeah.
said, do
No,
you
no,
believe? Okay.
yeah,
You believe that your God, right, is outside of time and space, correct?
yeah, yeah.
All right. So that means that his body, right, or that
Mm.
he is immaterial. He's not within the confines of time and space. He's not bound by time and space, correct?
Yeah, but immaterial
Okay.
is not the proper word to use, I think.
You can't. Is he material?
So, what does immaterial means?
It means not material. Is he material?
Of course, it has to be material.
So I can. This is material. Can your God
Okay, I
is your
think
God material and the physical world is your God material? Is he
see.
bound
I
by
think
time and space?
have you experienced every kind of
Is your
material?
God bound by time and space? Yes or no?
Is not.
Okay, so he is not bound by time and space.
Mm.
So within time and space and our physical material world, okay,
Hmm.
and your God needs a human body to do what humans do. Can we agree on that?
No, we don't. From my own doctrine, no.
Okay, so tell me something, right? Tell me a time that you have seen your God do what humans do, talking, walking, writing, without a human body. Here in the physical world, in today's time, not even in the Bible, in
Okay.
today's time.
Okay, I just want to use one analogy because
I
if
don't
I
want an analogy. I don't want an analogy. In today's time,
that's
give me a
you're
time. Yeah,
going
I don't want
to
an analogy. Give me a
that's
time. No, no,
anthropomorphism.
it's not. Yeah,
Is
you are the one
anthropomorphism.
who's saying. Do you realize that you are the one who said that your God does not need to use a human body to do what humans do in the physical world? So if he doesn't need to use a human body, then I need you to tell me, right? When was a time you seen your God do what humans do in the physical world without a human body then? Because you are
We
the one who said
okay,
no to my
okay,
question.
just calm down a little bit. I just want
Fucking
to.
tell me to calm down. The more you tell me to calm down, the more rowdy I'm going to become.
But that's not the way
I
to
don't
have a
I don't give a
conversation.
fuck. I don't care. Like I've had to ask this question 4 times. And then you are the one who said nope, right? So because
Okay,
your answer
do
because
you
your
want to hear from
answer
my point?
because you want to preach. I don't want to preach. I was very calm from the very beginning. I don't want to preach. I'm not about to let you pivot me somewhere else, okay? When was a time that your God did what humans can do without a human body in the physical world in today's time? When?
God does not need human body.
Okay, so
That's
when can he tell me about a time that he's done what humans can do without a human body?
He doesn't do anything humans do. That's
Okay,
the
do
difference.
humans talk?
Yeah, between ourselves we have our communications, yeah.
Okay. So God doesn't need to talk to humans?
So for God to talk to humans, he has to become humans.
Oh my fucking God. So does God talk to him? Does God need to talk to humans?
To me, no.
How do you know what this God wants? How do you know what this God wants? Who told you what this God wants?
So do you understand morals?
Who told you what this God wants?
So would you let me explain,
No,
or you
answer.
don't
Nope,
want?
nope. I'm asking you questions. Who told you what this
I
God
said, do you
wants?
want me to
Answer
explain
the
the answer?
question. No, just answer the question. Who?
So how do I
But
answer without explaining?
the question starts with who. That it does not say what or when. Who? There's no explanation that comes with the word who. Who told you what this God wants?
Okay, we have prophets who
A
tells
prophet.
us.
Okay, a human. A human
Hmm.
did. All right.
Yeah,
A human told you what this God wants.
yeah,
Who told that human?
an angel.
Okay, an angel, right? That came from heaven,
Hmm.
right? So an angel can do what this God can't do then?
So the angel is the one passing the message, not God.
Right. Okay, right. So an angel who is also outside of time and space, correct?
No.
An angel is bound by time and space.
Yeah,
So an angel is material.
they are material. Yeah.
All right. So now you do so we can see angels walking around us. We can see angels.
You don't have the ability to see them. So
Why can't we see them? Because
because you're
are they
not like them.
material or are they immaterial?
Can you see electrons?
Yeah, under a microscope.
Are you for real?
Yes.
For real?
Yeah.
Do you want to check before answering?
Yeah. Under like you can see electrons.
Do you want to check before answering?
Like you think you can't?
On the microscope. Are
Yeah.
you for real now?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Anyways, don't let us go there. So let's continue
Wait.
with. You just said you can
You
see
can't. What? Why
electron
do
with
you?
microscope.
Why do you think you
You just,
can't?
you just said that now.
Like, why do you think you
Electron with
can't?
microscope.
Explain to me why you think you can't.
Okay, check your Google then. If
No,
you can
no,
see,
explain to me why you think you can't.
you can't see it
Why not?
because they are just moving. They are just there. They are just charges. You can't see them except maybe fire or something or light beam or
What?
something like. Can you see them with your eyes?
What I said with a microscope, like
Not
you
with a
can see,
microscope.
like
You
that.
can't see an electron with a microscope.
Are you sure that scientists have
Okay,
never? Are you
you
sure
have
that scientists have
Chat
never
GPT
seen
with you. You
electrons?
have Chat
Are you
GPT
sure
with
that?
you.
Are
Check
you sure that scientists have never seen electrons?
with microscope.
You like? Are
Oh,
you sure?
don't say things you don't know, please. Don't.
Like,
You're up here talking about angels walking the earth, and you're
I didn't
telling her
say
not to
angels
speak on
walking.
things that she doesn't know. Like,
No,
are we
I
serious
said
right now?
there are so many things you can't see with your eyes. So why do you want to deny the existence of angels? There are
Because
loads of things you can't see with your eyes.
so you said that electrons are not visible, right?
wait, hold on. There are electron microscopes. We have a library of images recorded over the years using our scanning and transmission of electron microscopes.
Electron microscope, not the electrons.
Oh,
They use electron microscope. So you using is a beam. Do
well,
you want to read it
What?
again?
I don't even
You're
know
not
if
seeing the electrons.
what are you seeing when you use an electron microscope? What are you
I'm
seeing?
confused.
He's so
When
assuming he
you
just doesn't
use
know
an
it.
electron microscope, you're viewing some other materials, not the electron in itself.
So you're viewing the
So,
position.
for instance, you have a microscope, then you put like maybe a microorganism under the electron microscope. You're
Hmm.
not seeing the electron; you're seeing the organism in itself.
Okay, well, then do this for me since we're talking about electrons. Show me the microscope and what you would put under the lens in reference to prove your God. Where's the analogy?
We are not talking about God. She
But
wants
we
me
are
to
No, we're
say,
though.
talking about angels. So
We
do
are.
the
wait,
same
wait, we're
thing.
talking
Hold on,
about
hold on. So we're
angels.
talking about yeah, we're talking about angels.
Can
So
you
what
see
would you
everything that
hold on, stop, stop,
exists?
stop, stop. So what
Yeah.
would you put under a lens, right, for us to see the angel in the material world?
Okay. So we're talking about things we can see and things we can't see. You can't
Yeah.
see
So
the
how right?
angels
So how right?
on
But you
I
can
just
see
asked
electron
you, can
microscopes, right? So you can see the organisms under electron microscopes, right?
yeah.
Okay. So what would we use here in the material world to prove, right, that angels are here in the material world?
We don't have the ability to see the angels. There are
Why
people who,
not?
yeah, because
Why
we are
not?
not in the same universe. We don't
So
have the
they're
same
immaterial
equipment.
here. Then they're not bound by
No,
time and space.
okay, can I explain to you how
No, no, no.
they,
No. Are they bound by time and space? You said
yeah,
yes.
they
You
are,
said
yeah.
that, and you said that they are material, but
Yeah.
now they're not.
No, no. Do you want to listen to what I'm saying?
No, you said that they are in a different universe just a minute ago. So I'm trying to understand: are they bound by time and space in this material world? Yes or no?
Please repeat the question.
Are
I'm kind of
angels
mixed. Yeah.
are angels are angels bound by time and space in this material world? Yes or no?
In this material world,
On
not
Earth,
necessarily.
yes,
On
on
Earth,
Earth.
not necessarily.
Wait.
Wait.
Hold on. Wait.
Would you
So
let me finish
wait.
it?
No. So
Why
you
don't
live
you want me to finish?
because I'm not about to let you take this conversation somewhere.
I'm not taking
So
it
hold
anywhere.
on. Stop. So you live, right? You are a human who
Hmm.
is bound by time and space, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So God cannot talk to you, right? Like a human can talk to you because
Yeah.
God is outside of time and space, correct?
Hmm.
But an angel, you said, can talk to you for God and pass the message on to you,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Now, that angel is or is not bound by time and space on in this physical world.
They are not bound,
They're
and
not. Are
they
they
have
are they where
forms.
God
Wait,
is?
wait, wait.
No.
Do
Are
you
they where God is? Are they where God is?
can I
No.
emphasize
Are they
what?
where God is?
No, you. This is not a
Are the
conversation.
you
Here.
listen, when I'm done with my fucking questioning, then you'll be
Uh,
able to explain. Are they where God is? Are the angels where God is?
no.
So they're not outside of time and space. The
What
angels
do
are
you mean? I
okay.
said no. They are
You
not in the
said
same
you
place.
said you said God.
Hmm.
You said God is
Hmm.
outside of time and space,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The angels
Hmm.
are not where God is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the angels are also not within time and space.
When did I say that?
You okay, I asked you, are the angels bound by time and space here in the physical realm, in the
Here in this
material world?
physical, in this world of ours, they are not bound by time and space. So they could go.
Are they so they're immaterial?
Okay, this is how I'm going to explain this to you. Okay, the angels, they have forms. They transform between.
Do they become human?
They can take a form of human. Yeah.
They can take the form of a human.
Yeah.
Do they possess human bodies, or do they just
Yeah. When
become
someone
any
takes a form
hold on. Or do they just become random humans?
they take form of human. It doesn't matter if it's random or not.
No. It does matter because humans here have families, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you saying that they just show
They
up
don't
as
necessarily have to have.
are you saying that they just show up as random humans with no families, no names, like
Yeah, because
they
they are
just
not.
popping in, hold on, they just
Yeah.
popping in and out of the physical and the material? That's what you're saying?
When is necessary for them to. Yeah.
Okay, so they can do what your God can't.
Yeah,
So angels have more power than your God.
that's not power possession. That's
That is power. Like your God can't talk to you. Your God, right, can't walk here on this earth,
mhm.
right? Your God can't skip a rock. Your God can't bounce in and out of immaterial
You're
to material.
limiting. You're trying to limit God.
No,
That's not
you did that. You said your
okay.
God. You said your
Okay.
God was so big that he was outside of time and space. Like this
Okay.
reminds me when
Can I
Mezzo.
ask you?
Stop talking while I'm talking. You
Why are
this
you
this
like
reminds
this?
me
Just
because you keep
exercise.
fucking trying to talk while I'm talking. This reminds me when Mezzo said that they try to make their God so big that they make him impossible. Like you
Exactly.
literally just made angels more powerful than your God and said that angels can do something that your God cannot. Like, do you realize that?
Can an adult become a baby?
Can an adult become a baby?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So does it mean the baby is more powerful than the adult?
What?
Yeah. I know you can't. You can't contribute. You can't
Like,
take that.
literally, hold on. Is a baby all powerful? Is a baby
No,
claiming to
I'm
be all
asking
powerful?
you. Can
Hold
a
on, hold
baby
on.
become?
Is a
Can
baby, hold on, wait. Is either an adult or a baby claiming to be all powerful?
but which one is more powerful between the
Wait,
two?
no, 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 no. Who's claiming to be? Are either of those claiming
I'm
to be
using
all?
an analogy, a
Are
little
either
analogy to
of those claiming to be all powerful? Wayfarer.
between a baby and an adult. An adult
No
is more
adult claims to
powerful.
be all powerful. No
It's
adult
more.
claims to.
There's no way you can
No adult claims to be all powerful. None.
with comparing with the baby.
No adult claims to be all powerful.
Comparing with the baby.
No adult claims that they can do whatever they want to do. No adult does.
Okay,
Your God, however, claims that he is all powerful. And you are saying that
so
your God cannot do what angels can do.
yeah, I just use an
So
analogy
he's
to
not
you.
all powerful then, is he?
That's not power. I just use an
He's no
analogy
no,
to you
he's
now.
not all powerful then, is he?
He's all powerful. You
If
can't
he's not
expect.
if
Yeah,
he cannot do what angels can do, right? If angels have a
I just
power,
asked you a little question. You
if
can answer it.
angels have a power, I'm
Yeah,
answering your fucking question. If angels
you are
have a
not. You're
power,
not.
if angels have a power that your God does not
You're
have,
not fucking answering the
that
fucking
means that your
question.
God,
You're not
that
fucking
means,
answering
hey,
the
shut the
fucking
fuck
question.
up, okay? If angels have a power that your God can't do, that means your God is not all powerful.
Yourself. I just make an analogy to you now, but you can't seem to comprehend it. I
Are
don't understand.
adults, do adults claim to be all powerful, Wayfarer?
Between an adult and a baby, you have a
Do adults
father
claim
and
to,
a
I'm
son.
answering your question. Do
A
adults
father and
claim
a
to,
son.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
Do adults claim to be all powerful?
Of course.
So adults claim,
With an adult and a
hold on with
baby.
your dishonest ass. Do adults claim that they can morph back into a baby?
Sorry, repeat that.
Do adults make the claim that they can morph back into a baby? Do they make that claim?
Morph.
You just asked me, can an adult morph back into a baby? Do adults make that claim?
No, you are the one asking me if
No, that was your dumbass analogy.
yeah, I said yeah, can adult become a baby? Yeah.
Right. So, do adults make the claim that they can go backwards and become a baby? That they have
No,
the power to do that?
God never
No
said you
adult does
can.
that, right? No adult makes that claim, do they?
Yeah, no adult, yeah.
No, but your God makes the claim that he is all powerful, does he not?
Yeah.
So, therefore, if your God cannot do something that angels can do,
No, no, no.
then
You're
your God is
contradicting
not
yourself.
all powerful, is he?
You're contradicting yourself. Like, do you listen to what you're saying?
Like, do you
You
hear
okay?
yourself?
Just hold on. You talking about power, an adult, and a
Are
baby.
you skipping the word all powerful? Are you skipping the
All
word
powerful.
all? Are you skipping the word all powerful?
Okay, what does all powerful means?
It means all powerful.
What does it mean? Explain it.
It means that you are the supreme power and that you can do anything. That
You
you have
can
the
do
ultimate power to do anything. The fuck?
anything. So, would you do, if you have a power to do anything, would you do something that is not worthy of you doing?
What?
Oh, it's not worthy of him to talk to you. It's not worthy of
No, no,
him.
no.
That's what the fuck you just said.
Okay,
It's
do
not
you,
worthy of him to talk to you. So
okay,
Wayfair
just
just
hold
let
on.
every Christian in here know that the God
I'm not a
does
Christian, by
not
the way.
use, stop. Wayfair just let every Christian in here know that the God doesn't use his power to talk to
I'm
y'all
not a
because y'all
Christian.
aren't worthy. Y'all aren't,
I'm not
you
a
just said,
Christian.
whatever, you said you're a believer. He just let all of y'all know that the God does not think that y'all are worthy to talk to. That's why he don't talk to
I
y'all.
didn't say that. I didn't
Yes, you
say that.
did. Yes, you did.
When did I say
That's
that?
why. Yeah, when you said, would you use your power to do something you don't think is worthy to
Okay.
do?"
Okay, let me ask you a basic question. Do you know what anthropomorphism is?
Hold on.
Anthropomorphism.
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah.
Is M's in here? Because if M's is not in here, then I got to take you down
Why?
because we're talking about Christianity and you fucking knew that.
No, I didn't know that. I
Is
don't know.
M's in here? That's why this confusing ass shit. Is M's in here? I don't give a fuck if you think that's mean.
I
That
haven't seen M's
y'all know my
comments.
rules in here, huh?
I haven't
Nobody
seen M's
gives a fuck
comments yet.
about you either.
Oh, shut the
You,
entire. Well, then, if you don't give a fuck, get the fuck off my stage,
shut the
bitch.
fuck up.
Bye, bitch. Cry about it now.
And to the chat that was because his point. Thinker, do you mind if I clarify
Yeah,
about
go ahead.
the point that he was making about electrons? No, electrons are not visible. Like they are measurable, they are detectable, and they can absolutely be tracked and measured for their energy levels and how they interact. And the fact of the matter is that there are tools in place to be able to predict their behavior with ridiculous accuracy. So if he were using that as an example to prove God or angels or anything like that, he would have to do the same thing because we have multiple different instruments from a scientific perspective that can study the behavior of electrons. So that analogy falls short because there is no tool that can study the behavior of a god or anything in the spiritual realm, and there's literally no predictive powers that have been demonstrated, to my knowledge, that have been anywhere close to being accurate.
Thank you, Fee.
And they kill me with that. Like it's so frustrating because yeah, it's
Yeah,
heavy. You
like
said.
literally, it says that a TIM, a transmission electron microscope, is used. A beam of electrons is passed through a thin sample, and the way the electrons interact with the atoms in the sample allows scientists to create a detailed image of the electron.
Exactly. But they cannot do that with God. And they want to say just because you can't see God, it's comparable to electron. How do we even know what electrons are? Through the use of scientific study and discovery. It's just a false analogy all the way around.
He know that shit. If since M's is not in here, I'm not taking any Muslims. I only do Muslims if M's is in here, and that's just the rule.
Oh, yeah, I'm in here. Thank you. It's about damn time. What is the Bible asking you to do?
Oh my God.
What is
Are
happening?
you the motherfucker that was commenting
Listen,
on
if you can't
my
answer the question, I just want to
shut
make sure I
the
can embarrass
entire
you. And I
fuck
can
up.
embarrass you easy
Shut
because you don't
the
know shit.
fuck up.
I guarantee you don't know shit. What's the
Oh
Bible
my
asking
God.
you to
Oh God.
mute me because you don't know shit?
Real Jesus, can I ask? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on,
don't
hold
know
on, hold
shit.
on, hold
Keep
on. Do
yeah, yeah,
do
yeah,
you
yeah,
just
yeah.
want to
Keep
come up here?
stuttering.
Hold on,
I
because
can do whatever the
I'm
fuck
gonna let you do what you want to do. Do you want to come up here and just
I
curse?
can do whatever the fuck I want, dumb bitch. It's not my fault. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
stupid.
hold
What's
on,
the
y'all,
Bible asking you to
hold on. Everybody screen record and let
what's
everybody
the
know
Bible
this is.
ask
Hold on, everybody screen record and let everybody know that this is how Jesus
the
talk.
Bible
His
asking you
name, hold on, his name is Real
you don't
Jesus.
know?
Hold on, put a 1 in the chat and let me
Trashy
know that you
bitch.
got your screen record on, cause I'm gonna post it. Let me know you got your screen record on,
Trashy
and
bitch.
we're gonna put Jesus on blast. Go ahead, get your thing on,
Yeah,
Jesus.
make sure everything's recorded so I can embarrass you again. What is the Bible asking you to do? Exactly. You don't know.
Hey, real Jesus, can I ask you a quick question?
Oh
No,
wait,
I'm
I'm not
talking.
a bitch now, real Jesus.
It doesn't matter what you are.
Wait,
Did
are
you
you
feel
gonna
like
say it?
that?
You're not gonna say
Yeah,
it now that
bitch.
they're
Yeah,
screen
bitch.
recording?
Bitch, bitch, bitch. What is that? Do you know what bearing false witness is? That's what I'm saying. That's how stupid you fucking are. You're a dumbass bitch. You want to talk all this shit and you don't even know nothing about the Bible. What is the Bible asking you to do as a person? If you don't know, that shows how fucking stupid you are, you dumb bitch.
Hey, Jesus, real Jesus, is the Bible
Don't shut
asking?
the fuck up. How
Is
do you worship God? What is he asking you to do? Don't come on here and hate.
Jesus? Can I ask you a question though?
Show your fruit of your mouth.
Can
How
I
do you worship God? What is that Bible asking you to do?
can I ask you a question though?
Can you answer it?
Yeah, I mean I can, but I just
Okay,
want.
answer it.
Well, it depends on the Christian
No, no,
that
no.
you.
What is the Bible asking you to do as a human being?
Can I answer the question? I was
I've
a.
already asked you like 6 times. I'm waiting for it.
Well,
Enslave,
every time I
No,
start.
then
genocide,
you're a slave now. What are
steal
you doing
money,
on here now? You're trying to get
steal
attention
land,
because you're trashy.
call people bitches,
That's what you're doing.
call
You're
women
trashy.
dog,
Yeah, trashy bitch. Don't bear
sacrifice,
false witness on me, you dumbass
suffer,
bitch. That's the ninth
act
commandment. That's how
like
fucking
you.
stupid you are. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. You don't believe in God, but you don't even know how to worship God, you dumbass bitch.
Jesus, can I ask a question? I'm
You
just trying.
still
This is
haven't
why
answered
I
the
don't
fucking
serve your
question because you're
Jesus.
stupid. You're a dumb
This
bitch. You
is
want to
why
come
I
on
don't
here and
serve your
hate.
Jesus,
Put me on
because of
blast
people like
and show
you.
how fucking real I am
Yep.
because you're fake.
Yep.
You're dumb. You're
You're the
stupid. You don't know
you're
shit.
people like you are the reason I
You
don't serve
don't know.
your
I don't give
Jesus.
a fuck,
And
man.
you'll
I live with
forever
my
be mad
commandments in my
about it.
heart because I know what
And
I'm
you'll
doing.
forever be
Dumbass bitches like
mad.
you
And
want to
you'll
go off these
forever be
commandments because you're worshiping
mad.
yourself because you're
And
fucking
you're
stupid.
mad about it.
How am I mad when I'm making
You're
sense
mad
and you
about
can't even
it.
say nothing? That's how
You're
fucking
mad.
stupid
You're
and
mad.
weak
No,
you are.
no. I wouldn't dare
You're
stoop to.
weak.
I
You don't
wouldn't
know
dare stoop
shit.
to your level and
You
try to have
don't
a
know. You
fucking
don't have a
conversation with
level.
you
Your level
because
is
you're
trashy. You
fucking
couldn't even
crash
answer the
out.
question. What is
You're
the
a
Bible
crash
asking you to
out.
do?
You
Hey,
act like you.
Yeah, you don't know.
hey,
That's why you act
You
the way you
don't
act,
know
because
because
you
you're
do believe.
stupid.
That's why
What is
you
the
act
Bible
the way
asking you
you
to do?
act, because you follow
What
the
is the
Bible.
Bible asking you to do, you dumb
Act like
bitch?
you. Act like you.
real
How
Jesus,
is it
can you
acting like
tell?
me? I obey my commandments.
I
Real,
know.
I
That's
didn't
why
give a
you
fuck
acting
what
the
you
way you
called me.
act.
I don't care
Hey,
what you
hey,
say towards
hey,
me. I'm not
hey.
gonna break God's commandments because I ain't a
TikTok,
dumb bitch.
TikTok told me to remove Jesus.
Dumb fucking.
TikTok told me to deconstruct your ass.
I really wanted him to answer my question. I was hoping he would be able to actually engage, but yeah.
He wasn't going to be able to engage.
And
That
like,
there was no way. There was
I'm,
no way he was going to be able to engage. But that's exactly why I don't worship this God, because that is the manifestation of this God spirit.
if there's a believer in the chat right now, I would really, really, really appreciate y'all coming up to explain to me how you can align yourself with a belief system that produces something like that. Like I really would, because I'm asking from all honesty. I truly am.
Oh, they think he did. They think he did the damn thing. They think he defended their God and righteous justice. Like that's what they. That's what they promote.
And I see somebody in the comments saying that you planted him. How would we plant someone when we don't know these people that come up on the
Planted him.
panel? Like it's those types of comments that really make me wonder if you guys are okay, because that doesn't make logical sense. And if you think that's what's going on, come up here and tell us how to do that.
They
How would
would
we
rather
possibly
they
do
would
that?
rather blame us for their own members behaving like that than correct their own shit. Like it's our fault. Like they're the religion of scapegoats. Like it's our fault, right? It's our fault that their people are not good people, that they are underdeveloped, evil as people.
Right. And
Everybody's fault but theirs.
absolutely. And Rude Boy, we don't have a timer in the box, so we can't see who requested first. It's literally just a queue. And real Jesus, I'm not really sure what you think we're afraid of, because you just came up here yelling. I was trying to ask you a question. I was trying to get your understanding to see what it is you believe I don't understand the Bible to be telling me to do, but you just kept yelling and over talking me. I can't
There's
understand
literally no,
anything.
yeah, there's literally no way to have a conversation with him, and he fucking knows that. Like if he comes up here and just yelling curse words, like I already know that I could mop the fucking floor with his ass. But he comes up here and he yells curse words and he won't shut the fuck up because he knows that he would get fucking mollywopped. That's why he act the way he acts when he comes on stage.
And the crazy part about it is they tell us that they are the position of love. They are the position of acceptance. They have this standard that's so far above ours, and then behave like that and expect us to land at the conclusion and agree with them. I just that doesn't make sense. That's like me trying to beat you into loving me. Like I'm whopping you upside the head every single time that you reach in to hug me. How do those things coexist? That doesn't make sense. And real Jesus, you've got to be able to process that logically.
Everybody saw what the fuck you did. Like, I mean, I don't nobody give a fuck about what you're saying in the comments, but a Christian, and nobody's scared of your ass. Like, do you think that I could not have taken you down? I could have took you down the moment you opened your fucking mouth. I left you up on purpose. The fuck? TikTok took you down. I'm not about to lose my life for your dumb ass. And then the crazy part about it is, like, if your God gets that fucking mad that somebody don't believe in it, then your God has a fucking ego problem. Maybe if your God didn't produce children who threw temper tantrums like that, maybe people wouldn't run the fuck away from them. Maybe people wouldn't spend hours on live talking about the bullshit y'all do. Just maybe. Maybe the live would be about how great y'all are. Except it's not. That's your fucking fault. And you can cry about it. You can call me a bitch. You can scream. You can say fuck you. You can call me a hoe. I don't give a damn. I'm still going to say the same shit.
And the Christians that are going to come up here and say that he's not representing Christianity, you can't tell him he's not being led by the Holy Spirit. You can't, because he believes that he is, and you believe that you are. For the ones that wouldn't do what real Jesus just came up here and did because you have God's true Holy Spirit, real Jesus believes that he does as well, but he behaved that way. He doesn't know us from a can of paint, but came up here calling us bitches. He doesn't
No,
know us
they're
from a,
filled with hate. They're filled with
yeah.
hate. They hate anybody who don't think like them. But they want to convince. But they're mad that they can't lie to people anymore. They're mad that you're saying, no, motherfucker, you're not about to lie to me. No, I know the truth. No, you can't mind fuck me.
And Rude Boy, even if he is upset because he feels that we disrespected God, why? How is it
Who gives a damn?
disrespectful to ask questions that we don't understand
Y'all disrespect us every day.
every single day? And even if it is, even if he is upset because we disrespected God, is that how God teaches y'all to respond?
Y'all, they don't care about that. They've never really looked at themselves. They've never really tried to be decent humans. They don't care about that. All they care about is their God. Like everything that you're saying to them right now, Fee, is going in one ear and out the other. They don't care. They don't care. There is no reasoning with them. They don't even know how to reason. They don't. The very fact that they don't question this book means they don't know how to reason. There is no reasoning with them. I don't give a fuck. And you're gonna be right there crying. You're gonna be right there mad, wishing and hoping that you could talk to me. Wishing and
And
hoping
hoping.
and
When
wishing.
you said that, I started singing the same song in my head.
You were on stage. You were on stage, and the cooking that you claimed that you could do, you would have been able to do it had you known how to control yourself, but you can't. So you fucked that up. You can go back and tell Jesus that you fucked up the stove and burnt the bitch.
And Sandra, we're not called to teach. And
TikTok booted you with your lying ass. You know damn well you got a one. You know damn well you got a strike. So stop lying. And everybody could see that you got a strike.
Sandra thinks Jesus is crying, but I don't think he has eyes anymore.
fucking cry about it.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, my profile name is rather confusing.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you guys doing?
I'm good.
I'm
Can I
just
get your
happy.
age for TikTok purposes, please?
Oh, absolutely. I'm 28.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. Now, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you going to come up here and say that's not how real believers act after seeing what he did?
Not how a real believer. Well, it's not, but I wasn't planning on saying that. I thought that was pretty obvious.
Nope, it's not. That wasn't the first time that happened to
Oh,
me.
okay.
Believers
Wow.
believers come up here and do that every day. And then they cry when I
Yeah.
match their energy.
Uh,
Uh,
girl. Okay, so here's the thing because Christianity, I tell you, we are on Front Street and it is not in the best light after this election cycle, after the young lady at the front of the church, I don't know if y'all saw that, the
yeah, but
pregnant.
do you think that that's when it started?
No, I just think it's front and center on stage now. You know, like I think the world is watching and we are doing a poor job. We're basically like, especially during an election season, we're like force feeding our beliefs onto the country, onto the world, and saying if you don't believe, if you don't follow, then you're
It's
an
been like that
abomination.
though, Brody.
I think
Like
it's been like that, but I
yeah, and I
think
think
that
we've just been quiet, right? Like a lot of us
yeah.
have just been quiet. A lot of us have been taking abuse from family members, from people within the community, believers who think that they have figured it out and think that they can just push their
Mhm.
so-called truth on other people, right?
Mhm.
And we're
Mhm.
just tired of it, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that the election is not what put y'all on Front Street. Like we've been doing like the deconstruction lives have been going on
Mhm.
for almost 2 years on this
Oh.
platform,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Atheists are we are fucking angry
Yeah.
and we're tired.
Okay.
We're tired and we're not taking the gaslighting anymore. We're
Mhm.
not allowing ourselves to be lied to anymore, right?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
the why don't you just believe? We're not doing that anymore. We're not taking the fear mongering anymore. If you cannot articulate, right,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
accurately tell us about this book, about the history, right, or
Yeah.
why you believe in a God, don't get mad at us when we come back with logical questions,
Yeah.
which is typically what a Christian does. They get mad because they cannot deal with logic. They can't deal with facts. They can't deal with truth.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Yeah, that is ill. That is that's fair. Like I totally understand what you're saying and I do. I was raised in such a strict Christian home too. So beyond just the surface, it was like very religious sets of rules that we had to follow. Women couldn't do certain things, couldn't wear certain things, and had to present just this holy um front is what it was because we're all human. But so yeah, I have been around who I call extremists because to me that's what they are. Like they are these extreme right leaning force feeding believers.
But
And I'm not trying to
if God was real,
okay.
and he saw that he had some extreme followers,
Hmm.
why would he allow them to continue to be that way?
So I just want to get away from humanizing God to a gender, he or she or
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What?
okay, a little bit
Yeah,
it
that
does,
that that's
right?
not what I just say the God.
Okay,
Okay,
cool, 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 cool.
why would it allow them to stay extreme if the God is real?
So I believe, and when we talk about God, it's not just you're not saying Christianity
Yes,
specifically,
I
or
am.
are you? Okay, so the God of Christianity, okay, because I believe in one God. So I just okay, how can I say this? I believe, first of all, I believe in free will. I believe that we are all on our journey and we have the ability to choose, right? I don't
If
think,
the God is real, if the God is real, Brody,
yeah.
and the God sees that it has some extreme followers, why doesn't the God do anything about that?
So I am not in, I just don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I am never going to know, just like none of us is. I'm never going to know all of because I don't even think my human mind can grasp like only but like a little bit of this massive earth and how this happened and how we are coexisting
You
in this.
realize, like, the fact that answer alone, right? You saying that you as a human, right, can
Mhm.
grasp only a little bit of
Mhm.
the earth, right?
Right.
But y'all believers expect us to believe that y'all can grasp a all supreme God.
So I can only speak for myself, and I do not, but I do know that there are people that expect, yes, you're correct for some, but I do not expect that of anyone.
Do you have a relationship with this God?
I do.
So then you do expect us to believe that you can grasp an all supreme God. For you to even say that you
Well,
have a relationship with it, like you're
okay.
saying that
Mhm.
you can't even grasp a little bit of the earth, but yet
Mhm.
you have a relationship with an all supreme God. It
Right.
like you are expecting us to believe that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Am I? Okay. Yeah, I think that
You don't think so? You don't think when you say you have a relationship with the God
I I I
that
don't.
that's
I'm
you
trying to
expecting
see.
us to believe that you are grasping the all supreme God? Like, you don't think so?
No, but I think I'm trying to
What did you
get.
expect? What do you expect when you say that to us,
Uh huh.
that you have a relationship with
Hmm.
the one God?
Right.
What do you expect us to understand from that? What that means?
I am thinker. I'm being very honest when I say this. I don't have any expectations.
No, no, no. Comprehension. I'm not talking about
What do I expect?
basic comprehension. When you say I have a relationship with God, what
Right.
are you expecting us to comprehend from that sentence?
What am I expecting you separately?
Anybody, when you say
You,
those words, what's the comprehension? What's
hold
the main
on.
point of
Hold
that
on.
sentence?
I wanna think it through for a second. Um, I was answering a question, but I think that I expect people to, I have a relationship with God, so what do I expect from them? I don't know,
What
just,
does it mean? Regular comprehension. When you say those words, what do
mhm.
they understand that you're saying? That you have a relationship with an idol, like a piece of plastic, or that you're saying you have a relationship with another man, or that you have a relationship with an alien, like, or do you expect them to comprehend that you're saying that you have a relationship with the all supreme God?
Can I
Oh
provide an
yeah, sure. Yeah. I see what you're saying. You're asking me if I expect them to um put some sort of definition on who I have a relationship with.
No, no, just basic comprehension. Like, you know how you're comprehending what I'm saying right now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
can I
If
give
I
an
say to you that I have a relationship with an all supreme God,
Mm-hmm.
what did I just say to you?
That it's like I'm trying not to use the words you just used. That you
Why are you
at
trying not to use the
some
words that I just used?
oh, because I would just repeat what you just said, and that we're in the same spot.
What do you understand from those words?
That you have some sort of something that you would describe as a relationship. That you have some sort of I don't want to call it discourse. You have some sort of
What's a relationship, Brody?
um A co
That's literally what I was about to ask, Thinker. Like, if someone had asked me, "Are you married?" I'm like, "No, but I'm in a relationship." There's
okay.
a certain framework. There's a certain picture that comes into your mind. Like, you picture another person that I spend time with, that I do things with, that I'm committed to on a certain level. Like, there's a zeitgeist for that word, right? It means.
Right. I
So
see.
when you apply it to an intangible, invisible God, tell us what that means when you use the word relationship.
I think it is what you just described, as thank you for that, by the way. As not when you just use the example, you're not married, but in a relationship, you have some sort of commingling or coexistence. And yeah, and that's how I would describe my relationship with God as well.
When you are in a relationship with somebody, are you either getting to know that person or do you know that person?
Getting to know.
Okay. And how do you get to know that person? Is there a
Um,
closeness?
yeah, spending time,
Okay. All right.
how that person shows up,
Right.
mhm,
So when you say that you can't even fathom just a little bit of the earth, but then you say that you
mhm,
are in a relationship with the all supreme God,
mhm,
and then you say, I'm not expecting you to think that I am getting to know the God, that I have the ability to get to know the God. Does
yeah.
that make sense to you?
Um, no, mm-mm.
So why did you say that to me?
I guess because my expectation, so I don't have, when I say that, when I present as that, I'm not trying to sway or convince
I
or,
didn't say you were trying to sway.
okay.
It's basic comprehension, right? Like if you're telling me that you can't even understand a little bit of the earth, but you have
Hmm.
the ability to get to know an all supreme deity,
Yeah.
that makes no sense.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Not saying that I completely agree, but and it's
So
so
explain, if you don't
so
agree,
much of
explain
it.
to me why it should make sense. Why shouldn't you be able to grasp even just a little bit of the earth, but you should be able to grasp an all supreme being?
I think that, and this is where a lot of us struggle. It's like so much of it is non tangible. It's not like a physical relationship, and it's not like you can put like you can't humanize it. So that's why it's like challenging to explain. And any Christian or any
But
people
even if you're not,
listening,
who's humanizing it?
okay,
I'm not humanizing it.
I I'm
You
just
said that you're in a relationship, right? That you have a relationship with this God, that you are getting to know the God, and the God is getting to know you, right?
right. Hmm.
Okay. Is the God the supreme being?
Yes. I well, when you say being, I
Is the God larger than the earth?
spirit. Yes.
It's larger than the earth, more complicated, complex than the earth.
Correct.
Yet you can't. Your finite mind can't even begin to grasp the complexities of the earth,
Right.
but you can grasp the complexities of the finite. I mean, the infinite God to have a relationship with it.
Hmm. I can. Yeah.
You know, that's like saying, I don't understand basic math, but I get algebra and physics and like the higher levels of math. Like that just doesn't logically follow, because you're saying that you
Hmm.
can't understand the more complex thing. You can understand the more complex thing, but you can't understand the less complex thing.
I understand why. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Can I just say that I, at the very least, I appreciate your honesty.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate you guys, and I think that I listen. I live and let live, and I think that we all are just living according to what we feel and what we believe, and that's fine. I'm not one of those people who will try to adjust or alter what how you're living and how you believe.
And I don't,
So
we say
yeah.
this all the time. That's not the goal that we have either.
Wonderful. I love
Yeah.
that.
But
Yeah.
at the same time, I do think that it's beneficial for everyone to understand why they believe what they believe.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that I've definitely been listening in, and I stopped here because I appreciate the conversation, and I think it is, you know, just very deep. It's a deep subject anyway. So yeah, I didn't receive that you're trying to change my mind, and I do appreciate your questioning.
Because the other something else you said a minute ago, like trying to describe this relationship with God, being that it's intangible and
Mhm.
it is. I can't remember the other word that you used because I wasn't near my notepad. But how is it ended? How is it distinguishable from imagination? Because everything that you said could also be applied to something that is imaginary. And I'm not asserting that your God is imaginary, your relationship is imaginary,
Okay.
but I'm
Yeah.
curious to know how you make that distinction between a relationship that is intangible with a being you've never seen, you've actually never heard audibly, and someone told you exist, and something that you imagine. How do you make that distinction?
I think that it is similar to distinguishing between intuition and like anxiety or something, your own fears. It's oh, this is going to sound woo woo, and it's probably going to turn you off. It's more of a feeling than um, than imagining. Does that make sense? It's more like
I mean, but I have feelings and I have an imagination, but I don't
right,
claim
and
an
then you have an
intuition.
intuition, right?
Yeah, and I have an intuition, but I
And
don't claim that that comes from a God because I would then have to differentiate what is my thought, what is my feeling, what is my intuition, and what is actually communication from God. And I've never been told by a Christian how is that different?
so okay, so I think that it's based solely off of the gentle nudges, the intuition, the guidance system that is in you, because I do believe God is operating through us, right? I think that we all operate through God, right? Like God is the wind and we are the flute, if that makes sense.
It
So
doesn't.
I
I'm sorry.
No,
It,
it
it
uh,
doesn't.
doesn't make sense. And going back to my original question, right?
yeah.
Is the God needs human beings on earth to talk to you, right?
Hmm.
Even if you say he's talking to your mind, you are a human, right? The relationship that you're having with the God, right? You are the only one, right?
Hmm.
In that relationship with the God that can say, the God said this to me. God hugged me today, right? You're the only one, right? In this book, people say God did this, God said this, right? Or God wants you to do this, right? Pastors come to you, God said, prophets, God said, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
For your God to do anything on this earth that humans do, right? Talking, walking, enforcing, your God needs a human body to do it, correct?
No.
So tell me something that a human being can do that your God has done without a human body in today's time.
Okay, let me make sure I understand your question correctly. Are you okay? So, like, For example, are you speaking of like natural disasters or
No,
disasters?
are humans responsible for natural disasters?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay,
Or
I
what
said,
let me
tell
say,
me something
it
that a
could be
human
natural.
being can do.
A human being can do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that your God has also done without a human body, without using a human to do it
Oh, okay. I
on
see. A
earth
prophet or
in
yeah.
today's time.
Yeah, that would be. I would have to give that some thought. That would be hard to think of off the top of my head. I see what you're saying. You're saying that without the use of a human prophet, what is God doing currently?
Not what is he doing currently. What can he do? What humans can do without using a
Without.
human? Can your God do what humans can do without using a human?
I just separating God from the human. Can he? I don't know.
What do you mean separating God from the human? You said
Oh,
he doesn't
that's what
need
you're
humans.
asking.
You said he doesn't need a human body.
I thought that's what you were asking. Without the human on
But
Earth.
but why, you shouldn't have to separate the God from the human if he doesn't need a human body. Do you remember saying he doesn't need a human body? So
Okay.
now why would it be separating the God?
Okay, I see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So do you honestly not know what?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
you've seen your God do things that humans do without a human body?
No, I don't. Not that I recall.
So why are you saying you don't know?
Because I don't. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean that it can't. It cannot be done.
Do you understand why? Like the very fact that you're not able to admit that your God needs
Oh,
humans.
admit.
Yeah, you can't admit that. Like your God, your
Mm-hmm.
God
Uses
has not talked. Your God cannot just show up and talk, right, to us in this room. And all of us hear what your God is saying and can recount back what your God is saying. Your God cannot just walk and press invite and come up on TikTok,
right.
right? Your God cannot uh, come down here and enforce and lead his army, right? Or build his church. Y'all know that. Your God uses humans. Y'all
I
know
do
that. And then the
agree that
fact that
God
y'all
uses
can't be
people.
honest.
Oh, wait, it's no dishonesty here, honestly. Like I wouldn't do that. So
I
I
know you think that by you saying, I don't know because I've never seen it, you think you're not
right.
being dishonest,
So you
but
think
you
I
are.
okay. Wow. Okay.
I mean, if you are able to point to an example of a divine act without human involvement, then I think that, but I mean, I think that you understand logically that you can't.
Yes.
Okay, so I think the honest answer would be God doesn't act without human involvement unless you have an example of such
Here
involvement or
and
action.
here's the crazy thing. Masterful Million says he's using you to further conversations about him. But here's the crazy thing. I'm the one saying your God needs to use humans. So like even if you say that your God is using me to further conversations about him, you are proving my point. But the issue is that the believer, right, is the one who can't admit that your God needs a human to speak for it.
Hmm.
I mean, y'all believe that God created the universe
and literally keeps it going without any assistance whatsoever. But unfortunately, he's unable to cure cancer or do anything on this earth without the involvement of humans. Like, if he's able to do something as large as create this earth and all the things that have been attributed to God, surely he would be able to do something physically on this earth that we would be able to see.
Mm.
And then it's so crazy because the same person who said that your God is using me to further conversations about it is the same person that just said it's not the believer's responsibility to admit that your God uses humans to talk for it. It's not the believer's responsibility to
Mm.
acknowledge that, to admit that. That's, I guess, whose responsibility? The non-believers. Just like it's the non-believers' responsibility to show your God's power. It's the non-believers' responsibility to initiate conversations about your God. The believers have no responsibility whatsoever to talk for your God, to walk for your God, to do anything for your God, but what, be in this relationship where your God sends tingly feelings to you in the middle of the night. I'm just trying to understand what the believer's responsibility is, since like I know what my responsibility is from Master for Millions. What's the believer's responsibility when it comes to your God's immaterial body?
Mm. I think that we all have gifts, and at the genius level even. And I think that my only responsibility while on earth is to nurture and walk in that purpose and share that gift.
What's the gift used for?
I personally, I utilize my gift to show others or teach others about different modalities that will ease their human journey, or that we all can utilize to as tools.
You do realize I'm talking about your God. Like what's the gift? Right now the conversation is about your God and your God's body. Okay? What your God can and cannot do in the physical realm. And whether your God needs humans to do what humans do. So are you saying that your God, right, is using you, your body,
Okay.
to teach humans what you teach them?
Okay, so I definitely went somewhere different. I thought you were talking about okay. So no, I was thinking you were asking what are we doing on Earth?
No, I like
What
I
we
that
do
I
together.
no, no, no,
Okay.
no. You do y'all not know what your like what your role is for the God, or like I'm confused. Like what's the believer's role? Like what does the believer do for the God? Like you don't know?
No, we
Aren't
don't.
y'all supposed to be the vessel? Like what do y'all think that means, that you are a vessel for the Lord? Like what do you think that means?
I think that means God is living and operating through us, through humans.
So then why do you deny that your God needs humans
Oh, because the way you positioned it was as if God solely can. That's the only way God can
to do
operate.
what humans do? Where if I mean if you think that that's not true, right? That's what I'm asking you. When does he not need to use humans to do what humans do?
Mm.
Are you not comfortable saying that he he can't or he doesn't? Like there isn't anything that your God can do without a human body that humans can do.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable, and yeah, I'm not comfortable saying that, and I'm not
That
comfortable with
here's the crazy thing. Like the
with
very fact
he
that you're
either.
not comfortable acknowledging that, right, leads me to my next discussion. I talk to believers and they are afraid to say that Abraham lying to Abimelech about Sarah, right? Not telling Abimelech that Sarah was his wife and your God just allowing that, right? They're afraid to say that that was wrong because some human wrote it in a book and told you that that's what God did.
Right,
But a human said that's what God did. Your
right.
God used a human to write this, right? Believers believe that the Bible is the inspired written word of God, written
Oh,
by human beings.
okay.
But believers don't question it because they believe that it comes from God. Believers don't question men of God or prophets of God, prophetess of God, because they believe that it's coming from the God. Because your God uses human beings to speak for it. Your God in this book tells the Israelites to go and enslave people, to become their slave masters, and to pass human beings down as property.
She went on teacup.
Sorry, guys. I was getting I heard you, but I was getting a call and it went to a different screen.
And because of that, believers would get up here and apologize for slavery and say,
Oh
well, we
no.
deserved it because they believe that a God said it's okay to enslave.
Okay, so here's okay. So I want to say, sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, and then I just wanted to make sure I correct something about the human written, Bible or book.
I mean, you're going to say that you don't believe the parts in the Bible that where it says God said it's okay to enslave?
No, I'm gonna say that the Bible, right, um, is just that. It's a book that has been passed along for many, many, many years, has been interpreted and reinterpreted and retranslated and all. I mean, it is literally accounts, a collection of accounts of people.
Okay, just really quick, can you make it really quickly? You don't believe the Bible is the word of God, the inspired word of God?
I think that we use it as the word
No,
of God,
do
but
you
I
believe
don't
it is?
know.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
so your God never communicated with anybody in that time?
Yeah, I think that people in that time are writing their accounts of what they believe, and
No,
I think it is
your God.
inspired.
Can you answer the question that I asked?
Sure.
Did your God communicate with people in that time?
Yes.
And
Mm-hmm.
how? How did he
And
communicate
still,
with them? How do you know that he communicated with them at that time?
because I don't think that. God, the spirit, has ever changed. I think it is true to who God is today.
But how do you know that if you don't have anything written?
It's a belief. I don't think it is an
Right, so you just believe that.
yeah, it's just a
Okay, so
belief. It's faith. That's all. It's not like something that can be
okay,
documented or with facts.
okay. And so do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
Um. So you know, mm, I believe that Jesus, it was a great prophet that walked this earth and did a
So you
bit.
don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God.
Not. I don't want to upset other Christians, but no, not no. No, I don't.
Do you believe that there is a Holy Ghost or a Holy Spirit?
I think that it is all encompassing. Yes, I think that there is a spirit. Yes, there
And
is a
how do
spirit
you
that lives
know
within
that
us.
there is a spirit?
I think that in your own stillness, I think that it makes itself known through humans, through you.
So the spirit makes itself known through you. And how do you know that that spirit is from a God if you don't believe the book that tells you the spirit is from a God? How do you know that if you don't believe the book?
I think that I operate through my own guidance system and faith, and I don't utilize the book to tell me you know how how to believe. I don't use the Bible. I use it as what it is, a historical document.
So you've created your own
Parables.
idea of what Jesus is. I mean, of what God is, right? You've
Mm,
created your own idea of what God is,
mm-hmm,
and you go by your feelings that you get that are saying that is the spirit.
mm.
And the what's written in the book about Jesus is that he is the Son of God is not true. You believe that's not true.
Wait, so what said I started my own religion, and I just want to
Not
say,
religion. You have your own idea of what
I
God
think
is to you.
that God is operating through all of us, and I think that we have our own GPS and guidance system. And I do not strictly look at the Bible. It was written by people, and so much of it was left out too,
But
guys. So it's
why
not
do
my
you have
religion.
this why do you have this indoctrination to where you can't admit that your God needs humans? Because you just said that
Mm-hmm.
the Holy Spirit, right, makes itself known through you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you have the Christian indoctrination of where you you feel that you can't say that there are limitations to this what this God can do here in the physical world because
That's
it's almost as if you are beholden to the
mm-hmm.
omni properties of the Christian God, but yet you're saying you don't believe
Mm-hmm.
the Christian doctrine.
Exactly. I say, okay, so I think, and I'm speaking for right now. Yes, you're right. I, it is difficult for me to not um, think of God as this all powerful, all encompassing, no limitations spirit, being, deity. It is, and who knows, as I'm ever evolving, I'm ever learning and I'm ever growing and connecting. Who knows if that may change 10 years from now or whatever, but that is challenging for me. So when you say God can't do this, you know, just summarizing, I know you said a lot more than that with the human, like God has to have a human to do it. That is very challenging for me because it's just, I don't know. I don't believe there is any limits to the capabilities, for lack of a better word, of God.
Even though you don't believe right? That there are any limits. You've not seen this God do anything that a human being can do without using a human body. Like, you know
Right.
what you've seen and experienced. You know the world that you live in, but yet you refuse to acknowledge that because of your belief,
Right.
right? Like, even if you had said God has not, right, in my time or any time before me that I know of, ever done anything that a human being can do
Well,
without
I
a
said
human
that.
body. But no, you didn't.
I was very reluctant, but I said, not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. I was reluctant because that does feel uncomfortable, thinker. It does. But I don't, just because I haven't seen it or because I haven't been witness to it, doesn't mean that it doesn't or hasn't happened or is happening today, you know?
Do you think that had God come to earth
Yeah.
and done something without using a human, do you think that that would have been on hush and nobody would have known? Like, it would have been something that, like, nobody would have known that God came to earth, or God just popped up and did what humans can do, right? Like, just started talking to people,
Hmm.
just started like splitting seeds, or just popped in on TikTok and just started talking to people. Like, do you think that that would be something that would have been like on the hush hush?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're asking. I think that there are some things that are wonders still that people, humans are like, I don't know how this happened, or it can't be.
Not talking about. I said things that humans do, like writing a book, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think it would have been.
Talking to
It
people,
would,
audible conversations, having
yeah, I think
holding
it would be
audible
heavily.
conversations,
I think it would
right?
be heavily
Leading an
discussed.
army. Though I'm not talking about f- you know things that people say, I don't know how this happened, like it's a phenomenon. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
When I
no,
say things that humans do, like, do you think that if,
would be no. I think that it would be front and I think that it would be heavily talked about. To answer your question, no, I don't think it would be hush. I don't.
right, so saying that, not that I know of, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened,
Hmm.
you don't think that's a bit dishonest?
No, I don't. No, I think that's a very honest position. Yeah, I think
So you
that.
think that there has been times on earth where groups of people, like how we are right now, 800 people in a room,
Mm,
and all of our voices, right, are vibrating. We hear sound making words, and we can all hear each other have this conversation, right?
hmm, hmm.
You think that somewhere on this earth, people are sitting around talking to God and having an audible conversation with God where everybody in
Oh,
the room can hear?
I do know that there are people who are under the impression that they heard the voice of God
No, no,
speak to
no,
them.
not one person.
I
That's not. I'm not talking about like that. 800 people in this room. We all hear my voice. We all hear yours. We can all hear Fee,
hmm,
right?
hmm, hmm.
At the same time.
I'm not aware of any account like what you just described. No, I'm not. No.
And I think that's important to note because, I mean, even Kendrick Lamar can tell you that sometimes you got to pop out and show niggas, right? So if God's power is truly limitless, wouldn't it make sense that direct action without human involvement would be the
Yeah.
most effective way to show that he's real or to demonstrate that he actually exists and has authority? I don't think that
Mm,
that's a outside of the box expectation because
no.
that's how we communicate with each other as humans.
Mm, okay. Yeah. It does. I agree. I think that it would but again, that's my human mind. Like, yeah, pop out, do something, to prove yourself. Yeah. I think that I would expect or
I'm not even on that, like saying that he needs to do it to prove himself. Like the simple conversation that I'm trying to have is that believers will not question other humans who speak for this God.
mm,
They allow things to take place because they believe that they cannot question the God, and they freaking ignore that everything that they're getting from the God is coming from a human. Like it doesn't matter to me if somebody believes in a God. It doesn't matter to me if the God exists or not. I don't even care about that.
gotcha.
It's the fact that people allow things to take place because they won't question, because they won't acknowledge reality. And the reality is that if this God does exist, right? And your belief is that the God is outside of time and space. If this God were to communicate with humanity, it would have to use other humans to do it as a means of communication. It would need to use the mouth of another human. And people and higher powers know that, and they speak for the God all the time. And people who believe in a higher power, right,
Hmm.
who give their mind and their will over to that higher power, get manipulated and used by people all the time because they don't question. And then you get people like the real Jesus, who is willing to become a specific thing for a God they've never seen and harm humans who they do see.
Yep. I totally.
That's the whole issue.
So I've gotten, like, even as a young child, very young, I've gotten in a lot of trouble in my life for asking questions and for questioning people in authority figures who are saying that God told them. Just because I feel like we all have, we, like you said earlier, I don't know if you believe this or not, but yeah, I do believe that we are vessels. And I think that anything that I need to be guided on, I I have that GPS already. I don't believe another human can interpret for me or can instruct me based on what they're receiving or however. So I do believe in questioning it all. It's led to the path that I'm on now, and like I said, I'm ever evolving. So who knows what that'll look like years to come.
But can I ask a quick
But
question?
yeah, I do believe that we should question.
But Brody, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
How everything that you know, or maybe I shouldn't assume that. How do you know anything that you know about this God that did not come from another human being? Because you just said you don't rely on humans, but
Okay.
what
So
what do you know about this God that did not come from another human being?
okay. So I everything I knew came from another human being, and I had to unlearn. Right. I had to go through a process of truly getting to know and trusting my own intuition and my own my me, the spirit within. Right. To trusting that I know what's best. It's already been placed there. It's already in me, right? So 100%, I was just going off of what someone told me, what I've been told for so long, so long, so long. And like I just had to go through this process of stripping all of that, to get to where I am today. And like I said, I'm not there. I'm not saying I'm at any certain destination. It's just, on the path of trusting self.
Right. But I don't think you answered my question. Like, I'm looking for what information do you know about this God that did not come from another human being? Because you said you're in a relationship with this person or this deity, this
I'm
being.
sorry. Would you say that again? I'm sorry. It cut out for me.
Yeah. What do you know about this deity that did not come from another human being?
That didn't come from another human being. Um, because like even through my readings is another. another human being. I think I don't know, like I take what I have studied and apply them to my life, and yeah, to to your point, that is still from another human because someone has to write these works. um I don't know, that's something I need to think about.
And I think, Thinker, you drove home the point, I think, so masterfully, because even if you are able to identify that everything came from another human being, then I think the next question is, why do you not question that human being? Because the reality is, I've been wrong so many times before in life. Every single
Mhm.
human being has been wrong about something before.
Mhm.
The understanding that I have about things has changed over time because I'm privy to new information. So if I know that that's been my human experience, why would I not expect that that would be their human experience as well? And what they wrote in this book could be wrong. What they wrote in this book could be something that they just made up. In the same way that you said that you know people who believe that they've heard God's voice audibly. If half the shit that happened in this book happened today, these folks would be in stylish white jackets that button down the back, and we know it because now we know that what we have names for these things. We can scan the brain and see that if there's some sort of abnormality that's causing like hallucinations, either visual or auditory. Like we know this information now. They didn't have that back then. These people could have been high on all the mushrooms that were in the Levant region. We don't know that. And we
Mhm.
don't allow ourselves to ask whether or not that's reality because of what? Because of fear, because of family, because of the control that religion exerts over people. All of these things, I think, are important questions to ponder if you're going to let your life, the only one that we know we get, be guided by this belief system. You've got to investigate it. We all owe that to ourselves.
Exactly. That's the
Yeah.
point. And there are humans on this earth who know that there
Mhm.
are people, right, who believe in an all powerful God, who are afraid to question that God,
Mm.
right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Those people take advantage of other people, and they take from them, they convince them to allow them to take advantage of them sexually.
Mhm.
They convince them to do harmful things to other humans.
Yeah, that's awful. Okay. Okay, so I need to get started with my day, and also I think the comments are getting bored with me, which guys, but I do want to say before I hop off, thank you all of you for being so gentle and so sweet, and continue to do magical things. I'm gonna hop off. Nice to meet you too. I'm gonna follow so I can listen in on another day.
Nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet
All
you. I
right.
hope you have a good day.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
Why is it that when we talk about the vulnerability of a person that believes in a higher power and how it leaves them open to somebody to come in and manipulate that vulnerability, a believer says, wow, and non believers don't do it?
Deflection. Absolute deflection. They don't want to sit in that reality. And if that is the case, which it is the case because it's a human trait,
Thank you.
the non-believers are just as wrong if they do it too. And I think that position is what's problematic, and it shows a distinction between the two camps, if you want to call it that. Because for speaking for myself, I know I can be wrong. I absolutely know I can be wrong. And if you tell me that I'm manipulating someone or taking advantage of someone, I'm going to stop it immediately. But I'm also got internal regulators to ensure that I'm not doing that. But believers hold this position. They don't question where that position came from. They don't look at how holding that position impacts others. And then they just dig in and try to convince you that they're right. That's the biggest difference between the two positions.
Thank you. Exactly. And I think that the latter is very dangerous because they refuse to acknowledge, which means that there is no opportunity to correct, adjust, or change.
That part. Hey, Dr. Kip.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
I'm good, Dr. Kip. How are you?
Good. Pretty good, I think. So I'm getting ready for. I'm doing a live show today.
Oh, on
At,
TikTok or where?
no,
On
no,
YouTube?
no, I don't. On YouTube, yes.
Okay. What time is it?
I think 1 o'clock Pacific. So if y'all
So
ever wake her out
three
there,
Central.
check it out.
Okay.
So,
What's the is it a debate or?
no, it's I mean, I'll be looking at a video, but it's gonna be all about um primarily about Deuteronomy 32 and the distinction made between El and Yahweh in various texts in the Bible, which is because there's this pretty regular among Christian apologists, this pretty regular insistence that there's just no polytheism in the Bible. But yeah, it's pretty obvious. It should be fun.
Well, thank you. I'll make sure I tune in. Y'all make sure y'all
Cool.
follow Dr. Kip Davis on YouTube and tune into the live video. That's interesting. Especially if you want to know more about the Divine Council.
Yeah.
Yeah, about how Yahweh got his inheritance from his daddy,
Yeah.
El Elyon.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So
Hey, do you want to just as a bit of a sneak peek, do you want to pull up a text?
yeah, for Deuteronomy 32.
Not that one actually.
Oh, okay.
Go to Psalm 82
Okay.
because this is one of these things I think people miss, and it's really important in this discussion.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, and it's short, so we can just read the whole thing.
Okay.
God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Here's what he says: how long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Selah. Give justice to the weak and the orphan. Maintain the right of the lowly and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked. They have neither knowledge nor understanding. They walk around in darkness. All the foundation of the earth are shaken. I say, you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like mortals and fall like princes. That's the end of what God says, right? And then this is the conclusion of this psalm. Rise up, God, judge the earth, for all the nations belong to you. Now, I think to a reader who's just looking at this in English, and to a reader who doesn't see what's happening in the Hebrew behind this, you can see this as God standing up. Even let's say there are a lot of Christians who do believe that God does have a divine council populated by spiritual beings that most would identify as angels. So I think when most people look at this text, they see him standing up amongst his angels and getting angry with them, I guess, and rebuking them. However, there's a lot more to this. At the very top here, if you go back to verse 1, I want to point some things out here. Where it says God has taken his place, the word there for God is Elohim. And then when it says in the divine council, this is Bivane El. So This is among the sons of El. So not Elohim, but El. In the midst of the gods, Elohim, he holds judgment, and then he makes his speech. So there's a distinction being made here between this first figure, God, Elohim, this place where he's speaking, the sons of El, the council of El, and then he delivers this rebuke on other Elohim. Now, even though he's not named, most scholars will tell you this first God who has taken his place among the sons of El, is Yahweh. But importantly, he's not in the council of Yahweh. He's in the council of El. Do you see how that works?
Yeah, so this is where he's initiated into the council? This is him.
No, I think
Oh.
he's part of the council. I don't think he's being initiated into it. What's happening here is Yahweh standing up in the council of El, right? Uh-huh. The chief god. Mm-hmm. And he is calling out all his co-members of the council of gods. And then he tells them all, you are supposed to be sons of Elyon, sons of the Most High. And yet, you're all going to die like men. So I think this is kind of his way, or the psalmist's way, of asserting that supremacy of Yahweh over all the other gods by basically saying they're all just like men and they're going to die, but Yahweh is supreme. However, the really important thing to note here is that even though Yahweh is exalted in this psalm as the supreme God, he's still in the council of El. It's not the council of Yahweh. It's the council of El.
Okay, that's interesting. And then, so at the end here, yeah, where it says, "Rise up, O God, judge the earth." That's Yahweh.
Yeah, that's Elohim again.
Oh, that's Elohim.
So
okay,
yeah, and I think this is probably also with reference to Yahweh. The interesting thing about this last verse, I'll just say this, is it says that he's going to inherit all the nations. Which is a little bit different, right? So the psalmist, the person writing this, is expanding Yahweh's territory, basically, right? From Deuteronomy 32, where it says that Yahweh's inheritance is just Jacob, the people of Israel. The psalmist here is saying, no. Yahweh gets all the nations. So part of the reason for that is all the other gods die like men.
Okay, and so when I had read something when I was studying like the differences from the Masoretic text, from the Dead Sea Scrolls to the Septuagint and the Masoretic text, and how it goes from El Elyon to Sons of God, and like how it changes from translation. Yeah. And it was saying that this was where Yahweh, because he had usurped El Elyon and he took over El's position. And so I was going to ask you if verse 8 is alluding to where the usurp happened.
That's in Deuteronomy 32. And
so I thought Deuteronomy 32 is where he got the inheritance.
Yeah, that's where he gets the inheritance. Are you talking about here in verse 8? Yeah. What does verse 8 say?
In verse 8, where it says, "Rise up, O God." Like, yeah. So they were saying that this is where, basically the way they put it was Yahweh put his bid in, right, to take over the divine council. Yeah. Yes. And this is where he usurps El and becomes the supreme God. And I was going to ask if verse 8 is referring to that, where it says, "Rise up, O God, judge the earth." Yeah. And this is where he gets all the nations because he usurped El.
I think so. Except what I think is really interesting about this text is you'll notice that El is only mentioned as, you know, um, the only mention of El is that all the gods are in his council. He's not actually an active participant in this psalm at all. You'll notice that El doesn't do anything in this psalm. So I think what's happening is he's already sort of pushed into the background. Still his counsel, but he does fuck all. He doesn't do anything. He just he's just there. Yahweh is the God who's acting, and I think I think he's usurping authority in the council. He's taking control of it in this psalm. But it doesn't look like El, there's any response. El is not indicted along with the other Elohim. He just continues to remain in the background, doing nothing. So I think he's still there.
Isn't there another like a Canaanite tradition where El gets drunk, or is
Yes.
that Yahweh that gets drunk?
No, that Yahweh. No, Yahweh doesn't actually appear in other Canaanite texts, as far as we know. We haven't found any
Okay,
yet.
all right. So
So, but yeah,
it's El.
El gets drunk. There's a really fun Canaanite story that's usually called something like El's drinking party, in which the all the gods get together and they basically have a drinking and pissing contest.
A drinking and a pissing contest?
Well, it's they all have they're all seeing who can drink the most and get drunk, but then they're also having this cosmic dick measuring contest where, well, I can do this, can you do this? No, I can do this even better than you can. So it's pretty funny. There's a lot of lewd stuff in there too, because you know people's minds in antiquity, throughout human history, have always just remained in the gutter.
I want to read it right quick. I just found it. So I remember reading that there was a tradition about him getting drunk, but I don't never read it. Let's
Yahweh?
see. No, not Yahweh. No, El.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna read it right quick. This tale from Ugaritic concerning the god El, a precursor to the Judaic god, is well known amongst students of Ugaritic. The contemporary summary is that El holds a party with all the gods, at which the moon disguises itself as a dog and runs about under the tables begging for scraps. El gets very drunk, has to be helped to court, and is attacked by a strange creature in his drunken stupor. El defecates and falls down in his own shit.
There you go.
What the fuck? The story then concludes with what has been widely regarded as a hangover cure. El El slaughtered game in his house, beast in the midst of his palace. He invited the gods to the carving. Eat, O gods, and drink. Drink wine to satiety?
Satiate.
Satiate.
Yeah. To satisfy yourself.
Okay. New wine to drunkenness. Yari arched his back like a dog, scavenged beneath the tables. Any god who recognized him prepared food for him, but whoever did not recognize him struck him with sticks beneath the table. He approached Athart and Anat. Athart prepared a haunch for him, Anat a shoulder. The porter of El's house chided them. Look, why have you prepared a haunch for a dog? For a cure have you prepared a shoulder? He chided El, his father. El sat. He assembled his drinking feast. El sat in his marzea. El drank wine to satiety, new wine to drunkenness. El went to his house. He stumbled to his court. Thuk, Thukamuna and Shunama supported him. The creeper approached him, the one having two horns and a tail. He floundered in his own feces and urine. El collapsed like the dead. El was like those who descended to the underworld. Anat and Athart were hunting. Holy Baal. Athart and Anat, and with them they brought back, when they healed, look, he awoke. What one should put on his brow, hairs of a dog, and the top of a PQQ plant in its stem. Put it together with virgin olive oil.
Yep.
Wow.
It's
This
fun.
is the origin of holy shit because this is the first time I've heard this. This is wild.
That's awesome. Awesome.
Defecates and falls in his own shit. That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But I think, this is what I think. For some reason, excuse me, it's easy for us to read text like this and recognize and see that, ancient people thought of the gods very much like people, right?
Yeah.
But then when it comes to reading the Bible, we don't see that. Even in places where we should see that. I think we were talking about that maybe a couple weeks ago. I think I was talking about that with you, or Josh was talking about that with you in Numbers, chapter 23, right? When Yahweh first tells Balaam, okay, go with these men and speak only what I tell you. So Balaam is 100% obedient, gets up in the morning, mounts his donkey, goes with the men. And in the very next verse, it says, Yahweh was angry because he went with these men.
Oh, yeah.
He just comes across like a capricious asshole because he is. And I think it's just as simple as that. We don't have to, jump through hoops and go through these hermeneutical gymnastics to try and explain what God is doing or why he's behaving erratically or seemingly irrationally. He's doing that because he is irrational and erratic. Like people, but maybe even more so. When I teach this stuff, that's usually what I say is gods are like people, but more so in every way. Bigger, stronger, more powerful. But this applies also to their emotions and their thoughts. Their emotions are much bigger, which means that, they're much more prone to the kind of emotional swings and instabilities that humans experience, because everything's amped up to 11 when it comes to the gods.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I like what Rabbi Hannah says about how the Jewish people view this text. Like they look at it as a way to question, right? And they know that the stories are made up, and that they don't have evidence for like 99% of the stuff in the book, but they use the stories
Yep.
to wrestle with themselves, right? And to learn about, like if Yahweh does something immoral, they can say, hey, that was a pretty fucked up thing he did. Like, even though they
Yeah.
believe, in a God, they don't necessarily see their God as being this perfect God who can't make mistakes or who don't make mistakes. That's one thing that I like about, what they say about how they approach the text. I think
Exactly.
it's
Yeah.
dangerous when you have this idea that this God is the supreme being with all power, and then you can't question the God, but at the same time that God has to use humans to talk for it, to do for it, and that power is passed down. That same level of supreme power is passed down to a human, and that, to me, that is the most dangerous shit ever. And I think that's why a lot of communities are in the position that they're in, because they have humans in these communities that take advantage of the fact that people are afraid to question the idea of God.
And
Yeah.
when you don't question it, what can you learn from it? I feel like wrestling with it, being able to identify the pros and the cons, that's where you get the lessons. But when you're too busy defending and trying to apologize for and explain away and connect dots that were never intended to be connected, because in reality, this book is an anthology about old humans concept of the nature of God, but it's been morphed into this inerrant divine directive. So much so that it's become this stupid ass acronym that people keep using, basic instructions before leaving Earth. Like, it just doesn't
Right.
make any sense, because if those basic instructions include direction on how to own other human beings, how is that basic or even good? And I agree with you, Thinker. I think that perspective of being able to wrestle with the text, being able to wrestle with the information, because there are so many perspectives that can be utilized to be able to pull out nuggets of wisdom. But when it's been corrupted and used in a way that it has, it's hard to find anything good in it when it's been used for such bad things over, throughout the course of history.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I keep going to the Abimelech story, and then the story about Elisha calling down the she bears. Like,
Yeah.
like a person could use that story, right, to teach about the abuse of power, um, which we see all the time happening with people who use this God, who assert that they have been given delegated authority to act out the God's sovereignty on earth, right? And typically, that power that they have, whether it's a king, whether it's a bishop, a pastor, a pope, a priest, that power is typically abused, because it's a huge amount of power, because people give that power to the source. When they say, I worship you, God, take my will is yours, they're giving that power to another human here on earth to control for the God. And if we look at the story with Elijah and the she bear, and Elisha getting in his feelings because some kids, you know, told him to go and kill himself, and he uses that brand new power that he got, and he uses
Mm-hmm.
it for a personal reason to harm other people. That could be used as to teach about the abuse of power, right?
Yeah.
Except it's used to teach that you don't question a man of God. You don't say
Yep.
anything negative about a man of God, and it increases the power that these people have, who assert themselves as, holding the delegated authority of the God, and it
Yeah.
increases the opportunity for harm and manipulation.
Yeah.
I mean,
See, I think
oh, I'm sorry.
no, no, I was going to say on that story, right? Like, I think the best way to look at a story like that in its original context, like where the first hearers and the first readers looked at this story of Elijah, um, it was probably treated in much the same way that I don't know. Have you ever seen like old 19th century uh, German children's books or morality tales? Maybe like super violent and gory, um, but they're like kids books, and they're kid stories. It's really messed up, but you know, they were these morality lessons. Like, you know, if if you touch the stove, your hand's gonna melt, kind of thing. Or, you know, if you play with the hatchet, you're gonna cut your foot off. That kind of thing. It's sort of these extreme illustrations to try and teach kids don't do this, right? I kind of think it's like that. Watch out, kids. Don't make fun of the prophets, otherwise they're gonna get you. Maybe they'll sick a whole bunch of she bears on you. But you're right. Like, the problem is in when people take these stories much more seriously than they were ever intended to be. Like, I don't think that was ever intended to be like a serious story beyond the morality tale. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think that's what I'm saying. Like the danger in saying,
Yeah.
don't talk about the prophet because God might send a
Yeah.
she bear to get you, is why adults today allow prophets, right? Like that young
Exactly.
girl that stood up
Yes.
in front of the church and, you know, repented to the church for being pregnant out of wedlock because a pastor told her to, and her parents
Yeah.
backing the pastor as he publicly shames her, and then all the church members backing the pastor and protecting the pastor. It comes from that whatever moral lesson, you know,
Exactly.
people pull
Yeah.
from that Isaiah story. And I think that the story
Mm-hmm.
would be much more beneficial to teach against the abuse of power and say, I don't know why people
Yeah.
don't recognize that what Elisha did was the most
Was a
immoral shit
huge
ever.
yes. Yeah. Exactly. Do you ever hear that? Don't touch the Lord's anointed.
Mm-hmm.
When you know, that was one I actually, when I was in my I think it was my first year of Bible college. I took a course on pastoral leadership, and we read this terrible book, which basically used the stories of Saul and David to illustrate dynamics of church leadership. And that was one of the messages that came ringing through, because this is David is constantly allowing Saul to live, right? By saying he can't touch the Lord's anointed.
Mm-hmm.
The message being propagated in this class I was taking is you can't do much to to discipline or to confront a pastor in authority. You just kind of have to let him do what he's going to do and hope that maybe God will do something about it, because you can't touch the Lord's anointed. It's
Which
so messed
it,
up.
it it is very messed up because
So
it's the
messed up.
yeah, it's the
Because
pastors doing a lot of harm.
yeah,
They do a lot of harm, and they're
hey,
responsible for the underdevelopment of a lot of society today. They're responsible for a lot of the brokenness because of the rapid amount of child SA or
yeah,
even
yeah,
adult SA with the women in the church. The massive poverty levels with them convincing people who can barely eat or live that if they don't, you know, pay a tithe or give a specific amount of their social security checks to the pastor,
mm-hmm,
that they are not going to go to heaven, or that God's going to do something to their children. Like, they scam people out of money
yeah,
using fear because of that specific message that's highlighted in the text. And the reality is that the people are too afraid to say, I don't see God doing anything, right?
right,
And I'm not benefiting from giving all my money to the pastor, but they're too afraid that something's going to happen to their loved ones, that they just allow it to continue.
yep, yep. No, that's right. Yeah, it it's it's why um it's why this book, the Bible, uh, has become such a dangerous book. Another illustration I will often use is apocalyptic literature, uh, things like that you read in the book of Daniel or the book of Revelation. These are texts that were produced by people who were the marginalized in their society. These were cultures who were being oppressed, and were under the thumb of empires, which produce these these guttural feelings of revenge and getting it over, right, on their superiors, on their overlords. But we're living in a situation now where those in power are utilizing this kind of literature and this sort of rhetoric that was cultivated in these spaces of powerlessness. And that's where it becomes really, really like devastatingly dangerous.
Yeah.
Before moving on from that, can I just quickly point out something else about that story of Elisha and the she bears?
Yeah.
Have you read Francesca Stavrakopoulos' God and Anatomy yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, yeah, you got to read that book. But this is a point that she makes, and I think it's a really good one. What's happening in that story is it's quite interesting, because in the ancient Near East, sorry, there's some stuff going on here in the kitchen. In the ancient Near East, a man's hair was a sign. It was like an objectification of his virility, of his sexual prowess. So for Elisha to be castigated by these young people, by these boys, for being bald, they're basically calling him weak and impotent. And this is also kind of in contrast to Elisha's mentor Elijah, who in 1 Kings, I don't remember where exactly, but he's actually described in 1 Kings as the Lord of Hair. So, yeah.
They what? The Lord of Hair?
The Lord of Hair is how Elijah the prophet is described. And, in that context, given what hair represents for a man, that's a strong statement of his prowess and his virility and these sorts of things.
That is insane. And he mauled a bunch of kids because they called him impotent.
Yep. It's like calling into question your manhood, right?
Yeah.
Elisha might have been a little insecure.
That's a lot of insecure. Like he just didn't think. He just said, "Fuck that, kill him."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
RC, is it RC Deshini?
I'm here. Sorry.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. I was just in the middle of something in the room and I heard the names RC.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I am 36 years old. I am an atheist, and I'm a nerd.
Okay. Oh, are you a new nerd?
Yes, I am. Just today.
Oh, well, welcome to the crew.
All right. Well, first, but before I get into what I would like to get into, I do want to give you an apology for the misunderstanding that I sent earlier. I was the one who sent that $5 with the joke.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm no Christian. I promise you.
Okay.
No,
All right. Well,
I'm
thank you
sorry.
for that. It was kind of weird because it was saying something about shit in the cereal, and I didn't get it. So
Fee knows. You should know what it is because it was her joke.
who?
Fee should know because it was actually something that she referenced to, like in Christina's thing yesterday.
Okay.
I think they were talking about like a cherry picking Bible verses, and so the analogy that she made was like, if I give you like a bowl of cereal and there's cockroaches in there, would you eat it or would you throw it out? And then she switched it to like it's like like two dollops of crap, and I'm not sure if it was someone in the panel like made a little jingle about it, like dabba dabba dollop double dollop a doo doo. I just
Okay. I wasn't in there yesterday when she said that, so well, I apologize because I didn't know, and I'm just meeting you today, so I
no.
thought it was a troll, so I deleted it. So
Oh,
I apologize.
I would never cause you like unneeded stress more than you already get on these things. All right, so
All right. So I just want to say, as a new nerd, though, you do have to still stick to the topic that we are discussing. Yeah, only a nerd within their second month and beyond can come up and change the topic or ask an off-topic question. There is a 30-day 30-day wait period for the benefits to kick in. Just because, as a new nerd, we do want you to come in and like get to know the community before you come up and do that. If that makes sense.
I've been around here for a little while. Like some people in the comments, like will recognize you. But again, if that's your rule, I'll totally respect it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with you,
Okay.
but it is nice to meet you. I'm happy that you are a part of the community. If you want to stay up and share your thoughts about the current topic that we're talking about, you're more than welcome to do that.
Let's see. Does God make my head hurt? Yep. In fact, God not only does he not make, does he not make my head hurt? He gives me stress lines.
Yes, I can imagine that. So, how long have you been deconstructed?
Well, I've been deconstructed since 25 years old. And boy, when I first, I left Christianity when I was like still in my teen years. But when I dropped theology as like, when I officially realized, holy crap, I don't believe in a God at all, was when I was 25. And that, of course, age 25, quarter life crisis, a lot of stuff just comes smacking you, strong and hard. And what actually did it for me was, one, I was, in a really depressed state. There was a lot of things going on in my life. It was like, during one of the big recession periods. But what actually, I feel like that may have had a big influence on that. But what really kind of like bit the bullet for me was when I began to understand actual, some like the makeups of reality, like things like quantum physics and some of like, biology and whatnot. And particularly what was my nail in the final coffin, because after I dropped out of Christianity, I, dabbled around in spirituality, new age occultism. I still have some spiritual, carryovers from that. Like I love to do like, tarot and astrology and all that fun stuff. But in a more secular version. But what kind of like put the theistic nail in the coffin for me was realizing that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. And I'm like, whoa, dude. Yeah, and I'm like, whoa. So, and if you're like, so all these things that we're attributing to God, like it's like like eternal, like the beginning, the Alpha, Omega, and whatnot. It's like, wait a minute, why are we giving this to a God when we can just save ourselves a step and say the universe was just always here, in some shape or form? And I mean, sorry if I'm rambling. I'm pretty sure you want to get a word in at some.
No, that makes sense. And I think a lot of us, when we first start to deconstruct, that has been a similar process that we take, like that type of questioning, as we are deconstructing away from the idea of a actual deity, like sitting on a throne in a sky.
Mm-hmm.
um, and when we do engage with the idea of spirituality or Christ consciousness, and then we go to like source or spirit or the universe is still communicating with us, like that's a consistent path that I hear, in the deconstruction stories, because it's also similar to mine. It's what I did too when I first started deconstructing, because I was scared to let go of the idea of Jesus, and then the word Christ, right? It was to me like the whole reverence of that word, and I often thought about it like it was a fail safe, like because whenever I would say I don't even believe this shit, the word Christ felt like a failsafe. I was afraid to let that go. I was afraid to say anything negative about it, and until eventually that wore off. But I think what you're saying right now is a similar process that a lot of us have taken.
Oh yeah, it was definitely like a very slow transition from, being a good little Catholic boy to it's like, I hate God, I hate Jesus, I'm evil, I'm gothic, blah, to like, it's, oh, like, spiritualism and holistic, to like, it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. Why did you say I'm evil? Like, were you trying to like convince yourself that
Yeah,
you were evil because you didn't
I was
believe in
kind
a
of an
God?
edgelord. Yeah, I still like the idea of like, goth fashion and like, kind of like all that stuff. And I'm not trying to say goth is evil or anything, but it's like mind you, like I said, this is back when I was a teenager in high school. I was trying to be like that angry rebel and, trying to get a rise out of society wherever I could.
Yeah, I can remember anytime that I didn't want to be saved anymore. This is before I started like deconstructing. I was still a Christian, but I didn't want to be saved anymore. Like I would just say a cuss word and be like, okay, now I'm not saved. like because what they taught us was that um not being saved was sinning, right? It was to do bad stuff or evil stuff. And I was just like tired of the constant being in church all the time, and if you wanted to stay home and spend time with your family, like you had to get permission from the pastor, and the pastor was my dad, and he was always like, oh, you can make it, come to church. And I'm like, damn, like, man, I just want to chill, like I don't want to go to Bible study tonight. And like I would get tired of not being able to make that decision, for myself. So I'd be like, fuck, okay, now I'm not saved. Like,
Awesome. Yeah, and that's actually was funny how you're talking about like the it's like like the whole like it's like what you say was evil or something, but that was actually kind of like what I was, if I was allowed to do so, I would have like pivot the topic to, again, we don't have to go into this if you don't want to, but my question was going to be like, like, how would you identify healthy deconstruction versus potentially unhealthy deconstruction? I believe that. Sorry, I won't go into it.
no,
If
go ahead, that's a
basically,
great question.
I believe that my deconstruction was in some ways healthy, but in a lot of ways was probably unhealthy as well. Because, like I said, it's when my approach to deconstruction was, being like that badass. Like I wanted, like I wanted to get a negative, I wanted to, like to hurt the system that or to hurt like the emotionally hurt the people around me that expected good Christian morals from me, as opposed to like and so my big thing was, it's like, it's is it possible to like negatively deconstruct, and just how destructive could that be? Not just deconstruct, but destruction.
Absolutely, it can be harmful, and there is a negative that could be negative. Like one a lot of people tend to deconstruct right into a different belief system, right? Because and they just like replace uh, what they were indoctrinated into Christianity with a different belief system, and they start dabbling right with different ideas, and then they end up leading themselves into psychosis, getting into it like really really deeply, and mentally harming themselves or mentally harming other people,
Yep.
spreading, like going out here and just reading any and everything, taking any and everything as fact or new truth, and then they just like they're really excited about getting away from Christianity, so then they start like just sharing all the information that they find, and then confusing themselves and confusing other people. And then when you're doing it because you have a grudge and you want to hurt somebody, that can definitely be harmful, because it only can backfire on you, because you're not really doing the hard work to heal yourself. You know what I'm saying? And when you have this grudge against the people in your life who are religious, who've caused you harm,
Yeah.
you're going to go and do some destructive shit, right? Create arguments that's just going to add on to it, create new wounds instead of healing the ones that are already there. So I definitely do think that there is and can be harmful deconstruction. And I think like identifying the reason that you want, because like I think if somebody deconstructs because they're hurt, 9 times out of 10 they're going to end up reconstructing back, or can be convinced to reconstruct back, because the reason that they're deconstructing isn't because they don't believe, it's because they're hurt. And I think this also is where a lot of believers get the whole church hurt, believing that people who have deconstructed away from the idea of a God, they think that we do it because of church hurt, because there are some people that do it just simply because they're hurt.
Yeah. I and even though like and funny you say that, because like even though my family was liberal Democrat Christians, we're in Catholics, where I'm in Massachusetts, as liberal as you can get. And I remember like before I decided to go down like that 180 path. I just remember being in a state of constant anxiety, constant fear. I was even forcing myself to go to like the church that was down my street just to pray, because I thought every negative thought that I have was sending me right to hell. And that's when I realized, at least the part where I deconstructed from Christianity is like, wait a minute, what the hell am I doing? I don't. I asked myself a question like, Robert, my name is Robert, by the way. It's like, it's am I loving God because I genuinely love God, or am I loving God because I'm just afraid of going to hell? And it was definitely the latter for me. So it was totally a selfish reason. It was totally a fear-based reason. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. It's like, if this is like God's love, I don't want it.
Yeah, and I think that's a powerful question that you asked yourself, right?
Yeah.
And that a lot of people aren't able to engage with. And people will say, and believers will say, but that's enough, right? It's enough to have the fear of going to hell, and enough of a reason to not deconstruct. But and that's a decision that you have to make for yourself. And I think that's powerful that you were able to face that decision head on and be honest with yourself, and do the hard work to start the deconstruction process. But we're very happy to have you here.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'll get your jokes. I'll understand
All
that you
right.
are a part of the community, and I'll understand your jokes.
I'm neurodivergent myself. I'm high functioning autism, so it's like I should have read the room first, or I should have been more strategic about it. But no, Thinker, absolutely. I am so happy to finally be part of this community. I love you guys. I love Justin, Thinker, yeah, you are Thinker. Sorry, I mean, like Justin, Cyber, it's like all the other guys. Like, you guys are amazing, and I'm looking forward to you being on the Atheist Experience.
I know. I'm excited. I'm excited, and I like that's one thing. Like still deconstructing from needing worrying about my mom, right? Like because our relationship wasn't the best because the religion, And I can remember a dream that I had one time, uh, that made me think about the fact that the religion had come between us so much. And when I got the email and I was like, oh my God, my mom, and I realized that, that's even something that I still need to deconstruct from, is living my life for her approval. When it comes to this guy, and my younger daughter helped me, see that I was still doing that. And she was like, for if anything, you need to do it for that. And then also, uh, to get the idea that not believing in a God means that you're automatically evil. And I was thinking, like, the guy that came up, the real Jesus guy that came up on the stage, and he kept saying, why do you promote hate? Why do you promote hate? And I'm thinking to myself, like, you're the one on this stage cussing me out, calling me a bitch, right? Not able to engage in conversation, but to him, right?
Yeah.
I'm promoting hate because I'm saying that I don't believe in a God, because I'm asking questions, right? About the God, because I'm teaching the true history behind the text. That's hateful to him. Even if I do it, how I'm talking to you, to them that's still hate. But them calling me bitch, or telling me that I need to get raped, or telling me that they're going to kidnap my kids, or they're trying to figure out where I live, that's, to them, they don't think that's hate, and they see that as love. And, like, if anything, right, putting that type of stuff on Front Street, I think is an important thing to do, as well, because, like, it's ridiculous for someone to think that because a person doesn't share your same belief, they are automatically they automatically deserve to be treated the way that guy treated me tonight.
And maybe they do see it as love, but in my honest opinion, I think they see it more as a threat, because they see you as a threat, and they're like, holy crap, this woman on TikTok is making me think, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what it is. They hate me because I make them think.
You are.
And I definitely think that's what it is. And like, if you notice, like, I do these lives, I've been doing these lives now for like a year and a couple of months. And one thing, like, I don't get a lot of videos like tagging me, right? Because I'm heavily resourced, and I try my best not to talk about stuff that I cannot point to a resource and say, this is where I got this information from. And so they don't want to engage with resources. If I was up here just talking at the side of my neck and saying, this is what I think, or this is what I feel, then there will probably be more people coming at me, from left field, because it's easier to argue an opinion than it is to argue with facts. And so
Yeah,
they hate that.
absolutely.
Yeah. Which could also be a little bit more dangerous, because they don't necessarily know how to respond to it. So I do have to up my protection, which I have been. Just whoever's listening, let y'all motherfuckers know I ain't playing with y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I have so much absolute respect for you, Thinker. Like, Thinker, I can tell you're a mom because you're a woman who has, like, learned to not take shit from no one.
Well, I was in an abusive
Yeah.
marriage, and then a emotionally, verbally abusive relationship for 10 years. So I had to learn how to, like, fight my way out of shit. So
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna let myself go back into that. So
Amen to that. Amen to that. But yes, like I said, I will continue to watch you. Will continue to support you in any way that I can. Looking forward to that atheist experience thing. Oh, and if I can recommend, go onto the line as well. I'd love to see you on there as well.
what is it?
The line.
Oh, I mean, it would be awesome. It would be awesome.
Yes. Anyways, yep, I gotta take care of some things. I gotta return a package that I got the wrong bits and pieces to, but I'll definitely keep listening and I'll keep commenting, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day or whatever, because I know you sleep during the day. Have a fantastic, rest when you finally do.
Thank you so much, and it's so great to meet you. And again, welcome to the community.
You as well.
And then make sure you connect with the mod so they can get you the link to the Discord.
Oh, absolutely.
Also,
I already have a ticket with Ben to, to try to get like Christina up on the live stream feed, so announcement thing. So I'll add that to it.
okay, all right, sounds good. Have
All
a
right.
good day, Robert.
Yep. You as well.
All right, thank you. He was nice. Fee, she might be on a phone call, but that's crazy. The super chat that was Fee must have said something yesterday. I was like, because the super chat said something about doo doo in the cereal, and I'm like, what? Red pill. Hi, how are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
I'm
Finally.
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. Great to finally talk to you, and I'm glad that Dr. Kip is on. Um, to your question of the day about does God make my head hurt, and I would have to say not anymore. Um, for a while, yes, when you have start having one epiphany after another epiphany, and one breadcrumb leads to another breadcrumb, and you find yourself going down the trail and wanting to know, what's really going on here. So I'm not saying that I'm fully deconstructed at this point, but I think I'm well on my way. Just a little bit about my background before I get to my question for Dr. Kip and you. I was baptized Baptist growing up in Chicago, went to Catholic and Episcopalian private schools there, went to school in Nashville and started working at a 7-day Adventist hospital. Dated a Jewish guy for a year, married a guy in the Nation of Islam for 4 years. And so I've kind of been around the block a little bit when it comes to, different religions and different, theologies and theosophies and that type of thing. And so with him, when I was with him for the 4 years and, going through the Nation of Islam and Minister Farrakhan. And Minister Farrakhan comes in with the Bible and the Quran at the same time because he knows that he's dealing with an audience of people coming from Christianity into Islam. So some of the presentations there, or, where I really started thinking about things. And then my background is as a science researcher, and I've started doing a lot of research on my own and trying to figure out the differences between the different theologies and why they're there. I figured out it's mostly control in terms of just trying to sum it up into one word, and playing on the ignorance of those who couldn't read or couldn't understand, and realized that there was also a proposition of making money this way. So the the and the other thing is, looking at things from a language perspective. I took a couple of languages in school, and I realized just in looking at Spanish to English and English to French and English to Japanese and English to these other things is not just a matter of changing the word. You have to know the meaning of the word in their language in order for you to use it correctly. So, when applied to what we have right now, the curated Bible of the 66 chapters that we have in there versus, I guess, the 88 chapters in the Ethiopian Bible, the translation and transliteration of the words, translation word to word, and transliteration meaning the meaning of the word at the time that the word was written, a lot of that isn't taken into account. So my first question I guess, is to Dr. Kip is, do you all go into any of the idiomatic differences when you're in a seminary school or when you're, go to a theology school? Is this discussed at all as a potential for why there might be errors in the King James Version? I'll just start with that version.
That will depend very much on which seminary you happen to be attending, because they're not all the same, right? Um, I and they're on a spectrum. There will be seminaries where they hold to a very strict, very tight view of things like inerrancy and infallibility. I, I have no familiarity with this, but I'm fairly certain there are seminaries who will teach versions of King James only ism. But then on the other end of this spectrum, there are plenty. There are lots of seminaries which are not afraid of posing the critical questions to the Bible and are not afraid and are perfectly comfortable with training their ministers about the critical history of the text and the religions, which delve into a number of the things, the points that you raise with regards to translation and the history of the text. Does that help?
Yes, and so what I'm hearing from you is that um, in the school, they'll just pretty much kind of steer people down the path that they want them to go. And in other schools, they will be a little bit more liberal in opening them up to looking at the Bible from as a book to be studied and take the religious part out of it a little bit and then put the religious part back into it later on.
Yeah, but there are places like if you go to even like places like Princeton Theological Seminary or Yale or Harvard Divinity School or the University of Chicago Divinity School, like these places are, while they're still places that continue to train pastors, for all intents and purposes, they're they're not they're less centers of theological education and more so centers of just critical study of the Bible. Like where my PhD, I went to the University of Manchester in the UK, and my PhD, it says right on it that I have a PhD in religions and theology. And the reason for this is because the department that I studied in was at the time over 120 years old. And
Okay.
back then, it was a department, it was a school of theology. It was like a seminary, even though they didn't call it that. And even though now it doesn't even function like that anymore. It's just treated like an ordinary university department, exploring critical questions about texts and about people and their religions. It still retains that name. So I will say, like there are seminaries who will, you can go and just not get any sort of I guess theological prodding and steering. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so again, it just really really depends on the individual school, and that's why like there are actively Christian organizations who they'll make lists of seminaries that
Hmm.
are quote unquote safe to attend and seminaries that you should avoid going to, because you might end up getting infected with with a the critical study of the Bible. I'm not kidding.
Right.
Lists like this are published, annually, and schools are ranked on basically their ability to effectively indoctrinate people. But you know, and those that aren't interested in indoctrinating people are seen as particularly negative. You should avoid those places.
Okay. That's very telling.
Yeah,
If
yeah, it is.
people are, not wanting people to go and first study, and then, put the peanut butter religion part on top of the historical part of what they're learning in school, that, people want to move away from that.
Yep, yep. Or reshape it. Like, I think that's the other thing is a number of the very conservative, more evangelical sorts of seminaries will promote their version of historical critical study as a replacement of actual historical critical study. And instead of asking historical critical questions or
Right.
doing an appropriate archaeology and close reading of the texts, they spend all their time training students about what problems with these historical approaches to the text. Most of the time, these just fall. What I see most consistently from Christian apologists who attempt to critique the historical critical methods.
Yes.
All this boils down to almost every time is that this is a rejection of the supernatural, and that's it. And I think that's kind of weak because we have no problem rejecting the supernatural in
Right.
virtually
Right.
any other field of study. I mean, when you go to school and learn engineering, you're not operating on the premise of supernatural occurrences in the construction of buildings or in the making of machines, right?
Right.
So why are we doing the same thing when it comes to specifically history as it pertains to the Bible? Because you can go and study the history of Eastern Europe during the medieval period, and
Hmm.
also no one blinks an eye at you rejecting the supernatural.
Well, yeah. And thank you for your response. I'm going to not take up too much of Thinker's time, and I'm getting ready to land my plane here. But again, because of my background and some of the things that I found, even if I just stay with the King James Version and I'm looking at it from a critical perspective, it is impossible for me to understand how this one book has over 14,000 errors in translation and transliteration, that it was curated by people back here during the Nicaea Convention in 325 of what they should be able to read and what we should be able to read and what we're going to put in the book and and that these questions don't come up. If someone told me that there's like 14,000 errors and there's about 120 different versions of a Bible out there, and then with this one particular Bible, it was selected chapters in there. Just the little things like that would make me want to go, as a student, if I'm going through the school. But in listening to you again, you use the word indoctrination. And so I'm going to respect that and leave that there for today. with regard and respect to your educational path and the way you've gone, so that I can understand why, after being presented facts about the theology and theosophy of any religion, that people will still continue to want to go out there and preach, quote, the good word, knowing, fully knowing that it's full of errors. And so, respectfully to you, please continue to do the good work so that you can push people to thinker, so that we can have objective and critical thinking conversations that thinker is having people put out here, due to the way that some of the people that have gone along throughout their lives and have pushed their view, their religion, their dogma on the people, and they've become very hurt and maligned by it. And so, Thinker, thank you so much for letting me up. I've wanted to come up. I'm scared to death for so long, but we'll try to participate with you a little bit more in the future.
You're so very welcome. Thank you for coming up. It's great to. I know we've chatted a bit in DM. It's
Yes,
great to
yes.
chat with you here. Hopefully, one day you'll become a nerd, and we could go deeper into your deconstruction journey and hear more about your time. As a spouse of uh, you know, uh, while you were, with the Nation of Islam and how you deconstructed from that, that would be very, very interesting to hear. So thank you so much for coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
You're going to drop me?
yeah, I'll take you down.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, let's see.
Do you know what? One of the things that King James onlyists do when making arguments for the viability of their position is they will a lot of them point to this very, very important biblical manuscript called the Codex Sinaiticus. Comes from the 4th century. It's basically the oldest completely intact copy of the Christian Bible as we have it. It was written in Greek. It might even have been commissioned by the Emperor Constantine. It's an incredible manuscript. But a lot of King James onlyists will insist that it's a forgery that was made in the 19th century by a renowned forger named Constantine Simonides. He's a super fascinating character. But anyways, sorry.
That's interesting. So Christians think that the Codex Sinaiticus is a forgery? Like,
King James onlyists think it's a forgery.
oh,
I don't
okay.
think anybody else does. One of the arguments for the fact that it's for their belief that it's a forgery is because it's called Codex Sinaiticus, CS. They think this is a clever nod by Constantine
Oh.
Simonides, CS. This is
Oh,
about as
wow.
sophisticated as the argument goes, right?
Wow. Toma, hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Um, are you first, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
For TikTok purposes, I'm 20.
Oh, you got to be 25. Do you see that on the screen?
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to drop you. I'm sorry.
Nah,
Hope
that's
you.
cool.
Okay. Have a good day. Okay.
You too.
All right. Let's see who is. Mm. Uh, Hi, how are you? Hello.
You want to clean up? You want to do
Uh,
it
I,
today or no?
hello.
Tomorrow? No. I have to lay up, set up.
Not nice, Trini. Did you mean to come up? Nope. He said- that sounded like a rush. It's like, Ash. Okay. Let's see. We have time for one more call, y'all. If you're in the guest request box, can you please comment so that I can bring you up? That's all. It's all good, Trini. If you are in the guest request box waiting to come up, can you please comment and let me know? No, anybody can see the numbers. Like if you click request, you can see how many people are waiting. There's 11 people in the guest request. So everybody in the guest request is there on accident. You clear it out. Let's see. Oh, Emir, I just took you out. Request again? I didn't. Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. You're an atheist, right? I think I've seen you on Mesoslide.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had something I wanted to share that was kind of connected to the topic and conversations. And it's not a big deal, but if you have a minute, I just want to share. And it's, so my son is 13 years old, and this has just been on my mind the last few days. He came home recently saying that he believes in God. More specifically Jesus, which surprised me since we've always been atheistic household. And, we've shared our views with him and his younger sister, explaining, we don't believe in gods, angels, prayer, supernatural, but never really get into deep, conversations about it. So it appears that he's, influenced by friends and culture and picking up some vague, feel good ideas without much understanding it. For example, he mentioned Jesus dying for our sins, but not really explaining what that meant or getting it. So he's also, he's autistic, and he's a little more susceptible to peer pressure and fitting in, which is normal for his age anyway, but like for him, a little bit more extreme. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how to, thread this carefully. I don't want to, push him away or push too hard and, risk him shutting down. But I also don't want to leave any misconceptions unaddressed. So I guess I'm kind of considering having some sort of a home Sunday school, like some more intentional time to teach him about different religions and, philosophies, and explaining why I hold, my beliefs, and help him think critically about these things, and, to see the bigger picture. I'm just sharing this kind of first trying to get some feedback and advice possibly, but also to highlight how, religion actively influences people indirectly, like secondhand indoctrination, kind of, it seems like, especially kids, because it's so prevalent and it is kind of impossible to escape through peer pressure and cultural norms. And, that kind of goes at some of the things that you were talking about earlier, like why do we do this? Why do we push back? It's because I feel like it's pushing on me, and this is very close to heart, and it's very delicate at that age. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to share on that and see. I know you've talked about this a couple of weeks ago. So anyway, I don't know if you have any
Yeah.
thoughts on that.
No, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that experience. And I think it's important for the believers in here who ask that question all the time. If you don't believe in God, or if God makes your head hurt, why are you talking about it? Or like, why don't you just leave it alone? It's because of stuff like that. Because we might not be the ones indoctrinating our children, but some of you out there take it upon yourselves, right, to make decisions for our children and try to indoctrinate them. But I think the plan that you have is a very sound plan. And in fact, it sounds like what Fee would say, because normally when parents come up and they, are dealing with young children being indoctrinated, I ask Fee to take that call, because she's so great at giving advice and sharing what she did with her son. But it sounds like either you've heard Fee say that before, or you're on the same pathway as Fee, because
I have heard her, yeah.
oh, okay.
Walk back in the room. What did I miss?
He has listened to you. His 13-year-old son has been indoctrinated without his permission, and so he's going to basically initiate your plan of teaching about different religions, philosophies. I love the idea of like having your own Sunday school with him and saying, hey, this is why I believe what I believe, while allowing room for him to think and ask you questions and to think critically. But yeah, I'm going to pass it over to Fee so she can do what she do.
And I have to apologize because I literally just walked back in the room. I got called away. So can you give me a summary? Is it Emil?
So, yeah.
Okay.
So my son, he's 13, so at that age, they're already kind of inclined to, step away from parents and family and things like that and kind of focus more on their peers and peer influence. And so it's just like he's surrounded with friends. It's just the religious beliefs are so prevalent, specifically Christian beliefs are so prevalent. It's kind of impossible to escape it. So he came home, basically just saying that he believes in Jesus. And, he wouldn't have gotten that from home here. So I'm just getting that he's picking that up from his friends. And it's really, as you would expect, like a watered down, glossed over, sweet stories kind of thing, like, the hooks they use to get the kids without, getting into any controversies or contradictions or the difficult topics. So anyway, I guess he's also autistic, which kind of makes him even more susceptible to peer pressure and more impressionable. So I guess I brought it up to kind of highlight how, it bugs me. That's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, that, I feel like my family is under attack. So like in this sense, in a way, not like physical attack, but it's part of the reason why I think many atheists want to push back on these concepts, because they're just so prevalent. It's I feel like he's getting that, I called it earlier, and that's kind of how I kind of think of it, secondhand indoctrination, where he's getting this like vague stories, but he's just absorbing them, and I feel like it's kind of confusing him. Anyway, I'm just kind of struggling to figure out how to address it without pushing him away.
Yeah, and 13 is such a delicate age, because their prime directive at that point is to not be different and to fit in with all of their friends. Like I remember that myself. You just want to be like everybody else so as to be accepted. So it is a really critical age. But I think that by being aware of the fact that his motivations for believing it, keeping that in mind, because it's not that he's been convinced that it's true, likely, because literally anybody that would investigate a claim can identify that there's not much truth in these claims. They don't hold up to scrutiny. But I also think finding a way to encourage excitement about being curious. One of the things that I found was really, really beneficial or successful with my son was when he would come home and bring me these things that people have told him at school. And I would, before saying, no, I don't believe that, that doesn't make sense because blah, 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 I would say, what do you think? Does that make sense to you? I would always respond with a question that pulled out his mindset and his thought. And that's for two reasons. One is that children are typically going to push back on anything that you tell them just because they're in that age. They're trying to exert their independence. So they want to be different from mom and dad because I'm not like them, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that avoids that push and pull dynamic. And two, it gives you insight into how he's thinking about this information. Being able to ask the logical questions, like, what's the story that you heard? Like, my son came home and he was like telling me about this dude named the devil, and he lives underground and it's in hell, and God sends you there when if you're bad, blah blah blah. Like, he literally came home telling me this. He and his best friend, who's also was not raised in a religion, they were super excited to learn about this devil dude that lived under the ground. And we just simply talked about that. Like, how do you live underground? What would that look like? I mean, it led into so many conversations, like about animals like naked mole rats that live underground. Like, it took a lot of different twists and turns, but ultimately it landed on, does it make sense to believe that this is true? And how would it work? Like, we were really big on, why do you believe what you believe? And how do the mechanics of that belief actually work out in the real world? I've always... I'm sorry, guys. Hang on just a second for me. There's something going on upstairs. Hold on.
So while she's away, I just want to say I was kind of proactive while I was on waiting in the queue, and I looked up some books, and I came across The Magic of Reality by Richard Dawkins. I thought that might be a good resource. And then there's a book I found, Humanism, What's That? A Book for Curious Kids by Helen Bennett. And then another one, What Do You Believe? So I think I'm going to try to use those as like, somewhat more neutral resources and have him kind of dig into those a little bit, read those.
That sounds interesting. Can you put those into the chat when you come off stage?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm back. It's like, what the hell is all that noise? Yeah, so I think by encouraging those conversations, by utilizing questions, I also I found it really, really beneficial in sharing with my son the times where my mind changed about something and why I used to believe this and why I no longer believe it. One error I think we make as parents is trying to portray a position where we are always right or we always have the answer, where we are the authority figure. And I think it's so much to be learned by the child, when they can see that we're human just like they are. We're figuring this out. Today is the first day I have ever been this age. Like, I don't have any more, I've never been at this point in time before. So I'm figuring it out just like you're figuring it out. And by having this in tandem learning experience, it demonstrates to your son that there's nothing wrong with learning. There's nothing wrong with adjusting your position when new information is available. And when we demonstrate that for our children and show them what that looks like and should give them examples in real life, it really helps to foster those open conversations and that open dialogue. And by, I think, your approach to discussing the religions of the world, and that I think I put a book in the chat the last time we were talking about this, and I can see if I can find it again. Is that the one that you were referencing?
I remember you mentioning it, but I couldn't remember which one that was. I found some, but I can't recollect the book you suggested. I found 3 books here that I just ordered to kind of try those, but I don't think that any of those 3 are the ones that you recommended a couple of weeks back when I heard you talking about this topic.
What did you find?
So one of them is The Magic of Reality, and it's by Richard Dawkins. And then there's Humanism, What's That? A Book for Curious Kids by Helen Bennett. And then I have What Do You Believe? And it just says by DK Publishing. I don't have it on my screen anymore to see the author.
I think the one that I normally recommend is Who Believes What? Exploring the World's Major Religions. It's by, let's see, I think that's the one that we read. It may be an older version of
Yeah, that sounds like what I remember you saying. I just couldn't think of the name.
it. Yeah, it looks like Anna Willis. I believe that was her. I think the book is still at his dad's house, so I don't have it with me, but I believe that's the same one. The cover looks like that's what it was, and that timeline kind of matches up in terms of when the book was. I think it was, but again, he's almost 21. I can't remember that. I can't remember what I did yesterday. I damn sure can't remember what book I read that long ago. Yeah, so I think that approach is exactly what we need to be doing as parents, not only with religion but with everything, right? Like
Yeah.
we can make things so much easier if we have these open and honest conversations with our kids, and just remembering their maturity level, and encouraging the curiosity, and not and I think it's hard to do this for those of us who were indoctrinated to not view it through such a negative lens, but understanding that if we present it with such a negative lens, they're going to push back at that age, and it's going to make them even more curious. So if you forbid a thing, like think about when we were younger, the very thing that our parents didn't want us to be exposed to was the thing that drew us the most. So we don't want to make it more attractive to them by trying to demonize it before they even understand it. Let them understand it. Like let them read what they say. Let them investigate it. Let them dive deep into it. Like the guy that we were talking about, the content creator that reads the Bible. Like, wait a minute, is this blood magic? What is this? Let them read it. Read it with him. Even if it's about the Bible, you probably won't get through Genesis chapter 3 before he's like, wait, what? What is happening right now? Because the lore that's being talked about amongst his peers, it's fanciful, it's exciting, it's all these things.
Yes.
Sometimes it may be, and that's how they see it. But in reality, the words mean what the words mean, and the book says what the book says. And I don't think there's any better defeater to religious indoctrination than actually reading the Bible.
Thank you, and I'll take that to heart. And thank you so much. And like I said, the other reason was just to kind of give you another example. Personal for that, but of like why we're out here kind of talking about this. It's not something that's in other people's homes. It gets into your home, and I think it's important, and I appreciate you all educating and bringing it up to the forefront. So I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up, and as always, thank you to Fee. I just want to say, like, when people indoctrinate your kids without your permission, to me, it also feels like it's the same when they say that they're going to pray for you, because it's like they're saying that they know what's best for you more than you know what's best for yourself, or your kids, and it's just like they're crossing boundaries and not respecting consent, not respecting that you have the right to be the one to guide your children and rear your children, and they try to take that away because they believe that it's their duty, right, to make sure everybody knows about God, even if you have decided that that's not what you want for your family. And like, it just irritates me, because if they can make the decision and say, as for me and my house, we gonna serve the Lord, and do that with all of their so-called free will, then they should be able to respect another parent's decision and let that child make the decision for themselves when they get older. Like, if you believe that your God protects the children, and children go to heaven, leave them the fuck alone until they come of age and can make that decision for themselves. Exactly. You shouldn't be crossing the boundaries of other parents.
Right. Yeah. And it's not your place. It's nobody's place to do that. And I wish more people understood that. But when they feel like they are chosen, they are selected, they are special, then that gives them the right to just push the shit on all of us. And it's not fair.
Yeah. Nobody wants your disease. Like that.
When it comes, I was gonna say, when it comes to kids, Christians should treat that particular passage a little more seriously, because what does it say? It says, "Me as for me and my house, we will
Right.
serve Yahweh. This is there's no, within this text, there's no volition among the members of the household. This is a decision that's made by the Father for everyone. So Christians actually took that seriously, then they would recognize that as parents, that's what we're all doing to some degree. I don't, we make choices about what we want and how we want our kids, I guess, exposed to various elements of what the world is like, right?
Yeah, but and they, like with them voting to put it in the schools, like,
Yeah.
and it's just, I don't know. And then they come in here and they say, how does Christianity affect your life, or what does God want from you? Like, y'all want every fucking thing from us.
Heavy on everything. And even the scripture, as for me and my household, we shall serve the Lord. Okay, cool. But bitch, I don't live with you. So that does not
Exactly.
mean that I have to serve your Lord. What are you doing?
Exactly. Like they can't see how they're being roaches. Like, that's what it just reminds me of. Like, it just feels like they're being roaches. Like, you're not
It does.
invited. Yeah,
Let's
like
feel
you're.
very rich. Like, let me wait. Make my skin crawl.
Yes, like, goodness gracious, stop. Jessica. All right. I did not. Angie P. I was trying to hit accept. If you were in the box on purpose, send the request again. That was an accident. Chapter. I think they're asleep. Angie P, if you're still there, can you send your request again? That was an accident. If not, y'all, that's everybody in the guest request box, and we'll be done. I accidentally hit decline on her, and I was trying to hit accept. All right, she's not sending the request again, so we don't have any more guests, y'all. That was the end of the live. We actually cleared the box out.
That's a first, right?
Ain't that a first?
Wow.
I think the Christians got mad though, because I was purposefully not choosing them to come up. I was tired.
Yeah.
I was choosing people that I knew was either an atheist or deconstructing, because like I was over it. For a while, I needed a break. Huh?
And you
Did the
still didn't
real
get an answer.
Jesus did the real Jesus put you over? Did he mess it up for you this
Not
morning?
not really. Like that was a lot, but then like the next conversation, although she was nice, like it still felt kind of like her saying that she didn't know whether the God could do the same thing that humans could do in the physical world. Like I just felt like and eventually she got to the point where she was like, that's hard to admit, and having to work that hard to get to that sometimes can be draining. Does that make sense?
I think it
Oh, for
does.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like there's a certain level of engagement that you expect from adults, right? There's a certain level of engagement and understanding and comprehension that you expect from children. So I wouldn't approach a conversation with a child with the same expectations as an adult, and I wouldn't approach a conversation with an adult with childlike expectations. So when you meet that dissonance, it's frustrating. It's like this isn't a trick question. This isn't rocket science. It's really legitimately a question that I know you know the answer to, but you won't let yourself say it. And it is extremely frustrating when they do that.
Yeah. And I like it's a conversation, and I shouldn't have to like mentally exhaust myself. And we don't, by the time that I have to like get to that one point, I feel like it's hard to advance the conversation further because we spend like an hour just to get them to admit one thing that they take an hour running from.
Thus the headache.
Yes. And
And
so
you lay it out so clearly. Like from the beginning, you lay it out so clearly. And it can honestly be answered with a yes or no question. But the fact that they obfuscate and they just dash and dodge and they work around and they answer every question other than the one that you ask, it's infuriating.
yeah, yeah. So I definitely needed a break, but we did good getting everybody out of the box. I will see y'all tonight. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. Thank you to the YouTubers over there. PH, thank you for the subscription. Thank y'all for the gifts, the likes, and the shares. I hope y'all have some fun on these TikTok streets. That's what I'm about to do, Delamore. I'm about to go get some rest. I will talk to y'all tonight.
Love y'all. Bye.
I love y'all. Bye.